Your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite, definitely not a body double, and is actually the real Adam Friendon.
But we don't know if Sitch is a body double or not. We have no idea.
That's
It
true.
could
I
just
could be an AI
auto
voice.
tune. It's Sammy and auto tune. That's what it is.
You took my voice clip to try to make an AI Sitch voice like a year ago. Okay,
Yeah.
so this whole time you could have just been perfecting it.
I am. Yeah, that's
Trying
exactly
to
what's going on.
slowly push me out of the picture. Yeah?
Sitch is
Okay.
dead. Sitch has been offed.
Oh my God.
He's been dead for 2 years now.
And no one noticed. It's true.
What are we
That's just how
talking
I
about
feel.
today, Sitch? What's going on? Is the world
Today,
on fire?
oh my
Are things
God.
happening?
The world reacts to the historic, the amazing, the incredible Trump-Putin meeting. Now,
Incredible
question-
or look, I heard Trump got owned. I heard Trump got cooked. Baked.
well, that's the question. Did Trump get cooked or did Trump do the cooking? Is this
okay.
a historic meeting or is the nothing ever happens crowd gonna win again?
Right.
Questions that we will all find out through watching a lot of people's analysis of events. Yes.
I noticed
And-
I watched some Mearsheimer, and Mearsheimer said the exact same thing I said. We were arguing last Tuesday about how this meeting would go. And to my embarrassment, Mearsheimer was saying all the same things I was saying.
Does that
So-
make you now think, okay, maybe I was wrong?
No, it makes me think maybe Mearsheimer's right. Now maybe
I see.
Mearsheimer knows what he's talking about.
Well, first of all, to be clear, we were not arguing about how this meeting would go because I think we were both on the side of not thinking a
it was
lot
going to go
gonna
well. Yes,
come
we
out
should
of
make
this
that
meeting.
clear. Yeah,
Yes.
we both thought
Yes.
this was not going to go.
The disagreement, we had two disagreements. One disagreement was on what additional leverage, if any, could Trump or the U.S. put on Russia.
That
And
was
then
the biggest disagreement, and Mearsheimer said Trump has no cards, basically.
Right, but he's a
Yeah.
huge Russia simp. So,
Oh, okay.
well, okay, maybe that's not fair. I don't think he's a Russia simp. I think he's a simp for the fact that he's been pointing the finger that he thinks, oh, America's been poking the Russia bear, and you shouldn't do that, and having a unipolar system isn't going to work. I mean, he's been kind of pushing that theory for like decades, kind of like the guy who sits at the corner who has the sign that says the end is coming. And they've been saying that for a long time. And then when the
And
end finally comes, they're
finally-
like, aha, I told you the end was coming. So I think that's what's going on with Mishmiser. But
Right.
the other, that actually wasn't our main disagreement. It kept getting conflated. Our main disagreement, at least my main disagreement, was on on Trump's messaging and whether it made sense to do what he was doing in his messaging before the meeting. Should he try to have a tougher tone on Putin going to the meeting, or should he try to have this sort of conciliatory tone, which is the tone he did have going into the meeting?
Yeah, and I think you thought he should have a tougher tone, and I mean, I don't really even. I'm kind of ambivalent on the tone thing. I do.
Well-
I do think. Look, I don't think a tough. Maybe we were disagreeing more than I remember, because I don't think him having a tough tone would be beneficial. I mean, it would be good politically, but I don't know that it would be good in getting a deal. So, and now that no deal has been gotten anyway, who cares, right?
Right.
He should have been tough. He should have taken the political win and been tough, and then it wouldn't look so bad since he didn't get a deal, right?
Well, I guess people would say, oh, it would depend, because I guess the counter to him being tough is if he's tough and then there's no deal and then he doesn't
Then they will
actually
blame him. You're right.
if he doesn't actually go through with whatever he said he was going to go through with, then people would say, oh, Trump tacoed, he chickened out, he didn't do anything, he talked tough, he did Obama, he put down a red line and then did nothing.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
Which I think, and that could be an issue too, that I didn't think about on Tuesday, which could be high in Trump's mind is, oh my God, I can't do the red line. Because it's interesting, Trump is he talks tough with every other world leader except for Putin. It seems like he was talking tough with Putin the last couple of weeks, which was a kind of a change of tone. So maybe the whole thing with Obama and the red line is very prominent in his mind.
yeah. He's like, I can't be a cuck like Obama. Oh my God.
Right.
And he knows he can't follow through with the red line. He just doesn't have it in him.
No, no. Well,
Bomb the
I don't.
shit out of Iran, right?
Right.
But
Yeah. Exactly. So a lot of people, and I give this a lot of thought because a lot of people have this idea, including people who have been in the Trump administration. They have this thought that Putin has some kind of blackmail material on Trump. And I was really thinking about like, okay, what do I think is the likelihood of that occurring? Scaramucci says this. He now Michael Wolff and I think Scaramucci also both claim that Steve Bannon thinks this to some extent too, though Steve Bannon has not publicly
yeah, he
said this.
hasn't said it.
Yeah, but they're
Everyone I've
claiming he
heard
said it.
say this has massive TDS, which is the
Well, that's
only
kind of the
like,
problem,
yeah,
right? Is that they're not exactly the most reliable narrators. So, but I was just thinking, like, okay, if this was just true, like just to hypothetically figure this out, if it was true that Putin had blackmail material on Trump and Trump knew that, would Trump be acting the way he's acting? And I think not. I
yeah,
think
I agree.
no,
Yeah, I was
because
thinking the same thing. You
it.
just slink away, right?
Well, I think there'd be one of two things that would happen because this is what we've seen a lot. We saw this kind of in this interaction, and we saw this at the interaction that Michael Wolff was talking about with Steve Bannon from years ago. Was that a lot of times Trump goes into these meetings with Putin, he's kind of very seemingly excited to talk to Putin. He's very like happy and friendly, and then after the meeting, he looks very tired or like annoyed. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and
Because the
I would think
sleepover isn't going well.
right, right. And I would think, okay, if Trump knows that Putin has blackmail material over him, and this would motivate Trump's behavior, I think that Trump would act in one of two ways. Either one, he would just be happy all the time around Putin because just totally faking it. So before the meeting, after the meeting, at all times, he's just faking this kind of happiness, right? Because he's like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, I don't want him to release blackmail material. Or two, he would just always be somewhat annoyed with Putin because he's like, I don't like that this guy has this stuff over me. I don't think you would see this like what looks to be like genuine excitement and happiness to talk to Putin, and then afterwards, like the sleepover is not going well phase. That doesn't make sense to me. Like that would make sense to me the first time when like, oh my God, the blackmail material came out. But then every other time, like Trump doesn't have, I'm assuming Trump doesn't have dementia. He would presumably remember how all the past meetings go, right? So it wouldn't make sense for that pattern to repeat itself if it was true that he had blackmail material.
Right, he'd get out of the pattern.
Right.
You
Right.
just
So
wouldn't.
I,
You'd fear any engagement whatsoever. You'd just be. You would hope the person didn't exercise whatever blackmail material they had
yes.
over you. So
Yes. Yes.
you would avoid all contact with them. You wouldn't be
You would,
screaming
yeah.
for a meeting and then having a huge smile when the sleepover began.
Yeah,
People are
maybe. So,
complaining that they're getting ads, so which I guess is my fault. I set up the stream, right?
oh,
I hit pause and it says resume ad in 9 minutes, so I gotta fix that.
okay. Yeah,
Guys,
you
we've
got to turn
heard
them
your
off.
screams and we're addressing it immediately.
Right. So I think I'm fully off of the Putin has blackmail on Trump theory. I think I'm fully
Oh, really?
dismissed of that. Yeah, I don't. I was always kind of like agnostic on it, and now I think I'm just fully. It doesn't make sense the way Trump's acting that would be the case.
Right. Okay. Putting your foot down. There is no
Yes.
blackmail material. Fuck
Yes.
you, Michael Steele.
Or if there is, Trump doesn't like know about it. Like it's not something that Putin's ever
What's a
directly been like, I've got like I don't think Putin's ever like, I've got the dossier and he's like waved it in front of Trump's face or like when Trump and Putin sit down for a meeting, I don't think Putin like waves his hand over and a guy like rolls a TV in and it's like the Trump key tape. Like I'm playing. Like I don't think
this
that happened.
this is a kind of a the tree falls in the woods situation though. If he
Right.
has if he hasn't told him about it, is it really blackmail material?
Exactly. Exactly. Right. Yeah.
Hmm.
Well
I
nowadays
guess it
too,
is
everyone would just
technically. So
everyone would just be like, oh, it's just AI, right?
yeah, you
Like
got the
it's
instant out.
yeah. I don't even know how blackmail material would work nowadays because it'd be so easy to fake anything.
Oh yeah.
We're in post blackmail, everyone. Anyway, so there's a bunch of videos that we want to watch that I'm gonna watch that we're gonna watch, including um there's a very interesting pre-interview that Trump gave with Brett Baer. Then there's obviously the talk itself. Then he has kind of an interesting. I didn't watch it, but you watched it. Maybe we'll watch it. The Sean Hannity interview that Trump gave after it, and then a bunch of different people's analysis of the conversation.
Yeah.
But first,
I
Adam
know.
sent me this video like
This is
like
definitely real.
an
Don't
hour
fucking
ago.
laugh at it, okay?
Okay. Now I got this video on my recommended and I looked at the title
Uh-huh.
and I just like, I'm not gonna watch. I don't have time to watch this. Right. The
And
title of
I
this,
looked at the title and I was like, this is the first thing I'm gonna watch.
if you're just listening, the title of this video is Russia sent a fake Putin to Alaska to meet Trump.
Why are you
Okay.
spoiling it? You're doing all the spoilers.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a spoiler here. Okay.
No, you can go ahead.
Right. No, so because we know, I think we all assume that Putin has body doubles and all these sorts of things. Now, I would assume he would have that for security purposes. We'll see. I don't know if I believe this theory here that the Putin that went to meet Trump is not the real Putin. I don't know if I believe this. Okay.
All
We'll
right.
see. We'll see
I
what the
think
evidence is from this gentleman.
I think I got the ads off too, so we're
Okay,
good.
perfect. Perfect. All right, ready?
Yeah, it's set up. Just hit play.
So I'm going to propose the theory that this was not the real Putin. Putin sent one of his body doubles to meet with Trump in Alaska. And just let me present the evidence. I know this is conspiracy. I don't have definitive proof. But I'm going to lay out to you my arguments why I don't think this is the real Putin. And the first being, he just made a lot of weird gestures and faces. This doesn't look like the head of a state when he makes all these weird faces.
Press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you.
So this Putin.
Now, to be fair, if someone was yelling, thank you, press, thank you, press, thank you, press to me again and again and again and again, or I just heard it, being shouted again and again, I would think I'd make that face too. I'd be like, what is happening?
Right.
Did someone, like this woman's brain break or something? She just keeps screaming the same thing. I understand she's trying to get like the people not ask questions, but it's very bizarre.
So what I hear you saying is you're taking Putin's side.
I'm taking Putin's
Putin's
side. Yes, yes.
I don't know. That didn't seem very Putin-like to me. So that seemed completely out of character for Putin.
Wasn't there like a video? He didn't make those faces. I'm pretty sure there was a video like years ago or a few years ago where Putin was in America or someplace and all the reporters were like shouting questions at him and he had like the same like what the
He
fuck's
made the
going
same
on?
face because it was
Yeah,
a
he
double. It was a
like
body double. He's been using
no,
this guy for years.
it was like he was just reacting to like, oh, American press, obviously in Russia, the press is afraid they're going to get thrown off a balcony.
We could get his DNA from this visit, right? They did a handshake.
Oh, okay.
I wonder if we have Putin's actual DNA from anyone. I wonder if anyone has his DNA.
If this was a double, I would assume that at some point in the meeting, someone would walk over to Trump and whisper in his ear, like, this is not Vladimir Putin. This is a double. Like, I think someone would be able to figure this out, right? In the government. If Trump himself couldn't figure it out.
Someone would be able to. But unfortunately, Trump fired that guy 6 months ago.
He got Doge cut. No, you fool.
Exactly.
He got rid of the body double body language.
The body double expert. Yeah. The body double
Doge
expert
people,
is gone.
Oh my God. The irony. Big Balls was looking over the budget and he's like, body double body language expert. What is this nonsense?
Bullshit. Cut.
Right. You know what? That's a great point. That's the problem.
He's gone. Let's look at the side-by-side pictures because this gets more convincing as we go.
Putin behaved a little bizarre, and the way he looks is just off to me. So let me present some evidence. This is Newsweek. Russian TV showing Putin in 2 places at once sparks body double claims. This has happened a couple times where Putin has been broadcast in 2 different Russian cities doing events, which normally is not possible if you're just one person. No question, Putin is using body double after the mutiny, according to a Russian analyst. This is kind of just accepted in Russia. People just assume in Russia that yes, Putin uses body doubles, and that's smart to protect the president because people are trying to kill him. You don't have to listen to me. Don't listen to my opinion. Listen to the opinion of Russians. This is Igor Girkin, also known as Igor Strelkov. He is a Russian army veteran and a former FSB officer who played a key role in the Russian annexation of Crimea. He then was in the Donbass War as an organizer for militant groups in the DPR. So this man is pro-Putin, pro-Russia. He wants to kill as many Ukrainians as possible. And he says on his program that Putin uses body doubles. This clip is from 2023. Putin had Igor Strelkov arrested for speaking freely. Girkin is now in jail. But this is what he said in 2023. The real Vladimir Putin on Christmas was alone in the Kremlin church. Alone. The priests were probably afraid of coming close to him. There was probably a sniper who warned he will shoot them if they come closer than 20 meters. This is the real Vladimir Putin, who, when they show him receiving ministers, he sits at one side of the table and looks at them from binoculars. Where are they? This is the real one. But one who is awarding others, hugging everyone, there are several of them, and who is making speeches. When I see an alleged Putin in the crowd, I immediately know I am seeing a double. And no one knows what this double says. He probably is just talking bollocks.
Okay, so he's speculating that Putin doesn't get close to anyone. He's just too paranoid. So anytime you see Putin glad-handing people, you know it's a fake Putin. And during this visit, Putin was, I mean, there was a lot of people around him. He let people get super close to him.
Yeah, I mean, supposedly he's a germaphobe. I don't know if he was a germaphobe before COVID. I remember during COVID, we see a lot of pictures of Putin like super far away from everybody. I don't know if he was always like that. And there's also the security concern, I guess, if he's always worried someone's going to take him out. And yeah, I mean, you see Trump, and Putin walk and shake hands, and then Putin goes into the big beast
gets
limo,
in his fucking car,
and they sit next
hasn't
to each other.
Sanitized.
Right.
Just give him a handy right there.
There you go. And I was wondering too, from Putin's perspective, because they have all this press there, like, how are they going to be? How are they going to be satisfied that no one's going to try to take Putin out? Like, there's not going to be some person who snuck in, right? I obviously America is going to really be very clamped down on security because they don't want that. Trump doesn't want that to happen. And that'd be really bad for him to have it on his watch.
On his watch, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'll link the clip down below in the event you speak.
What if? Okay, here's your idea for a show, Adam.
Mm-hmm.
It's the real Putin. Putin does get taken out by someone in America, some random assassin guy. But in Russia, there's a Putin body double that's still wandering around. And all the power brokers in Russia are now fighting for power, but they're like pretending the body double is the real Putin. And so so the body double has to try to maneuver the political situation of not getting taken out by one of the actual power brokers when they're all trying to get the body double to like be their sort of instrument of influence.
Interesting. It was like being there, but with Putin's body double.
Yes. I don't know what that is, but yes.
Being There is a great movie. You should check it out.
Russian, and you want to hear it from yourself. This is an FSB officer who was the most important man involved in the Donbass War between 2014 and 2022. And he says that Putin uses body doubles. This is what Putin looks like. The real Putin is pretty severe. He's somber. You can watch the video clips of him in his bunker. This is the speech in which he announced he was invading Ukraine. And the real Putin, he kind of coughs and clears his throat a lot. He also frequently will grip the table to stop his hand from shaking. And I don't know who this guy is. This guy did not have the same body language as the real Putin. And this guy genuinely seemed excited to meet Trump and to visit America. The real Putin has been to the United States numerous times, meeting with Obama, meeting with George Bush, attending G8 summits and UN General Assemblies. But this guy, the body double, has never met Trump and has never been allowed probably to leave the country until now. This was also a giveaway.
I mean, come on, listen. Who wants to go to some stuffy, boring G8 meeting with Obama, right? Or Bush? You want to go with Donald Trump? He's gonna make you laugh. He's gonna show you a good time. He's gonna talk, locker room talk, right?
Yeah, he's
gonna talk about,
trying to
all
engage
the.
him.
Gonna talk about all the girls he banged with Epstein, the secret friendship that they share, right? Maybe he shares a secret friendship with Putin.
People are still mourning the Epstein stories.
I'm just saying, maybe Putin's just excited to maybe their love is real. Okay, maybe he's just excited to hang out with Trump.
I mean, I'm convinced Putin is a serious person, especially in this very serious situation.
Well,
we need to go back to the Tucker Carlson interview. Is that the real Putin, or is that a double?
Well, he talked for like 3 hours about Russian history, so that's probably the real Putin.
The real Putin, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking.
That would be interesting to look at their faces, but I don't. Could it be, all right, from a strategic perspective, that Putin thinks, okay, I should show up and I should be like as excited and as friendly as possible. I want Trump to really, think that we're like good friends because he wants to weaken America's resolve on the issue. Like that would make sense for Putin to think that and to act that way.
Yes, yeah, it would. That's why you send your most cheery body double along.
Putin is physically incapable of acting that way, so he's like, get Ronald. He's always so chipper.
It's not respectable. Putin has to maintain his serious demeanor, his commanding demeanor, and this guy had no commanding demeanor at all.
Well, we'll watch the speech and we'll see, because I watched it once, but I didn't watch it with the eyes of like, is this a body double in my mind?
Look at this is good with the profile. The profiles look very different.
Okay.
When I saw the Putin double from this angle, one of the Putin versions has a very weak chin anytime he opens his mouth. So when Putin visited Mariupol, this was a photo op to say the city is doing great when the city has been destroyed. The Putin in that video was not the real Putin, because the real Putin is paranoid about being assassinated. So the real Putin has a much defined chin, I guess, whereas I think this is the body double that came to Alaska. Anytime he opens his mouth, his chin basically just vanishes. There's another Putin with a stronger jawline. In addition, their hair is also slightly different. But this is the real Putin, the guy sitting in the gold chair in the Kremlin, dictating to his servants. And this is the guy that Trump got to spend 3.5 hours with.
They look so different to me. They just look way, way different.
Well,
I mean, it's a close match, but it's just.
Wait, let's go back to this. Okay. So it's interesting. I want to find the source for that first image, because when I was looking at this video with Sam, she said that she thinks the first picture could be photoshopped. Like,
yeah, I was
like
thinking
he's
that.
giving some kind of public speech, and maybe they took an official picture, and he's in front of a blue background, so it'd be very easy to Photoshop to, give him a stronger chin and all this other, things you'd want to do to make him look better.
Oh, okay. So the Russian media basically has been chin doctoring him in pictures.
It's possible.
That is totally possible. Yeah.
Right. Oh, wait a minute. Putin. Okay, wait. This would be a good thing here. So I just found an article using reverse Google image search that is claiming that first picture is actually from 3 years before. So the little caption is lying when it says they're all from the same year.
Oh.
It's saying that's from 2020 and the other picture is from 2023.
And Putin didn't put his teeth in when he went to Sebastopol.
Well, there is, there are a lot of claims that Putin is sickly
Yeah, from Parkinson's.
from Parkinson's. Yeah. And actually, it's funny. I asked ChatGPT, I typed in ChatGPT, are there any treatments you take if you have Parkinson's that would alter your face shape? And it did say that there are certain treatments that you take with Parkinson's that could have your face swell because you retain water in the face.
Yeah, his face does look a bit swollen.
So I don't know. I don't personally find this convincing.
Okay.
Look at his ears. His ears look the same. Like the inside shape of his ears.
They're a little different.
I think it's just the lighting. They look pretty similar.
It looks like the double. It looks like the lobe is bigger.
Okay. Well, I do have like really bad visual memory.
The lobe area is much bigger. I mean, it is. Well, no. I mean, even at the top, the top right crease is much smaller over here. It's much wider over there. It could be the lighting.
Right.
It definitely could be a lighting situation, but I see enough differences in the ear. I know it's just the profile of the face. Obviously, that weak chin is just screaming there. But look, if this picture was taken if this could just be the product of aging, if it was years later.
Okay, I did find the article. So yes, the caption is lying. The original picture is from 2020.
Okay,
and the
3 years
subsequent
earlier.
picture is from 2023. So it's only 3 years, but if he's sickly or something, you could see something like that happening.
Right. Well, I think in the Sebastopol picture, this is a known body double.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is that interesting?
Well, that's what he said.
Well, that's what this guy said, yes.
Yeah.
So slightly different. But this is the real Putin, the guy sitting in the gold chair in the Kremlin, dictating to his servants. And this is the guy that Trump got to spend 3.5 hours with.
I mean, his lips look so much different there.
He's making a weird face.
Let's go back here.
The Putin in that video was not the real Putin, because the real Putin is paranoid about being assassinated, opens his mouth, but this is the real Putin.
No, he has kind of thin lips already.
Like, oh, look at these spider lips.
Putin,
yeah, look at
the guy sitting in the gold chair in the Kremlin, dictating to his servants. And this is the guy that Trump got to spend 3.5 hours with. This is the real Putin. This is the guy who showed up in Alaska.
Listen, I'm like visually like a visual retard. Okay, I can't even picture the apple, but I'm looking at these pictures. They look the same to me. I don't know. I
bring up the apple picture.
I can't do the
Sitch
apple.
Can't tell the difference.
I can't tell
between 1 and 5.
That's true. Yeah, they both look exactly the same.
Can you tell the difference between twins? I can always spot the difference. Twins, whenever anyone says, "Oh, they're identical twins," I'm like, "Well, they're close," but I wouldn't call them identical.
Well, okay, I don't have that skill, so if you have this magic, if this is one of your magic skills to tell the difference between identical twins, then I'll trust your instincts on the Putin body double.
He went into a 6-on-6 meeting miles and miles from home, where he has no natural immunity to the germs in Alaska. Right?
He saw War of the Worlds and he's like, okay, I'm not gonna let those germs get me.
He knows how risky it is.
Right. Interesting.
The real Putin is a germaphobe. He still, in the year 2025, makes people go through COVID-19 isolation procedures before they're allowed to get within 3 feet of him. When Putin meets with his own ministers, they sit 30 feet away. Putin comes in
Well, they're all in the line of succession, so it makes sense. He wants to keep them 30 feet away, right? All of them are gunning for his job.
Separate door than the people who serve him. because he doesn't allow anyone to get within knifing distance of his back. This is his central bank chief, this is his defense minister, and this is how he conducts meetings, because he's so paranoid about being assassinated. So the fake Putins, they're the ones that go on these stupid dictator public relations events. On the way to flying to Alaska, this Putin stopped in Magadan to tour a omega-3 supplement facility. And if you were the leader of a nation in which you've taken over 1 million casualties, you've lost over 10,000 tanks and a third of your strategic bomber fleet, would you really spend time touring an omega-3 supplement factory? In addition, while the fake Putin was in
Yes, omega-3s are important. Listen, I'm against this. I think this is crack. I think this is crank. I'm taking a strong stance, okay? I'm going to say that this is the real Vladimir Putin, that there was no body double. I think this is all absurd, and I think he did enjoy a tour of the omega-3 facility.
Putin is going on this important diplomatic mission, and he's like, well, let's make a couple stops along the way. What do you think? Let's go tour some factory.
Yes. Well, what would be the point of sending the body double there? Like, why would you even do that?
It just it makes it seem less likely that it's Putin.
Yeah, but why would you want to signal that? Like, that wouldn't make sense. You don't want to signal to everyone that it's not you.
So it's more likely that Putin actually did that?
Right. You would be like, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Okay.
It doesn't make any sense that he did it.
No, what do you mean?
It doesn't make any sense that he's touring
like
a factory.
Kim Jong-un fucking, he likes to go to these weird factories where they make plastic or tubes or whatever, and he just stands around looking at shit. It's classic dictator move.
Who are these guys?
Go to a factory and look at things made.
Who are these guys standing next to him? Are those his bodyguards?
Oh, look, and I just Googled it. Okay. It says omega-3 is suggested to reduce, slow down, and possibly alleviate symptoms of Parkinson's
disease.
Bam! It all comes back, baby.
Right. So he sent the body double out to investigate the factory to make sure.
This is the omega-3 facility where he gets his omega-3 capsules for his Parkinson's treatment.
Wow.
He wanted to check it out while he was on the way over to Alaska. It's like, I'm going to pop on down while I'm going by.
Hasn't he denied that he has Parkinson's?
Yeah, but...
Well, don't you think stopping by an omega-3 factory would be...
I don't think that's...
a suspicious move?
Well, I don't... What is more logical? He has Parkinson's and he's hiding it, and he goes to the omega-3 facility, or he has a body double that he, for some reason, is like, you should stop by the omega-3 facility first for some unexplained reason and take a tour.
Right. Wow.
Strategic bomber fleet, would you really spend time touring an omega-3 supplement factory? In addition, while the fake Putin was in Alaska...
Okay, here, I'll do you a solid. Even though I don't believe this. The reason Putin sent the body double to the omega-3 facility, okay, is because that Putin body double was rusty. And he's like, you need to like practice being me before you go to the main event. So they sent him to
that's like
perfect. That's bullshit
perfect.
Little event to get him like back, like, oh, he's back in the action, right? Before he goes to meet Trump.
You got to get back in the zone. Stop making those silly faces.
Exactly.
Go to this factory and don't make any silly faces.
Right. It didn't work super well, but
that makes perfect sense.
Yeah. I still don't believe this, by the way. I think this is completely insane.
Get him back in action. I can't believe you buy that Putin was really in Alaska. To me, that seems the crazier notion.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Well, it's interesting. It would explain potentially, and we'll see it. When Trump first went and met Putin, he seemed very happy. After the meeting, he seemed not so happy. And we all assumed, well, that was because, whatever they talked about, Trump didn't really get out of the meeting what he wanted to get out of the meeting. But alternatively, okay, if in the meeting he's all happy because he thinks it's Putin, then in the middle of the meeting, someone walks by and whispers like, that's a body double, that's not Putin. that would explain why his mood sours, and that would also
I
explain
can't believe this.
that would
You're
also
totally
explain
talking yourself into it.
that would also explain why they didn't have any questions afterwards, because they don't trust the Putin buy double to answer any of his questions.
Right. And it's why Trump's ducked out so soon.
Yes.
He's like,
I don't
"Fuck
believe this. I still don't believe this. I'm just saying
It all
these are
makes
the arguments
perfect sense.
that you could make. I don't believe it. I think it was actually Putin. This is just for a fun little exercise. All right.
A fun little exercise.
Yes. I think it's funny. I think it's
In
funny.
reality, a fun little exercise in how the world really works.
Mm.
Everyone knows he uses body doubles, so why would you think this is any exception? And look, if it is a body double, oh my God, Trump is such a fool. Trump is such a fool.
Well, if it's a body double, Trump would not tell everyone it's a body double, right?
No, obviously he tried to play it along. He
Right.
tried to string everyone along because he'd think, oh, this would make me look like a fool on the national stage.
Yes.
Putin totally snubbed me.
Yes.
Putin sent a fake Putin. Trump should have sent a fake Trump. They could have a fake.
To get the guy from South Park episode, right?
Oh, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
That would be amazing. They snub each other. Holy shit.
He drove to a local cemetery. This was during World War II. Soviet pilots lost their life while shipping stuff under the Lend-Lease Act between Alaska and the Far East. So Putin wanted to attend one of the grave sites of these Soviet pilots who were buried in Alaska.
I mean, he'd be so easy to kill here and just make it look like an accident. You just get a big
He just trips and falls into an open grave. What do you mean? How would it be an accident?
You get a giant animatronic moose, and the moose just has like mad cow. He runs through and just gores him and runs off into the woods.
Who let this crazy moose?
Yeah, exactly.
To the Alaskan cemetery.
Our military has technology like that. They have the fucking robot moose. And then we just say, oh my God, it was a freak accident.
So the moose like gores Putin and then it kills him and then runs off, right? Because if they shot it, you'd be like, this is a robot moose.
No, the military could come in and say, look, we're going to take care of that moose. And they could just drop one of those bunker busters on him and be like, we got the moose.
They kill all the witnesses.
Yeah,
they had to drop a bunker buster on the moose. They killed Putin.
Well, look, it's just a robot moose. They got another one. So they could just take the moose out. And then the storyline would be crazy diseased moose gores Russian dictator. And suddenly there's peace in Ukraine.
This feels like a plot line to
why would Putin take a risk on
I don't
that,
think
of
all
happening?
The things he's worried about, I don't think a wild animatronic moose
but look
is on the list. I don't think it's the top 10. I don't think it's the top 100.
If it's look, if that actually happens, though, follow me here. If that actually happens, then it would be an accident. There would be nothing could be done.
No
about
one
it, right?
would. That's the worst. That's the most obvious. Oh, if there's a wild moose, just run straight for Putin. No, like there's like a million guards
let's
behind
say
him. You see all the guards. Nobody takes out a gun.
Let's say you could come up with a more plausible accident, but it still looks like an accident. That's what Putin is risking. Putin is risking some accident, some freak accident happening.
This is what I think you'd actually be concerned of. Okay, you'd be concerned. You'd be concerned of what Putin does, which is that they poison you.
Yeah, exactly.
With some kind of slow-acting poison that doesn't take effect for like 48 hours, so you're already back in Russia and you start dying of the poison.
Yes.
Right?
Why would you take that risk?
Because Trump's your buddy.
The moose is more interesting, though. I mean, obviously,
Trump is your buddy.
Let's be real here. It's Trump. The moose would be more theatrical. Poison would be boring. He'd go home and die in his bed. The moose people would be talking about. Everyone would forget Epstein simultaneously. They'd be talking for years about this animatronic moose.
That is a good point. No one.
Well, first, nobody knows. Nobody knows the moose is animatronic. Okay, they all think it's a real moose. A real crazed moose.
Okay.
You seen the movie Cocaine Bear? You can put cocaine all over its nose.
Oh, right.
All over its snout. Yeah, it'd be great.
A moose. See, this is why Trump has to build the border wall. Okay. A
Mhm.
moose somehow got into some sort of Mexican cocaine that had been smuggled to Canada,
There you
and
go.
it crossed the Alaskan border.
Exactly.
And it caused this national tragedy.
It'd be so easy just for a moose to run through here. Look at how it's wide open. Nobody's even close to him. They would be blindsided by it.
They would be if a moose started charging. Through and rampaging through. I do think people would be, pretty blindsided by that. That'd be
they wouldn't have done anything.
Okay.
But do you really think the real Putin would risk his life
Hell no.
to go to a cemetery in Alaska to lay flowers at the grave of a World War II pilot?
Especially in moose
He's
territory.
fighting a war in which Ukrainian intelligence is trying to assassinate him. So I don't know who this guy was, but he's...
Yeah, you said before the stream, obviously the Americans wouldn't let anything happen to him. But if Ukrainians had a shot at him, I mean, they would take it, right?
Yeah, of course.
If some Ukrainian was in Alaska, they could kill Putin and throw themselves on the mercy of America. Say, yeah, I did it. Here I am. Arrest me.
Yeah, but how?
A sniper?
I'm just saying. I'm assuming they had pretty good security.
There was 2 snipers that shot at Trump. What the fuck?
Well, there's one. The other one didn't get a shot. Didn't get the shot, right?
Right.
And that was before Trump was even president. Wasn't
Ukrainian sniper in Alaska?
Okay.
They
Now look at
smuggled
Trump's
a bunch
face.
of drones into Russia to attack Russia on Russian soil. They
They
can't
have the
smuggle
little
some...
like EMP shield, so the drones can't enter the area, right?
We're gonna find out in 10 years that there were snipers in Alaska. They just didn't get a shot. They didn't get a clean shot.
Well, that could definitely be true. Is that there were people that tried to attempt that? I wouldn't be surprised.
If I'm Putin, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, Alaska? It's the sniper's alley? Come on.
Look at Trump's face there. He's like, this
Yeah,
guy is
someone
not
just
playing a
told him.
convincing Putin.
Yeah, someone just told him that's not the real Putin.
Yeah.
Trump is pissed. And this guy is going, oh, look, I thought I was perfect.
That's the face I imagine Trump had when he was at the Kanye dinner and someone just walked over and whispered into his ear about Nick Fuentes.
Yeah.
That's the face I imagine Trump was making.
Yeah, that guy's a Nazi.
It's like, oh, God.
He's not the real Putin. And I kind of think Trump knows it. I kind of think Trump knows that the real Putin didn't get off the plane. And rather than be embarrassed, rather than making a big deal, Trump is just going to lie and say everything was great. Trump is saying this meeting was a 10 out of 10. Could not be any more productive.
Oh, this guy has a little bit of TDS. I'm just warning you.
This guy does not like Trump at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He goes full
Right.
conspiracy. This isn't the conspiracy part.
Oh, this whole thing isn't the conspiracy part. Okay.
It gets a little more conspiracy brain towards the end, but this part is the compelling part.
So the White House confirmed that Trump's one-on-one with Putin wasn't going to happen. Instead, it was going to be a 3-on-3 with Witkoff and Rubio, and then Lavrov and one other Russian with the body double.
One more point, and then we'll stop the video. We can go on to whatever you want to watch next. So, just this point about Lavrov, because obviously, if it's a Putin double, he's got zero power, right?
Sure.
His job is to die via assassination attempt.
Right.
The reason why the body double was not allowed to be alone with Trump is because Lavrov was in charge. Lavrov, this is Putin's actual trusted advisor, was the real power. He was the one actually talking to and coming to agreements with Trump. The body double was just there in the meeting talking gibberish. I'm sure he's a amicable guy who wants to engage in small talk, and he probably has a pretty good life being Putin's body double. But as far as making decisions or coming to agreements, I'm sure the body double in this meeting was deferring to Lavrov every single time, and Trump could tell. Trump could pick up on it that Putin wasn't actually saying anything that made sense, not offering any real deals, and wasn't capable of negotiating anything. And this isn't the first time that Trump has been fooled by the Russians. This clip is incredible. This clip is from 1988, and a Gorbachev impersonator came to New York City, and they were able to convince Donald Trump that this was the real Gorbachev. So Donald Trump came rushing downstairs to meet him, excited that the Soviet premier wanted to meet Donald Trump.
Okay, we don't have to watch the clip.
If it's, the 80s and some bald white guy with the big birthmark on his head tells you he's Gorbachev, who's going to say he's not, right?
Look at you going to bat for Trump.
Who's going to say, that's...
Trump is like, oh my God, Gorbachev is wandering around the streets of Manhattan.
He's got a crowd around him, okay? I feel like it's much easier to trick, if you have such a distinctive, something about you so visually distinctive, like Gorbachev, if you don't know, he has the giant birthmark on his head. That's all anyone's going to look at. They're just going to stare at that the whole time they're talking to you, right?
Well, it's not really fair either, because Trump is obviously an opportunist, and Trump meets Gorbachev in the streets of Manhattan is going to capture some headlines the very next day. And Trump knows that. So he's like, oh yeah, even if it's an impersonator, as long as you can fool the papers, which they're pretty easy to fool, right?
Right.
So he could just be taking advantage of the press.
I still say I don't think it was an impersonator. I still think it was...
What is your evidence? You haven't shown any evidence.
But my evidence
that was the real Putin
is my gut.
Okay.
That it seems silly. It seems a very silly thing to be Putin. I mean, to be an impersonator.
Right.
Well, okay, here. How about this? Bring up the clip I sent you that shows Putin having the weird leg spasm.
Okay, I can do that.
Because, and even this guy said it, there is this claim that a lot of people think that Putin, the real Putin, has Parkinson's or some other health issue. And so supposedly this is a video from this meeting, and you see he's doing weird stuff with his legs. Is he stretching his legs because he's been sitting down, or is he doing a weird Parkinson shake? I don't know. You tell me.
He's doing a weird... I am Putin's body double, and I'm so nervous that Trump might figure out that I'm not really the real Putin.
You think that's what's going on?
Yeah, it seems just like nervous energy to me.
Okay.
It doesn't seem...
Are you playing it?
It sounds like you don't like that answer.
Are you
I'm
showing
it?
Are you playing the video for people?
Hell yeah, I'm playing it.
Okay.
Right here.
I don't know. It's weird.
Putin's body double nervously trying to play it off. He's like, oh, Trump's giving me the evil eye.
Okay.
Not only that, look, your job is to take a bullet for Putin. So that's got to make you constantly
He's worried
nervous,
at any second someone's going to... That's why he made that face when all the reporters were crowding around him. He's like, this is the moment. Someone's going to jump out.
This is it, exactly. Where are the Ukrainian shooters, right?
Yes.
Where are the snipers at?
I don't believe it. I think that was the real Putin. I'm going to stand by my vibes.
Who's the guy with the giant man purse? What's that all about? Or is that the nuclear football? Holy shit. That's a big, that's a ultimate man purse, right?
You think he's like, I'm meeting Putin, bring the nuclear football.
Well, they have to bring the nuclear football anywhere the president goes. So it's there somewhere.
I don't think
I don't know that that's a nuclear
in a little leather handbag.
that's why he's so nervous, because he's like, oh my God, the nuclear codes are right there. I could just grab them and run.
That would be a power move, right? You're meeting some foreign leader of another country, and you're like, here, this is Chuck. He's the guy that holds the nukes.
Yeah, holds the codes.
That I could at any moment tell him to start firing.
Let's just be honest here. If that's not the nuclear football, that is the gayest bag anyone has ever brought to one of these summits. That's true. That's full blown. That's San Francisco gay.
That is true. You're there with Trump and Putin. You got to project strength, okay?
Right. Yeah. Leave your handbag. Leave your 25-gallon handbag.
It should have been a fatigue tactical bag, obviously.
Yeah.
Very masculine. Okay.
Look up what
Enough of that.
Okay, what's next?
Okay, let's watch.
Back to serious matters.
Here's
Back
my
to
interview. Here's
actual
my
serious
interview with.
I mean, that was a lot
Here's
of
my-
fun.
It was fun. Oh, you should do a poll. Okay.
On
Do a
whether or
poll.
not the cocaine moose could
No.
take out.
Do a poll. Do a poll. Who thinks it
Oh yeah, that's a good
was-
idea. Is it a body double or not?
Right,
Yeah,
right.
definitely. We'll put the poll up. We'll let
Yes.
you guys decide.
You decide.
Obviously, you'll make Sitch look terrible if you think it actually was a body double.
The choices should be
wink, wink.
the choices should be it was not a body double, Adam is crazy. Or it
Okay,
is a body double, Sitch is crazy.
There we go.
There
Was
you go. Those are
it a body double in Alaska? Was it a
Yes.
Putin body double?
right. Okay.
All right.
So this is interesting. This is a interview that Trump gave before meeting with Putin to Brett Baer here. So
Interview
Okay,
with
this
President Trump recorded on Air Force One during the trip here from Washington, a trip that started early this morning at Joint Base Andrews.
let me skip past all this horrible sound. Jesus.
Yeah, terrible.
Yeah, very severe. Thank you very much, everybody.
You like doing those things?
It's almost like a competition. It's like winning at golf. You know, they're coming in. Every question is a kill. They hope you're going to make a mistake. They're looking, and they had a field day with Biden. That's why he didn't do it.
But you're making a news there?
I don't think so. Nothing. I always go out. I say, is there breaking news? In other words, when I leave, if there's breaking news, that's a bad thing. That means they got me on something. Let's go.
After you.
He's a good golfer, everybody.
We started after a short break for a call with a world leader in the president's office on board. You just had me in the office here, and you had a phone call with the leader from Belarus, Lukashenko, and you talked about this meeting. Can I ask you what he told you about the possibilities?
Well, I really called him to thank him. He released 16 prisoners, and it was a very nice thing. They've been trying to get these 16 people out for a long time. Biden was obviously unable to do it. Even other countries, because it's not just Americans. And he was great. He let them out, and I just called to thank him. And believe it or not, there's about 1,300 more, and I think he'll let them out too at some point in the very near future.
And what about his thoughts about this meeting that you're going to in Alaska?
He was very positive about it. He's friends with President Putin, as you know, very, very close neighbors. And they work together. And he thinks that President Putin wants to make a deal. He wants to stop this horrible killing. He mentioned it himself. He said it's a horrible situation. And he said he has great respect for me and for the country, but he didn't have a lot of respect for our country under a certain different leader. And I can understand that because nobody else did either.
So what are your expectations? I mean, is the goal of this meeting?
I mean, I just cringe that he's still bringing up Biden.
He brings it up constantly. He's brought him up twice already.
Why? God, it's so jealous ex-girlfriend vibe to me. Does it strike you the same way, or is it?
No, it does. It does. I'm trying to think of it from like, I'm trying to put on my Scott Adams brain for a second and be like, is there some persuasion argument you could make where it's actually like very persuasive for people or for his base for him to constantly talk about this? I mean, I would assume if you're like a big Trump fan, you would be like, yeah, fuck Biden. Maybe, but
You could say fuck Biden without doing it this way.
well, you can't really just come out and say fuck Biden when you're president, right? It's a little too uncouth even for Trump.
It
But
just
he always does this where he's like, I talked to all these people and all these people told me how much Biden sucks. Like it's kind of like he's saying he keeps doing this like appeal to authority. Interesting, even though he's the president, appeal to other people's authority. All the people around him keep telling him how much Biden sucks. So therefore, like, you should believe it.
I figured out what I don't like about it. There's an air of America you fucked up in it. It's not
Okay.
just about Biden. It's about America.
I
You
see.
fucked up.
Interesting.
Yeah. You let this happen.
To me, it seems whenever he brings it up, it seems very petty because it's kind of like the nursing the grudge that he lost the re-election against Biden.
He didn't lose. He didn't lose,
exactly.
Sitch.
And then I wonder if it's even worse for Trump because Biden dropped out, so he never actually got to beat Biden, right? Like maybe if Biden hadn't dropped out and he had beat Biden, he would feel better. Like he's like, he stole the election from me, but then I came back and I got revenge. But now it's like he's the one that got away. He never got
that
his shot.
Geriatric motherfucker was out of commission a year into his presidency.
True. That's true.
Imagine that.
Right.
You got beat by a corpse.
Yes.
Sad.
America preferred the corpse over Kamala's laugh. Just let that sink in.
In Alaska to walk away with a ceasefire?
So when you talk about deals, it's all I do. My whole life I do deals. You never know. You don't like to have too many expectations. You want it because you have to weave and bob, and you don't know what's going to happen. But we're going to go and find out. I'd like to see a ceasefire. I wouldn't be thrilled.
I'm getting so sick of this too. This is all just performative. This whole I'm a guy who does deals. That's just a brand. What's like the big deal that he's done? He saved the ice skating rink in New York City.
You're talking about deals he's done as president or deals he did before president?
Just any deal. Name a deal. Name a big fucking deal that you're like, oh my God.
Right.
I guess
he made a deal to be the host of a TV show.
That was a good deal. Yeah. He did the Abram Accords. That was a good deal. Yeah.
Right. Even though, I mean, he personally didn't do it.
He
Jared and I forget the other guy's name.
Yeah. And more the other guy, not even Jared.
Right. It was really the other guy. I guess he would say that he did the deal that got Israel and Iran to stop fighting
by bombing Iran.
Well, afterwards, when he said they don't know what the fuck they're doing, right? That was,
right.
He would say that he stopped some kind of Rwanda genocide or something, Congo genocide, supposedly.
I don't like this because it's not. It's Trump, I think, is moving towards he just wants to get any deal done. So he can say, I got a deal.
Right.
Even if it's a fucking shit deal.
If I didn't get it, but everyone says, you're not going to get the ceasefire. It'll take place on the second meeting. The second meeting is going to be but I'm not going to be happy with that. So we'll see what happens. I'm going to be, I won't be happy if I walk away without some form of a ceasefire. Now, I say this.
We'll see.
Okay, so he's super unhappy now.
This is interesting, and this is part of why I thought this interview is interesting. So going into this meeting, very tough on, I want a ceasefire. I don't want this to be just a first meeting. I don't even know if I really want there to be a second meeting. I want to walk away with this with something tangible.
Yeah, he saw this as free money. He thought, look, I can go in there and I can get Putin to stop killing people. And then I come out looking great. I'm a lifesaver. I've saved all of these lives. And that just didn't ever materialize.
Right.
So now it's almost as if he's responsible for taking those lives.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
Well, I think optically, it's easy to go that far. You said you would stop this on day one. How many people have died? Oh my God, it's all your fault.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Some people could say that. I don't think that's fair because, it's not like he's, it's Putin's fault. It's not Trump's fault. Unless...
I think it's fair because Trump said he could stop it on day one. He obviously has the power, and he's not.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
He's withholding his power.
Right.
Why is he doing that, Sitch? We all know he's magnanimous and invincible.
Well, I don't know. That's part of the debate is that some people think, including yourself, that he doesn't really have any power to stop the situation.
No, I don't think he does either, but I do think a lot of people do think he does.
I see. So to be clear, you don't think he has any responsibility for people dying over there. You're just saying if you think he does have the power to stop it and doesn't.
This is a total Jank argument. Jank always says this. Oh, they had the bully pulpit. The president can do anything. All he has to do is give a speech and pound the table and things will happen.
Mm-hmm.
I am not a believer in that.
No, no.
That bully pulpit has all the power. I don't think Trump does have a lot of power in this situation. I was saying that last Tuesday when we talked about this, but
Mhm.
I do think a lot of people think he does have that kind of power, and the fact that this is not happening. And he's still like, oh man, in one of these interviews he says now it's up to Zelensky.
Yes.
I was like, what the fuck? Really? Really?
He's really trying to run away from this, to distance himself from this. I mean, and you're right. He wants and we've said this for months. He wants this to be resolved as quickly as possible. He feels like it's just this thing looming over his entire presidency. And I think it is making him depressed because the more he engages with, the more he realizes that there's very little, I think, that he could do to change the situation without extreme force, which he doesn't want to take because a lot of people, would not be in favor of that.
I've been watching a lot of coverage on this just because it's fascinating. And I mean, even Fox News is kind of brutal with him. So,
yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's,
I have that clip. It's kind of
and they've been running a bunch of polls. And it's funny because I do also remember arguing with you on Tuesday about Trump saying what he's saying about the people dying to move public opinion in MAGA, move public opinion among the Republicans.
It's working.
And it worked. It fucking worked. The argument that I made that
Yeah.
Trump was doing something intelligent, we can argue on whether or not he was doing it deliberately or just accidentally lucked into it. But it has worked. Now they're like, oh yeah, we got to support Ukraine. People are
You're saying
dying over there.
So there was polling that showed that more Republicans were in favor of helping stop the war. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
There was, I think it was 87% of Republicans thought that Putin was a brutal dictator and thought he should fuck off and die. That's not how they worded the poll, obviously.
There's a clip we'll watch. Right. There's a clip we'll watch. It's very interesting. It was a Fox News clip. They have some Republicans on, including some Republican senators, I think. And it's very interesting how the mainstream right Republican opinion on this issue seems to be completely at odds with the internet right opinion.
Yeah.
And this is always important for you guys to remember when you're trying to like figure out what's going on here, because the internet right would be very fine. They've been demonizing Zelensky for years now. They'd be totally fine, I think, just saying, fuck Ukraine. We don't give a shit what happens to Ukraine, whether either because we just don't want to spend money or because we just don't like Ukraine for whatever reason. I think most people on the internet right would be totally fine just letting Ukraine stand there with their dick flapping in the breeze. But when I was listening to a lot of the mainstream right talk on Fox News and other like more mainstream sources, it's very different. It's very like the left is saying, oh, Trump is going to sell out Ukraine. He's going to be weak. He's going to be pathetic. And all the right is saying Trump is going to be strong. He's going to put Putin in his place. He's going to show American strength, like blah, blah, blah. Like they have they have like a more like classic conservative attitude about this situation than the internet right does.
I think so much of that is the age gap.
It's 100%. Yeah.
I think a lot of the people online are obviously much younger. They're all in their 20s. They're the people who'd be out there fighting that war if America put boots on the ground. And obviously
that's a good point. Yeah.
They're more skeptical of that kind of involvement. And the older people are like, I'm not going to war, but we should definitely send some young boys over there and put this guy in his place.
Yeah.
So,
and it's also, I think that's a good point. And it's also that most older Republicans, they're still in the mindset of like the neocon era, because that was their entire life, or most of their life, from starting from Ronald Reagan until Trump. That's sort of the way that they identified as being Republican, where a lot of young Republicans now, or young people on the right now, just have a completely different worldview, different completely way of looking at America and all these situations.
Peace through strength. Where have I heard that before?
Right, exactly.
But look, is it peace through? If you're going to put boots on the ground, it's no longer peace. Right?
No. Right. Well, to be clear, I don't think the average Republican voter would be in favor of putting boots on the ground. I'm pretty sure there's polling that agrees with that. I don't think
Right.
I don't think the average American wants that. at
They
all.
want to send weapons. Big
Yeah, but they'd be
weapons.
fine with sending weapons
Yeah.
or selling weapons to Ukraine or
Right now,
else.
that's exactly what's happening. We're
think
selling weapons to Europe, and Europe is selling them or giving them to Ukraine.
Yes. I believe there was some polling that said 50% of Americans strongly or somewhat support secondary sanctions. That'd be sanctioning countries that buy Russian oil. Only 20% oppose it. And then 30% are ambivalent or unsure. So the majority of Americans in this poll, this is from June, do support putting secondary sanctions on Russia or countries that are dealing with Russia.
Yeah. There's mixed opinions on that.
Right.
A lot of people think the secondary sanctions will just drive China and India closer to Russian arms.
Shockingly, my dad, who really hates Trump, and maybe this is why, because Trump had floated this idea. I was very shocked to hear my dad say he was against the secondary sanctions. I was like, really?
Really? Wow. Okay.
Wow. Maybe it's just because Trump had floated the idea. I don't know.
The beginning.
Well, I've
this
heard a
is
lot of
really
people say they won't work. So
Right.
setting the table today. We're going to have another meeting if things work out, which will be very soon. Or we're not going to have any more meetings at all, maybe ever.
But don't you sense that Putin comes to this table maybe in an economic pinch, and that maybe the things you've already done have put him in an economic pitch? Is there an economic side to this?
Look, there's Fox News. They had the clip of the body double at the omega-3 factory.
yeah, they're doing it.
As Russia hoping to open up to the world.
Well, he lost an oil client, so to speak, which is India, which was doing about 40% of the oil. China, as you know, is doing a lot. And others have another few countries. And if I did what's called a secondary sanction or a secondary tariff, it would be, very devastating from their standpoint. If I have to do it, I'll do it. Maybe I won't have to do it.
He's coming, though, with the thought that maybe there's going to be a deal on the economy. He's coming with businessmen and...
Yeah, they're bringing a lot of people. Over 500 people are coming. A lot of them are businessmen. And what they really would like to do is, look, we built in a short period of time the greatest economy ever. I had the 4 greatest years ever as an economy, and this is going to blow it away. We're doing well. We were a dead country, and I say this often. I'll say it loud and clear. We were a dead country a year ago, a dead country, not respected by anybody. We had inflation at levels that we had never had before. They say 48 years. I say it was worse than ever before.
So if you were to paint a picture of what perfect looks like coming out of Alaska today, what does that look like in your mind?
Look, it's not for me to negotiate a deal for Ukraine, but I can certainly set the table to negotiate.
Look at that. Totally backing off there. He would have never said that during the campaign.
No, obviously not. But to be fair, I don't have a problem with it saying that is true. Ultimately, Ukraine has to agree to fight or to not fight anymore. It's not up to Trump to make that determination. I don't have a problem with that statement.
Yeah, you're right. Ukraine should just lay down all their weapons and give their country over to Putin.
What?
I think Ukraine would immediately stop fighting if the Russians stopped fighting them. If the Russians retreated, they would fucking stop.
Yeah, no, obviously, right. But I'm saying is that it's up to Ukraine and the Ukrainian people to make the determination about what kind of deal they're willing to accept, if any. It's not really America
to stop the fighting,
right? Because they're the ones being attacked. They're the ones being invaded. So
I don't think either side is going to accept anything other than victory.
Well, I think that both sides are going to ask for things that neither side wants to give.
Right.
And I don't think there's going to be enough daylight between the two that they can even come to any sort of agreement yet. And that's sort of the problem with this whole situation.
Russia, the point I'm trying to make is Russia is not in an existential threat here. Ukraine is.
Yeah.
So I don't see how you can make a deal with the existence of your country. So If they want to talk about some land exchange, but all of those exchanges are just basically a setup for Putin to regroup and come
Probably.
back stronger.
I don't think this would be offered, but just theoretically, if they said, okay, we'll give us some land exchange, give us, some big chunk or the entirety of Donetsk or whatever, Russia's asking for. And they said, but flip side, Ukraine can join NATO.
Yeah.
That would be like, I don't think that would happen, but that would be an interesting thing. I think they could maybe
Done
take
deal.
an agreement
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah, they would. Definitely, they would take that. NATO's never going to go for that, though, because NATO is under the impression Russia's going to invade again, and then they're going to be on the hook.
Well, it would be a strong signal, though. To me, that'd be the strongest signal that Putin would not invade again, because he doesn't want to fight NATO. That'd be so retarded. Like if the goal was to invade again, then he would never accept or offer those terms in the first place.
Nobody thought he wanted to fight Ukraine either.
Well, that's fair, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, he did. Well, they did at the end. Obviously, he'd been massing troops on the border for months. But...
Just for a military exercise.
Of course, of course, of course.
It's all innocent.
Right.
We're training our moose.
Negotiate the deal. And our next meeting will have President Zelensky and President Putin and probably me. I'd like to focus on...
That's not happening, right? Zelensky's meeting Trump at the White House tomorrow, which... Sitch.
Well, the last time didn't go so well, obviously.
I know.
Will JD Vance be allowed in the room, in the meeting? That's the real question. Hope not. But it's not just going to be him, though. It's going to be him and a bunch of European leaders, too. So maybe hopefully that will make things
chill Trump out.
A little softer.
JD's not invited?
Well, he hates all those European leaders, too. So hopefully he's not invited.
What I don't hear you saying is thank you.
Yes.
Doing our country, but, I get these interruptions. I've solved 6 wars in 6 months when you think about it. And that's from Pakistan to India. That was going to be a terrible one. Planes being shot down. That was getting ready to flare.
Those are the deals, Adam. See? 6 wars in 6 months. That's impressive.
Wars nobody ever heard of, right?
Well, I mean, I remember India and Pakistan. Now, I don't know how...
That was a war that was a weekend.
It was just a weekend excursion, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then nuclear powers and so many others. And,
Armenia, Azerbaijan, Congo, Rwanda. In fact, did you see that Hillary Clinton yesterday said that if you got this deal done and not capitulate to Putin, that she would nominate you for the Nobel Peace Prize?
If President Trump were the architect of that, I'd nominate him for a Nobel Peace Prize.
Well, that was very nice. I may have to start liking her again. I will say this. This is a...
Didn't she sound sarcastic? Like it's not going to happen? Like,
well, she doesn't think it's going to happen because they didn't play the clip. In the full clip, she adds like a lot of stipulations. If he,
she's like, it's never going to happen in a million years.
Right.
It's so insane that
if he can get a peace agreement without any sort of giving up any land to Russia, then she would nominate. Which, that's true. I mean, everyone should. If Trump could negotiate that deal, I would say, wow, that was like some masterful deal making right there. But we're all skeptical, obviously.
I heard this interview without the clip, and I immediately thought, oh, yeah, Hillary Clinton is saying there's no way he's going to get a deal.
She doesn't believe it. Yeah. She doesn't
the
think
impetus
it's possible.
by what she's saying. Yeah.
Right.
But Trump takes it as, oh, she's being nice.
Well,
look, she thinks I'm going to get a deal.
Well, first of all, Trump didn't hear the clip in the interview, right? They just inserted it in post.
Of course not.
It makes sense, I think, strategically to just assume the best in that situation.
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
It does strategically make sense. But so obviously Hillary Clinton is not looking out for you, man.
Important meeting. The second meeting potentially is more important. It could be more finality. It's not for me to negotiate for Ukraine, but I think I have a pretty good idea what they'd like to see and what's good and what's not good. But more importantly, than the deals and all of the things we've been talking about in their lives. They've lost right now 5,000 to 7,000. They're losing a week, mostly soldiers, Russian and Ukraine soldiers. Think of this. You have Russian soldiers, you have Ukrainian soldiers. They're losing on average 5,000. Last week, they lost 7,011 soldiers and some other people where bombs were lobbed into Kiev and other places. It's something that has to stop. And I'll tell you what, if I didn't win this election, and if I wasn't doing this, you right now could be in a third world war. That was heading to a third world war, you know?
You've said before that we got a lot.
If Kamala won, do you think that she would start a third world war with Russia? Because I'm skeptical that that would happen. Yeah.
I wouldn't want to be in a situation with Kamala as president.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea how she would react. And I don't think she'd be making decisions. I think she'd be deferring to whatever committee was surrounding her. But I don't feel comfortable in Trump's hands.
Right.
I don't feel like Trump really has a handle what's going on. I mean, do you think Trump is thinking 5 steps ahead? I know Putin is. Putin is definitely thinking 5 steps ahead.
No, it was interesting because so before this meeting between Putin and Trump met with a lot of European leaders, and they were really stressing that getting a ceasefire is important. And the reason for this, and we're going to watch what kind of talks about this, is that it would actually help the Ukrainians to get a ceasefire because it allows them to dig in further in their entrenchment and build their defenses up and all this other stuff. And that's why they'd want some kind of temporary ceasefire while they try to hash out the deal, where Russia's in the opposite situation. They kind of want to stall so they can, do as much pushing, or really to just not let Ukraine give them the advantage of allowing them to build up their defenses at all.
Right.
And so they're really pushing the ceasefire thing. And going into this, as you heard Trump just said earlier, like, oh, that's what he really wants. And then it seems like coming out of this, I mean, he directly says, and we'll listen to it, he directly says, like, oh, like, forget the ceasefire. We're going to just go for the peace deal. And so, yeah, I mean, I'm not confident. I don't know if I'm confident that Trump understands or cares. Maybe he understands, but he doesn't care to, like, hold in his mind the sort of, like, why it is that they want to push for the ceasefire. Because if you just push for we have to come up to some peace agreement, that's something that's going to drag out. And that's going to probably be Russia stalling for time.
Yeah, it's going to be advantage Russia.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting because everything I've read, when Trump did deals back in the real estate days, he always had some major piece of leverage over whoever he was doing the deal with, right? And it's like playing poker. You don't have to bluff if you have a royal flush, right? You got the cards. You're going to fucking destroy whoever's on the other side of that hand. So Trump would be in situations where he would constantly have the royal flush, and he would use that to his advantage. So that's the way he made deals. Well, you don't have to be super smart to be able to make a deal when you're 10 times bigger than everyone. You've got all the cards, right?
Mm-hmm.
How is he not able to put that together in this situation, right? To go, what kind of leverage do I have over Putin? It seems and this is the same thing they always accused Obama of, the naivete of thinking, oh, I'm going to go in there and just celebrity them. He's going to be star-stunned by me because I'm the fucking most amazing president in the world. And he's just going to bend to my will because he likes me. I mean, in your fucking dreams, right? And it just seems like Trump is surrounded by yes men who are just, oh yes, Trump, that's exactly right. He's going to be so starstruck by you. He's going to give in. He's going to tell you exactly. He's going to give you whatever you ask for, right? And if Trump is surrounded by a bunch of yes men that are telling him that, he probably believes it. But that's fucking bullshit. That's not the real world. He needs somebody to tell him, hey, Mr. President, what if he tells you to fuck off? What if he says, I'm not going to give you anything? What happens then?
Yeah, I know. I do think that you're right because, with a meeting like this, usually there'd be a lot of preparation you have to do to, like, really have a lot of people who are experts on the subject matter and on Russia and on Ukraine sort of work out all these details to sort of finagle this deal. And this meeting was put together very swiftly, very rapidly. There was no time for any planning like this. Trump is at least acting like he thinks that just somehow by talking to Putin, he can somehow get a deal out of him just by talking to him, which doesn't make any sense why that'd be the case. Putin and Ukraine are obviously they're going to want to do things that are aligned with their own material interests and their own leadership interest. I don't see how Trump could like talk them out of doing those things. I don't see how talk is going to really solve the issue whatsoever. So
ultimately, I don't think he's playing hardball because I think he knows that that would be a bluff. And he just dreads the day when he has to turn over the cards and everyone realizes, oh, he's just talking shit. He doesn't have fucking anything.
Right. Well, I don't know. It's
that's
weird
embarrassing.
Because he did, and maybe this is just maybe he's just kind of going with the moods. Because remember, he was like, oh, Russia has a month or whatever before I start slamming them with additional sanctions, and then that got kind of sped up to, Russia has 10 days before I hit them with some additional things, whatever that was going to be. And this meeting was, that 10-day mark. And so, I mean, maybe we'll find out more Monday, but as of what we know so far, it doesn't seem like the meeting was very productive. I'm assuming reporters are going to go back to him and say, you threatened 10 days if the bombing didn't stop to do something. And where's the something? Nothing's happened yet.
Yeah. It's interesting. He's in these interviews with these sycophants.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's interesting too. Yeah. Cause like Brett Baer is usually very neutral, but you do get a sense he has to like suck up to Trump in order to get this access, which I mean, makes sense. This was, he has the one-on-one access on the Air Force or not, whatever the plane is that they're on. So apparently he even played golf with Donald Trump.
Yeah, Brett Baer annihilated Kamala Harris during the campaign.
Yes.
He did a pretty good job. But this is just, oh my God, Trump, you're going to go in there and get everything.
A lot of BS thrown at us by Putin. What is it about an in-person meeting that makes you think he's not going to, in your words, give you BS? I mean, how are you going to...
That's a good question. See, look.
Yeah.
How are you going to trust him because you can look across the table at him?
Well, look, I've known him very well. I had a very good relationship despite the Russia hoax.
See, and then he just bloviates bullshit. Fucking bullshit. It's kind of infuriating, Sitch, to be honest with you.
Oh, really? Why? It's interesting that.
Well, look, he's asking him a serious question. He's basically asking him, hey, Putin is going to lie to your face, right? He lies to everybody's face.
Right.
How are you going to be able to discern that he's lying? And he's like, well, look, he's been lying to me for years. Right? Is that a good answer?
I mean, if you don't think he's been lying, then yeah.
He swears to me that we have a great relationship.
Right.
Everything he says to me is all hearts and unicorns, right? And then he bombs another apartment complex in Kiev. What's wrong with this relationship?
What if Putin has the power to hypnotize people?
Yeah.
Because it seems like this happens with so many US presidents, and then they finally catch on. I've felt like we're finally getting Trump to catch on. That's why Brett Baer even said Trump even said that Putin was feeding him BS. It seemed like he was finally catching on. And now, I don't know, he meets him and
look,
I guess we'll see on Monday, but
I think one of the things that's so infuriating about it is I don't see Trump as a dummy. I think Trump is smart and Trump has good instincts.
Mm-hmm.
What is happening here? I can't imagine him going into some court case or some real estate deal and not thinking, okay, well, this guy's trying to fuck me, right?
Right.
This guy's trying to fuck me. He wants something that I don't want to give him, and I am not going to let him fuck me, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to make sure I get the better of him. But in this situation, what's going on here, Sitch? Where is that Trump? Where is that Trump? And who around Trump is telling him? Well, look, the McMaster told him all the time, hey, guess what? Putin's trying to fuck you.
Yes.
He's probably trying to fuck your wife, too.
I don't think there's anyone in the current administration that would say that.
No, I think you're exactly right. I think McMaster's was the only one who would say that. But I don't understand what's happening here. Is it enough of a plus that he gets to stand next to Putin? Did he get so much out of the Kim Jong-un thing that he just thinks, oh, this is going to be historic. This is like Nixon going to China is historic. So as long as everyone says it's historic, even if nothing comes out of it, it's a win for Trump. Maybe that's the play here. Maybe he doesn't fucking care if he gets a deal.
It could be that. It could just be, Trump is old. People get set in their ways when they're older, especially.
Mm-hmm.
And he could just be set in his ways of like, this is how he's been able to procure things in the past. And that's just how he operates going forward. Even if it doesn't work, it's hard for him to change. Can't teach an old dog new tricks.
But my whole argument is that this is a change. This is a giant change.
No, I'm saying what's the change?
The change is normally he walks into situations knowing that the other guy's trying to screw him.
Oh.
Screw him 6 ways to Sunday.
Right.
He seems to keep walking into these situations where he's like, oh, everything will be fine. Brett Baer asks him, well, how do you know if he's lying to you? Well, he's been lying to me for years, so he's really good at it.
I don't know, because this is kind of what I guess I was unsuccessfully trying to articulate on Tuesday, which is why I don't understand Trump, like before meeting with Putin, seeming to capitulate all these terms to him. I don't know what the thought process is. I don't understand it. And I've heard a lot of people give explanations for it. None of those explanations have ever really made sense to me whatsoever. So,
well, if he truly doesn't have any leverage, what's the play?
I mean, you would pretend you have leverage, wouldn't you? I mean, you wouldn't signal to everyone you don't have leverage, right? That seems very un-Trumpian.
It's the poker analogies are just so apt because that's it. You can bluff in poker, right?
Right.
But only to an extent. If someone has a great hand, they're not going to stand for your bluffing, right? You bluff all you want. I got the cards.
Right. But
they're going to force the situation.
Trump, to me, feels like the person who bluffs to the very last second.
Right. And then loses the hand.
Sure.
Yeah,
but that's just the way
sooner or later, it's just better to fold, isn't it?
Well, you think he's in folding territory?
Well, I think this is, I did think that that's really where he was.
Well, okay, let me ask a question. Because to me, I would assume if Trump thought he was in folding territory, he would not have this meeting. Because if he has a meeting and nothing comes out of it, he looks bad. So yes, I'm operating under the idea that Trump 100% personally believes that this meeting, he can broker some deal. He thinks he can do something with it.
Yeah, I think the meeting is his attempt to manufacture some kind of leverage. And that leverage is just, look, we're buddies.
Right.
Which, oh, gosh, oh, man. He would never do that in a real estate deal. He would never go in and think, oh, look, we're just going to make friends and he's going to give me everything I want. Maybe.
Right.
You could do something like that if the situation was the person was enamored of you as a celebrity.
Maybe that happened to him a lot. I don't know.
No, I'm sure it did. I'm sure as a celebrity, it did happen to Trump a lot. And maybe Putin is just playing into that. Maybe Putin is giving him you're so famous and it's crazy to be here with you. You're my hero. I've idolized you my entire life. Trump would totally fall for shit like that. That's probably what Putin's doing. Probably Putin is probably sending through back channels. Even I definitely would have invaded Ukraine if you were president. Oh my God. Oh my God.
That's pretty crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. And then Trump acting like, oh yeah, he really means that. I don't know. This is such a crazy situation. It is. It is.
It is.
I'm telling you. I just don't. Another thing that's disheartening about all of this is the left has spent so long building up a caricature of Trump that Trump is now completely like leaning into. Oh
Right.
God, it's so fucking bad.
Well, not intentionally, obviously, but
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
So-
Not intentionally.
we can close the poll out because we're talking about something else. But the final poll,
No. Keep the
you wanna
poll
keep
up.
it
What are you
going? Okay.
talking about?
Okay.
I'm winning. I keep
You are not
gaining a
winning.
couple points every time. No, it's getting closer to 50-50
Okay.
now.
Okay.
Look at this.
68% so far do not think that it was a body double.
Actually, I think it's going in your favor, but let's leave it
Yeah.
up a little bit.
Okay.
68%.
Mhm.
Their eyes have failed them.
And that really made the relationship much harder. But I had a good relationship with him. We had no problems. We had, country that we were getting along. We were doing fine. We have tremendous potential. Russia has very valuable land. We have tremendous potential to have a great relationship, a great business relationship. But we couldn't do it because of the crooked, demented.
Half of Russia is a fucking glacier, okay? They do not
They have a lot of
great
oil
land.
and stuff. I mean,
Okay,
have
they
raw
might
earth.
They might have some natural resources, but
you know what?
no one
I
wants
think
to live there. They
I
don't
think
have
I understand this, and this kind of maybe this is sort of related to the the China story where Nvidia, the Trump administration is allowing Nvidia to sell chips to China if the federal government gets like a 15% cut of it, which is insane and never happened before. But
Mhm.
maybe the problem here is that, and it's the same, problem Trump has with China and with Putin. He is at his fundamental heart and soul, and he's been his entire life. He is a business person. He's a businessman. He does financial deals. He sees the world in finances and land and these things. And maybe he's never seen as like a person who's very ideological. He seems like he's kind of pragmatic, and he just assumes that Putin is the same way, that Putin cares about money and land and all the deals and all this other shit, as opposed to no, Putin has like an ideological consideration, or even more, probably a power consideration that he has to contend with. And that's the holdup, is that Trump just has a completely different worldview, and he doesn't understand Putin's worldview at all.
I mean, I understand what you're saying. If that's the case, then it seems like a massive miscommunication, because even Trump himself, I don't think Trump is really in it for the money as much as he's in it for the historic nature of it. I mean, it
I guess
seems
that's
like he's
true.
more interested in making history, which is the same thing Putin is interested in.
Right.
But I
I
think
guess that's a good point. Okay, that's a good counterpoint. Yeah.
even the Nvidia deal, which is just completely fucking bananas. Like, he's there. It's Nvidia, right? Or was it Nvidia or Intel?
It was Nvidia.
Well, they were going to take a 15% cut of sales of chips, these higher end chips that they're not even supposed to sell in China, in order to allow them to sell them in China, to give them the permits to go ahead, the national security permits, because obviously it's considered dangerous. Trump wants a 15% cut of the sales, right?
Mhm.
Bonkers, right? Like, are we
Right.
selling nukes now to anyone just for a 15% cut? But even that, I think he sees it as, okay, I'm making a 15% cut for America. I'm taking this money for American citizens. It's less money that in taxes Americans will have to pay. He's not pocketing the money himself, right?
Oh, okay. Well, to be clear, like when I say he thinks of things as transactional for money, I don't mean necessarily. I mean, he's obviously gaining a lot of money for himself, with his
The crypto and shit.
cryptos supposed to be worth billions or something. But I mean, in terms of like, even if, and I think you're right that he is concerned about his legacy and his glory and all that and those other things, he's still if you're a person who's lived your life and the way that you gain status is through making money in deals, maybe like, so he assumes that that's how everyone perceives, like that's how you get glory. That's how you get status. He doesn't really
Right.
have these ideological considerations.
And Putin lives in a world where you get status by expanding the Russian Empire. You get
Yes.
territory and people.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Or becoming, a world power again.
More puppet states.
Right.
It's so funny because everyone thinks Ukraine is our puppet state. If that's true, why won't they stop fighting? Just make them stop fighting.
Right. We don't want them to. Except maybe Trump does. So actually, I don't know. That's actually a good question. If Ukraine is a puppet state, why can't Trump just get them to give up land and stop fighting?
Yeah. Why don't we just tell them, hey, ceasefire?
Well, Ukraine's a puppet state of the deep state, not Trump. So, he has to get the deep state on board.
The deep state. Deep dish state.
Yes.
I created the phony Russia. And I told him, I said, Vladimir, there's no way we're going to make a deal. You know that. He said, well, I think it's going to be tough. I said, no, not tough. It's impossible. Because I have wise guys that created a phony deal. And until that settled up, that was the hoax, the big hoax, one of the greatest hoax. I think we have a lot of others that we can talk about, all by the same group of very, very bad Americans. I'm going to be nice when I say it that way. But we have a potential to do some very good things at this meeting. One of the things I think we'll discuss, and again, it's about Ukraine, but we have nuclear treaties to discuss. We have a lot of things to discuss that normally would be something that would come naturally, but it's not so natural now because of Ukraine.
You've had Steve Witkoff go talk to Vladimir Putin, so there has to be some sense that you have going into this that you're going to have something, because otherwise, you said you'd go in and look him across the table and be able to say in the first 2 minutes whether it was going to happen or not.
See, even Brett knows this is fucking bullshit. Everything Brett's saying is like, he just knows, hey, aren't these things usually negotiated in advance? And it's just once the deal is done, you do a photo op. You very rarely just go in, oh yeah, we're going to wheel and deal right here, and get completely embarrassed when nothing comes out of it.
I'll be able to tell very quickly whether or not this will be a good meeting. A good meeting really is more, in my opinion, scheduled to be the second meeting, but I won't be happy about that. I'm not looking to waste a lot of time and a lot of energy and a lot of money doing this. I want to get it done. And I want to really stop them this week, not next week. So we're going to have a second meeting. Now, it could be that if this meeting's bad enough, that I'm gone.
1986, Reagan walks away from Reykjavik with Gorbachev, and it was a strong moment. I mean, you could foresee if it goes down a bad path, you get up and walk away.
I'm not doing it based on history.
I do feel like Red Bear is trying to...
Yeah, he's trying to school him.
Move Trump in a direction in a very nice way. It's like, well, how do you know he's not going to lie to you? It was very awesome when Reagan walked away. Like, he's trying to throw all these little nuggets out there.
He's trying to be the guy that I said, who is that guy in Trump's circle that's telling him, look, this could go very south.
Right.
Brett Baer's like, oh, Trump doesn't have that guy because he got fired. Now I have to be that guy for the country.
American hero.
Yeah. But it's not working. God, it's got to be demoralizing to put that microphone in his face and just have him just bullshit. He sounds like a used car salesman.
Anything else, I'm doing it based on a deal. If we make a deal, great. If I see that there's no hope of making a deal, I'm out of there. It's over. I'm out of there. This isn't my war. This is Biden's war. This is Biden screwed this up, just like he did with Afghanistan with that horrible retreat. And the way he did it, I'll never forget it. That was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. Well, this is...
Look, it became your war when you promised you would end it in 24 hours. When you made that a campaign promise. Mm-hmm. He knows that. He knows what he's saying is bullshit. It's like, it would be better not to fucking talk about this. Just send the weapons to Europe, let them give the weapons to Ukraine, and just shut the fuck up about it.
Yeah, it is interesting to me, and I was thinking about this because he brings this up constantly, that it wasn't his war. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. And it's interesting because Trump definitely, we talk about like the gender divide between Republicans and Democrats right now. Trump definitely embodies a lot of stereotypical strong masculine traits. He's supposedly slept with a bunch of women. He's very assertive and very domineering in a lot of situations. He's a very take charge kind of person. But then in this one area, it seems like it's very the opposite of masculine, because it's just constantly like whenever something goes wrong, it's not ever his fault. I was trying to think of an example and I couldn't think of one where like Trump took responsibility for something not going well and acknowledged that. And I couldn't really think of an example.
There's an interview that he did with Megyn Kelly that it was interesting. Actually, the interview Megyn Kelly was doing with somebody else, but she was talking about Trump in the interview. And she tells a story about Trump, her doing an interview with Trump and the interview not going very well and not being very popular, but then talking to Trump later about it, and Trump just going full salesman about how great it was and their numbers were off the charts and spinning this completely alternate reality. And Megyn Kelly just says, "Oh yeah, that is Trump. That's just his personality." And it's the same thing unfolding here, where he doesn't want to say, he thinks he can spin reality hard enough that it's just going to change the situation. But I guess that works to some extent with the people around him, and that's good enough, right? As long as they're singing the right tune. But it just, on the world stage, I don't think it plays the same.
Well, he made a lot of money, so obviously it worked to some extent.
Yeah.
It's interesting because, like, to me, I've always perceived him as like talking this way. So to me, nothing he's saying here is like, it's completely like in my mind the exact way that he's always communicated. Do you think like, is your perception of this like worse than normal?
Yeah, totally worse.
Okay.
I think it's, you oftentimes think that he's blowing hot air when I think he's got some substance to what he's saying. And I don't see a lot of substance in any of the things he's saying now, especially around the Ukraine deal.
Well, the Megyn Kelly story is very interesting because it seems like he's the kind of person who he just is always in that direction. And then sometimes he's right and sometimes he's not right.
Yeah,
I'm not
that's
sure
exactly what's going on.
Right. But I'm not sure that his intuition or his decision to go in that direction with his speech has anything to do with whatever the facts on the ground are.
Right. It's just a question of whether or not he's correct.
Whether
accidentally.
He happens to be
yeah. He's going to talk it up. He's going to try to sell it. He's going to try to push reality in the direction that he thinks it should go. And even if all the forces are against him, he's still going to do it.
Right.
But at some point, I look, because a lot of the discussion we had on Tuesday, which was very interesting, was just me articulating that I don't think he has a lot of leverage. And I think a lot of the points that people bring up that are this leverage or that leverage, I don't think really are good points of leverage. They're not the type of leverage that is really going to make Putin jump. I think someone in the comments said, look, he commands the largest military in the world, which is true, right? But unless you're willing to deploy that military, unless you're willing to put boots on the ground or fucking lob a nuclear missile at somebody, does it help that you have the biggest military in the world?
It was, I was going to play a clip of it. There's a very interesting, if you watch William Spaniel, the Lines on Maps guy.
Oh yeah, he's great.
Yeah, he had a very interesting, he was answering questions about this, and someone asked him, does he think that America does have like more things they can do, more economic sanctions, more things that they can do.
Yeah, what
And
did he say?
And he said that he did think that there were a lot of things that America could do economically. But then, and he kind of went through secondary sanctions and stopping the Russian oil shadow fleet and all these other things. But then the second question, or the question right after that, that was asked was, is there any sort of financial penalty that you could throw on Russia that would change their behavior? And he said, as of now, he doesn't think that. So it's kind of interesting. So he was saying he does think there's a lot more America could do, but that he doesn't think it's necessarily going to have an impact, at least in the short term. It would have to be like a long-term thing.
So we could do a lot of shit, but it's not going to really change their
It might
outlook.
not change anything at the moment.
Yeah.
But we might be in a situation where that's like the reality, the dark, fucked up reality of the situation, bearing aside someone, Putin dying of Parkinson's or whatever, bearing aside something like an act of God situation, is that there could maybe not be like a short-term solution to this. There is only the long, horrible, bloody, war that continues, and it's better to do these sorts of maneuvers, even if it's only going to have a long-term effect down the road.
I do like Trump talking about the casualty count constantly, because I do think that is ultimately moving public opinion against Putin and in favor of supporting Ukraine, at least financially. So even if he's doing it accidentally, I think that's good.
I am curious, and this kind of comes up to we're talking about Tuesday, for the people that are just like, Ukraine, just give up the region of land with Putin and be done with it. Do those people honestly think that if Ukraine gave up the land but got no actual security guarantee,
that's a good deal?
that would either A, be a good deal, or B, that why would you think that Russia would not invade later?
That's a horrible fucking deal. And yeah, without any security guarantee, you're basically giving away nothing. Yeah.
It seems completely fanciful to me. Because I said, if they could get a security guarantee that was like joining NATO, I mean, I don't think Russia would do this, but I was like joining NATO or something to that effect, I do think it would make sense for Ukraine to give up land for that. I just don't foresee Russia ever. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we'll find on Monday that Russia did give some sort of reasonable security guarantee, but I'm skeptical.
We would have to enforce it. And then as soon as they violated it, we would have to put boots on the ground. Well,
that's the problem. Yeah. That there is the only security guarantee that could exist is either America or Europe has to militarily protect Ukraine if Russia invades again. I don't know what other security guarantee, or we give them a bunch of nukes or something. I don't think we want to do either.
Do you think Trump believes he could put boots on the ground?
No.
Yeah, I don't either.
No.
Do you think Putin thinks he does? Look, neither of us think he does.
No, I think Putin understands the situation Trump's in, and that's why he keeps jerking Trump around.
Yeah. That's why why? Unless a lot of TDS people are saying that Trump just wants to get Epstein off the front page and will do anything, even this crazy maneuver, to do it.
Mm-hmm.
If those people are correct, then all right, mission accomplished. He succeeded.
Biden's war, too. This is a war that should have never happened. I saw it for 4 years. It didn't happen. And I understand Putin. It was the apple of his eye. Ukraine was the apple of his eye. There was no way he was going to move on it. I'll tell you, you have a very similar thing with President Xi of China and Taiwan. But I don't believe there's any way it's going to happen as long as I'm here. We'll see. He told me, I will never do it as long as you're president. That's President Xi told me that. And I said, well, I appreciate that. But he also said, but I am very patient. And China is very patient. Say, well,
look at this. He's got him for a third term, Sitch.
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, this third term, gotta elect me. I can protect Taiwan. I have Xi's promise.
Isn't this? That's exactly what's going on here, isn't it? It's so fucking obvious.
That's so funny.
He's like, give me a third term, otherwise she's going to take Taiwan.
Right.
I'm trying to warn you here. Let him take it from JD.
That's up to you, but it better not happen now.
These guys, both Xi and Putin, have said things before that they didn't live up to, or they did other things. And, you know, when you were campaigning, you said, we can solve this right away, 24 hours. You got into it, you've explained, it's much more complex. It's tougher, right?
So I thought this would be, I settled 6 wars recently, like Congo was going on. This was with Rwanda, was going on for 31 years, and I got it settled. We have a case with, take a look at Cambodia, take a look at it, so many. And the most difficult ones turned out to be easy. The easiest one, which should be this one, turned out to be the toughest.
And that's because of Putin?
Well, it's because of a lot of things. It's because of personalities that don't get along very well. I mean, President Zelensky and President Putin did not get along. Again, I inherited this. I came in, I got very angry at people yesterday.
See, it just, he sees it as a personality conflict.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see that as a personality conflict.
This is not a personality conflict at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the fun. That's what I'm saying. I think his worldview is just fundamentally incompatible or just completely different than Putin's.
Putin has a project. He does. It's not that he hates Zelensky because he just doesn't get along with Zelensky. He hates Zelensky because Zelensky is standing in the way of his project, his personal project.
Right.
Yeah. It's so silly. He makes it sound like, oh yeah, he just invaded because Zelensky looked at him wrong.
I came in and I said, what the hell? I inherited this mess. I inherited a mess from Biden with the economy, with inflation, with high taxes.
I hate this fucking spin. So Trump's brand is no nonsense, speak the truth, right? That's his brand. Look, Sitch doesn't see that as Sitch sees Trump.
That is the brand
like,
he attempted to project. I agree with that.
Okay.
Okay.
To you,
Yes.
Trump's brand is just talk bullshit.
That has always been Trump's
See,
brand.
I think
to me.
that it's interesting that you brought that up earlier because I do think there's some things that are like a Rorschach test. Some people will see it as just bullshitting, and some people will see it as just no nonsense, telling it like it is. And this just screams bullshitting to me. There's nothing no nonsense about this at all. He came in and said, look, I have a great relationship with Putin. I'm going to wrap it up in 24 hours. It's going to be over, right?
Mm-hmm.
He campaigned on that.
Right.
Now he's completely saying, oh, I just inherited this mess. I don't know what I could do.
Do you think he honestly thought that he could solve it in 24 hours? Like that?
That is a good question. That is a good question. It comes down to, does Trump actually believe his own bullshit? Like his own talking points? I think it's at some level he does.
Yeah. I agree.
I think he thought, and look, this is what I'm objecting to, because he's just in the beginning, he's hedging here. In the beginning, he said, I'll solve it in 24 hours. I'm going to get in there and get it done. I have a good relationship with Putin. And instead of coming out and saying, look, Putin turned out to be a real fucking asshole. And I think we should hit him with everything we've got. That would be no nonsense, right?
Right.
Now he's just trying to say, oh, look, this was never my responsibility. Well, then why'd you say you could solve it in 24 hours? Why'd you take responsibility? Just seems like bullshit to me.
With so many other things.
You've said that there could be very severe consequences if Putin doesn't do a ceasefire.
Body double.
Or if this falls apart.
You're gonna take away the
But you also in the
omega-3.
past said that sanctions you don't think really affect Russia because he's gotten around him before. What does severe look like?
Severe.
Brett Baer, bless his fucking heart. Bless his heart. He's trying to really break the bubble here. He's like, look, I know you made some campaign promises, but
they're going to sanction
like
his omega-3 supplements, Adam. Okay. That we know that Putin loves so dearly. That's a very severe sanction.
I wonder if Trump could go in there and say, look, we've developed a super AI, general AI. We got to it first. And the first question we asked it was, can you give us a cure for Parkinson's disease? And they did. That fucker spit it right out. I have right here the cure for Parkinson's.
That's what was in
disease.
that leather bag, Adam. That you
Yeah,
thought was
look,
gay.
there you go. Exactly. It's in that big gay leather bag right there with the gay guy holding it.
Right.
If you pull all of your troops out of Ukraine within 10 days, I will give you the cure for Parkinson's disease. You think he could
I'll
sell
throw it to
Look,
you across the room once you pull out for 10 days.
You think do we have enough? Is our CIA good enough to actually gaslight Putin into believing that we actually have a cure for Parkinson's?
I don't think Putin's going to believe that.
We would have to have some kind of demonstration, right? Bring the guy out who has Parkinson's. Bring Michael J. Fox out.
We've brought Michael J. Fox back to life. And
is he gone? Oh, I feel bad.
Is he alive? I always assume he was dead.
No, I think he's still alive.
Oh, okay.
Don't spoil it. Fucking holy shit.
You're right. He is alive. I'm so sorry, Michael J.
Well,
Fox.
look,
I just always assumed he was dead.
He's the most famous Parkinson's victim, I guess.
Yes.
So pull him out. Give him the serum. We'll probably have to find a Michael J. Fox lookalike, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pull the Michael J. Fox body double out. Cure him in front of Putin. Convince Putin that you have a cure for Parkinson's disease.
Mm-hmm.
Now all of a sudden you've got some leverage, some real leverage. You'll never see the cure, Putin, unless you give in to what our demands.
Here, let me just tell you one other one. Cambodia, Thailand. It was starting. And I got it right at the beginning.
And this looks so weak to me. It looks so weak to me. It's like bragging about, oh yeah, that game, we killed it. Oh yeah, we killed it over there. Oh, but that other game, we got fucking slaughtered. We totally got slaughtered.
Yeah,
they handed us our ass.
Right.
Bragging about all these wins when you're getting your ass handed to you is just not a good look.
But many people are dead right along the border. And I happened to be talking to one of the two parties, and I said, are you guys going to war again? Because they've been fighting for, as they said, 500 years. I said, how long are you fighting? Said, 500 years, on and off, right? I said, this is not good. I got that one solved. So we're going to see what happens. We're going to have a meeting today. Hopefully it'll be good. If it's bad, if it's something I don't see a future in, I'm a deal guy. If it's something I don't see a future in, I'm gone. I'll leave. I don't have to do a press. I'll just say, not going to be a deal. I'm out of here. And I go back to the United States and I preside over the economy that, wait till you see what's happening with all of this. You know, we have trillions of dollars pouring in. Even people that were against tariffs only.
This is so scatterbrained. I can't help it, Sitch.
We're going to go back to the United States from Alaska.
Oh yeah, well that's not good either, right? I mean, you can say the lower 48. They always call it the lower 48. So, it's more scatterbrained in the fact that people are aware of all of the casualties. He even brought them up in this conversation, right? He's like, 7,000 people died last week, right? If there's no deal, fuck those 7,000 people. I'm going back to Cali. I'm going to fucking preside over the greatest economy, and all those people can continue to be slaughtered, okay?
You're saying that you're saying much like the Superman movie, this has tonal issues.
Huge tonal issues.
Okay.
It's all over the place.
Right.
You're playing with my emotions, Trump. What the fuck? I'm worried about the 7,000 people, and now I'm supposed to think about the economy?
Right.
No. It's terrible.
Because they didn't understand tariffs. They didn't even know what a tariff was. You had economists that didn't even know what a tariff was. They're all my biggest.
Brett Baer is so embarrassed right now. He's like, holy shit. The Republican Party's falling apart in front of my eyes here.
And now they're also, you see it. We have an economy that's going to be.
You don't think that there was some economists that didn't know what a tariff was? You don't buy that?
Okay.
This is why, I guess, when you're talking earlier, like, to me, this is all just par for the course, is that Trump, just whenever he talks, he always just says things that I'm like, okay, that can't possibly be true. And this maybe is my worldview. I assume if someone that you're talking to is lying about little things constantly, that they're also lying about big things as well.
Yeah.
It's just kind of the way that he talks. He just always framed, and I think it's what you're saying. I don't even know if he conceptualizes as lying. He just conceptualizes as like
selling. Yeah.
Selling,
always
or
be
trying
selling.
To manifest into reality. It was weird. It was like the whole thing. Remember the whole thing with the crowd sizes, where he kept like, he kept getting fact checked on his crowd sizes, and people on the right would laugh and go, "That's stupid." And it's like, okay, but it is weird that he keeps doing that. And then people say, "Oh, he's just trolling." I'm like, okay, but if he seems like he does it like whenever he talks, he seems like he does it about everything. So, and like another thing that comes up is, I don't think it comes with this interview. He keeps saying that we gave $300 billion to Ukraine. And I'm like, where did that number?
300 billion?
Yeah, he keeps saying 300 billion. And I'm like, and everyone's like wondering, like, where did that number come from? Because the official number is the Congress has appropriated 182 billion, but out of the 182 billion, I believe only 82 out of the 182 billion, I believe only 82 billion has actually been spent and sent, or either sent to Ukraine, or we, paid ourselves to make weapons and send it to Ukraine, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, but where did the 300 billion come from? Like, how do you get that? And I don't know if he like added the 182 and the 82 together and then rounded up or something.
That's
I don't know where the number comes from, but he keeps saying it again and again and again, and no one, I believe, can get an answer for where that number comes from. Or maybe he's combining like how much Europe has given and how much America's given.
Maybe Brett will ask him.
He does not. But
the best ever, I think, in the history of our world.
When you land in Air Force One, it sends a different signal. It's a pretty good way to travel. And we're going to land in this base in Alaska that's going to have a lot of military equipment there on the ground. It's pretty impressive.
Well, I think people are going to be impressed, and I hope your cameras can look at it. It's a very big base, and it's got a lot of great equipment. We have F-22s. We have the B-2 bomber that everyone saw. How about that? 36 hours back and forth. Not a screw was loose. Not a plane went down, even from a mechanical standpoint. If you take a look at the last raid into Iran, it was the helicopters, Jimmy Carter. What a shame that was, that whole thing. And then they ended up taking our great patriots as prisoners. And it was the exact opposite. This was a flawless campaign.
And it sent a message to the world.
It sent a message, and that plane is one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. But when you land, you'll see the B-2s. You'll see, I think the most beautiful fighter jet in the world is the F-22. You're going to see F-35s all over the place. It's a big base. You're going to see lots of equipment, and I hope your cameras can cover it because it will be very impressive.
Mr. President, thanks for the time. Thanks for the ride, and we'll talk to you on the way back. Just deplaned. We're in Alaska, Air Force One here on the ground. Just minutes before President Putin is scheduled to land, they rolled out the red carpet, literally the red carpet, and a number of B-2s and F-22s here in Alaska.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
okay, so that was that was all the pre, and then we have the actual conference, at least the public interaction here.
Well, there was no public interaction, right? I mean, they spoke at the public.
Well, I guess that's right. Yeah. Jonathan Smith for $20. Thanks so much. Says, I think this peace deal, and quotes, setting up the table to get more out of Europe. They will make Europeans panic and shoulder more so we can shift our focus to China, just like we got them to pay 5%, but they need to make this peace. I guess we'll see, because we'll have to see what the deal is. The way that I'm looking at this in terms of Trump's rhetoric. Now, again, I'm not sure how much of effect anything Trump would say would have any impact on this at all. So you can kind of take that as you will. But assuming that there is something that Trump could say that would have any impact whatsoever, because if he doesn't, then none of this matters. I do think that if it kind of hurts Trump's ability to, the way he talks about this hurts Trump's ability to get Russia to come to a deal, because Putin has to make a bunch of considerations. A lot of it is, is he going to run out of money? Are the other countries that are supporting him going to continue to support him? How much in the hole is he going to be to China? Because, that's a big issue too. Russia seems to be very aware that China is taking advantage of them. Even though Putin is a dictator, if you start having mass riots across the country, that could be a problem. If you have, everyone in the military turns on, the leadership, that could be a big problem, blah, 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 blah. There's always little considerations that you kind of have to consider. And it seems like if the entire world is against him, including US, who is a very, the most powerful country in the world and a strong financial military asset to an ally to Ukraine, it does seem like that would change the calculation of like, okay, what is the ticking time clock? How long can we do this? How long can we kind of stall out here? How much time do I have before everything's, juggling all these different influences on my end before everything starts to fall apart? But if you have someone like Trump who seems like he's trying to wrap it up as quickly as possible and trying to get Ukraine to concede and to capitulate, and kind of is signaling that he doesn't want to keep supporting, I mean, that sends the opposite signal to Putin. That sends a signal to Putin, okay,
Yeah.
like
Drag your
any
feet.
day now, if I just wait this out, any day now, US is going to pull out their support from Ukraine. That's going to weaken Ukraine and go in my favor. So it just seems like to me that is what I don't understand. The thought process here is that Trump keeps signaling to Putin, you should wait in the war longer and longer and longer, because eventually I and the US will get tired of it and we will weaken Ukraine's position for you.
He definitely thinks that. I'm certain of it.
Yeah, it would make sense. So even if it was part of some 10D chess plan to like trick Europe or force Europe into picking up more slack or something, to what it's like, okay, they'll pick up more slack, but then it'll just make the situation draw out longer. So I'm not sure it's a good trade.
I do not think that Trump is doing something for some ancillary effect. He wants a deal. He wants something that he can at least call a deal.
Mm-hmm.
So I have no doubt that he will spin it in that direction if he thinks that's going to be a good idea. And it seems, I mean, the proposal is a good spin, but
it does seem to me that Trump, he's said it several times, there's been some reporting from anonymous sources, so you can take it as you will. But Trump does seem to be very, very thirsty for that Nobel Peace Prize. He really wants it.
Exactly. Well, look, turning it over to Europe to pay more financially doesn't get him the Nobel Peace Prize, does it?
And maybe he just wants it so he could rub it in Obama's face, because Obama got a Nobel Peace Prize for doing fucking nothing.
I'm sure.
So, right. And so he's like, I actually got it for doing something, for ending all these wars. So I do think Trump, if he would want to end the situation if he could. This is not the way to do it, in my estimation.
He's looking for a way out.
Yeah.
But the way out was just to stop talking about it.
Well, it's weird. It's kind of like, it's like the Epstein thing, because you're right. The way to sort of tamp down from a political perspective is to just not talk about it. You'd keep sending military equipment to Ukraine. Yeah, you have, MAGA people online would complain about it.
But overwhelming support from the Republican Party. So just
right, who
let it
cares?
go.
Or
Yeah.
you would do it the way that they were going to, which is what I thought they were going to do when they kind of situate it. So like, oh, well, we're not directly sending them weapons. Like Europe is buying weapons from us. So we're getting money for it. And then they'll give them the Ukraine or whatever. Like there's some way that you could just be like, okay, we're just going to not talk about it and we'll just keep doing this. Right. But it's the same thing with the Epstein thing. It was like, just stop talking about the story and then it will go away. And then they keep talking about the story. I don't know if you saw there was some weird thing with like, I forget who it was. Melania was like suing someone about some Epstein claim that I'm like, oh my God, that's just going to make Melania Trump threatens to sue Hunter Biden over some sort of Epstein claim. And I'm like, oh my God, like you're just giving the story more life. Why are you doing this? That's an insane story. Melania Trump threatens to sue Hunter Biden for $1 billion over some claim that he made about Epstein. I think that they had met an Epstein party or something. So it just seems like why do you keep breathing life into these stories?
Yeah, there's no logic to it, so it nabs attention.
Pursuing peace.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, our negotiations have been held in a constructive atmosphere of mutual respect. We have very thorough negotiations that were quite useful. I would like to thank once again my American counterpart for the proposal to travel out here to Alaska. It only makes sense that we've met here because our countries, though separated by the oceans, are close neighbors. So when we've met, when I came out of the plane and I've said, "Good afternoon, dear neighbor. Very good to see you. In good health and to see you alive." I think that is very neighborly. And I think that's some kind words that we can say to each other. We're separated by the Strait of Bering, though there are 2 islands only between the Russian island and the U.S. island. They're only 4 kilometers apart. We're close neighbors, and it's a fact. It's also important that Alaska has to do with our common heritage.
So people were making fun of a journalist because they post on X that they didn't realize how close Alaska was to Russia. And a lot of people were making fun of them for this. And I was going to jump on that, but then I clicked on their bio and I saw that they were European. And I thought, oh, because I know like in America, we all learn about how, people cross the land bridge from Russia to Alaska, and that's how they got to North America and all this other stuff. Do Europeans like learn about that in school? Or is that just something that like you care about because it's North America?
Yeah, I don't know what Europeans learn in school, but I obviously learned about the land bridge.
Yeah, we all. That's what I'm saying. Everyone.
They don't know about the land bridge.
They don't know about the land bridge. Those
Terrible.
Europeans. So any
when
Europeans
ice is
in
over
chat,
in the winter
let me know.
and they just truck on over.
Right.
All those Neanderthals.
They did. All the Cro-Magnon. So any Europeans in chat, let me know. Did you guys learn about the land bridge in school?
Common history between Russia and the U.S. and many positive events have to.
We're just neighbors. I barely came any distance. You basically came to me. You came further than me. I was right here, neighbor.
He was just at the Omega-3 facility. That's in a very cold part of Russia.
Oh, man.
Do with that territory. Still, there is tremendous cultural heritage back from the Russian America. For example, Orthodox churches and a lot of more than 700 geographical names of Russian origin. During the Second World War, it was here in Alaska that was the origin of the legendary air bridge for the supply of military aircraft and other equipment under the Lend-Lease program. It was a dangerous and treacherous route over the vast emptiness of ice.
See, even Trump knows this is boring as fuck. He's like, holy shit.
Well, I don't think
hot air.
So this voice, like that wasn't played in the out loud. Like you had to have an earpiece. So I'm not even sure Trump has any translation to anything that's being said. I mean, I guess you know what? I take that back. He has to. That would be insane if he didn't have like a little earpiece.
They have the little
translator,
clear
right?
earpiece in his
Yeah,
ear.
you're right.
Come
Because
on.
if he says something insane, like Trump would have to react to that. So I take that
Yeah.
back. He would have to hear what he's saying. Yeah.
After this meeting, when I had my cock in Trump's mouth the whole time,
Right.
it's like, what?
However, the pilots of both countries did everything to bring closer the victory. They
Look, he turned his head and you can see his earpiece. He's got two earpieces.
There you go.
He's got the one.
Well, one's probably a translator. One's like for the Secret Service. Or like in case
One's a translator. One's Hannity.
their lives, and they gave it all for the common victory. I was just in the city of Magadan in Russia, and there is a memorial there dedicated to the Russian and the U.S. pilots. And there are two flags, the U.S. flag and the Russian flag. And I know that here as well, there is such a memorial. There is a military burial place several kilometers away from here.
You know, you could say that is why, maybe that's why Putin went to that city that had the Omega-3 facility. He didn't go to it for that. He went to that city because there's some symbolic, America connection there that he wanted to bring up.
He wanted to play up.
Yeah.
He wanted to play on Trump's heartstrings.
Yeah, maybe. I
He's
mean,
like,
he
all
did
these
go
people-
to the World War II grave sites afterwards, so it would make sense.
He thinks all of these people and their petty emotions are so easily manipulated.
Probably does think that.
The Soviet pilots that buried there who died during that dangerous mission. We're thankful to the citizens and the government of the U.S. for carefully taking care of their memory. I think that's very worthy and noble. We'll always remember other historical examples when our countries defeated common enemies together in the spirit of battle camaraderie and allyship that supported each other and facilitated each other. I'm sure that this heritage will help us rebuild and foster mutually beneficial and equal ties at this new stage, even during the hardest conditions. It is known that there have been no summits between Russia and the U.S. for 4 years, and that's a long time. This time was very hard for bilateral relations, and let's be frank, they've fallen to the lowest point since the Cold War. I think that's not benefiting our countries and the world as a whole. It is apparent that sooner or later we had to amend the situation to move on from the confrontation to dialogue. And in this case, a personal meeting between the heads of state has been long overdue. Naturally, under the condition of serious and painstaking work, and this work has been done in general. Me and President Trump have very good direct contact. We've spoken multiple times. We spoke frankly on the phone. And Special Envoy of the President, Mr. Woodruff, traveled out to Russia several times. Our advisors and heads of foreign ministries kept in touch all the time. And you know fully well that one of the central issues was the situation around Ukraine. We see the strive of the administration and President Trump personally to help facilitate the resolution of the Ukrainian conflict. And his strive to get to the crux of the matter, to understand its history, is precious. As I've said, the situation in Ukraine has to do with fundamental threats to our security. Moreover, we've always considered the Ukrainian nation, and I've said it multiple times, a brotherly nation, however strange it may sound in these conditions. We have the same roots, and everything that's happening is a tragedy for us, and terrible wound. Therefore, the country is sincerely interested in putting an end to it. At the same time, we're convinced that in order to make the settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate all the primary roots, the primary causes of that conflict. And we've said it multiple times, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia and to reinstate a just balance of security in Europe and in the world on the whole. And I agree with President Trump as he...
Okay. So he said two things, which is like, oh, there's this tragedy that we have to stop. And my immediate thought was like, okay, then stop invading the country. That would stop this tragedy. But then he follows it up with this, there are these root causes that need to be addressed. And he kind of talks about like rebalancing the world. And to me, this is all just signaling there is no solution to any of this whatsoever. Because the root causes are, I want to control Ukraine.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
I
Like,
want
that's the
I
root
want a
cause.
puppet state. I liked it better when Ukraine
Right,
was our puppet state.
right, right. So it's just like, okay, well, hmm.
It's said today that naturally the security of Ukraine should be ensured as well. Naturally, we are prepared to work on that. I would like to hope that the agreement that we've reached together will help us bring closer.
What security guarantee? The only security guarantee that they could ever get that would make any sense to you from Ukraine's perspective, even whether we would like it, would be, as we said, NATO membership or a military treaty where either America or Europe has to protect Ukraine, which I don't really think America or Europe really wants to do either. And it seems impossible for me to imagine Russia would sign off on something like that.
Of course not.
Is there any other like military guarantee they could possibly get? Or safety guarantee? I don't know. Doesn't seem plausible.
Yeah.
To that goal and will pave the path towards peace in Ukraine. We expect that Kiev and European capitals will perceive that constructively and that they won't throw a wrench in the works. They will not make any attempts to use some backroom dealings to conduct provocations to torpedo the nascent progress.
So he's throwing out the red meat for all the everything is Europe's fault crowd. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, there's going to be some kind of backroom European deal that's going to destroy peace. And also, I mean, I guess it does give an out to Trump too. It'd be like, oh, I negotiated this great deal, but Europe fucked it up somehow.
Incidentally, when the new administration came to power, bilateral trade started to grow. It's still very symbolic. Still, we have a growth of 20%. As I've said, we have a lot of dimensions for joint work. It is clear that the U.S. and Russian investment and business cooperation has tremendous potential. Russia and the U.S. can offer each other so much in trade, digital, high-tech, and in space exploration. We see that Arctic cooperation is also very possible. And our international context, for example, between the Far East of Russia and the West Coast of the U.S. Overall, it's very important for our countries to turn the page, to go back to cooperation. It is symbolic that not far away from here, at the border between Russia and the West, there is a so-called international date line. I think you can step over, literally, from yesterday into tomorrow. And I hope that we'll succeed in that. In political sphere. I would like to thank President Trump for our joint work, for the well-wishing and trustworthy tone of our conversation. It's important that both sides are result-oriented, and we see that the President of the U.S. has a very clear idea of what he would like to achieve. He sincerely cares about the prosperity of his nation. Still, he understands that Russia has its own national interests. I expect that today's agreements will be the starting point, not only for the solution of the Ukrainian issue, but also will help us bring back business-like and pragmatic relations between Russia and the U.S. And in the end, I would like to add one more thing. I'd like to remind you that in 2022, during the last contact with the previous administration, I tried to convince my previous American colleague that the situation should not be
после наступления, которые могут наступить тяжелые последствия в виде боевых действий. И прямо сказал тогда, что это большая ошибка. И вот сегодня мы слышим, когда президент Трамп говорит, что если бы я был президентом, то войны бы не было. Я думаю, что так бы на самом деле и случилось. Я подтверждаю это, потому что в целом у нас с президентом Трампом наладился очень хороший деловой и доверительный контакт.
So,
wow.
When you have Putin publicly affirm what Trump has been saying this whole time about the whole, if Trump was president, the war never would have happened situation, is that Putin just blowing smoke up Trump's ass in the most obvious way possible. Or you think Trump is like, well, listen, Pootie, we're gonna go out there, we're not gonna have a deal, but like, give me a little bit of a glazing, okay? Tell everybody that I'm right. That if I was president, you never would have invaded the first time.
Well, the implication is that Trump would have folded.
Well, if you could interpret it that way, sure, but Trump supporters would not interpret it that way.
Right.
They'd interpret it as Trump's strength or his deal-making abilities would somehow have, swooped in and prevented, given Russia something that would have prevented them from invading at the last second.
What would they have given him?
Well, it'd be the assurance that, or the promise that Ukraine will never join NATO, right?
Maybe so.
So now I'm very skeptical that would have changed anything, because Bush wanted Georgia, the country of Georgia to join NATO, and then when Europe said we're not going to do that because that would be too, Russia obviously didn't want that, and then when the European countries said, well, this is too incendiary to Russia, so we're not going to have Georgia join NATO. What happened? A few months later, Russia invades Georgia.
Right.
It takes out their leader. So it's hard for me to imagine that even if Trump was president and Trump, pinky swear promised that Ukraine wouldn't join NATO, that would have had any impact whatsoever.
He would have invaded anyway.
He would have invaded anyway, yeah.
So he's just glazing.
Yes. I mean, they even had the whole long conversation with Tucker Carlson where Putin dismissed the entire idea that he invaded to prevent Ukraine from joining NATO.
Let's listen to it one more time.
Today, when President Trump saying that if he was the president back then, there will be no war. And I'm quite sure that it would indeed be so. I can confirm that. I think that overall, me and President Trump have built a very good, business-like and trustworthy contact. And I have every reason to believe that moving down this path, we can come, and the sooner the better, to the end of the conflict in Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
I mean, he's giving him nothing. You're right, he's giving him a good glazing, but he's not really giving him anything of substance.
No.
He's just saying, look, we have a good business-like relationship. Trump understands when we need to control Kiev. It's just business.
It's interesting, too, because it looked like he was reading a written speech. And I don't know how much time was in between their meeting and this, but, did they have time to write a speech? Was a speech written before he even showed up?
I'm sure it was written. How's the body double going to read it? The body double's not going to fucking write the speech. Come on.
Right. They
sent it. They sent the speech with the body double.
It was in his little pocket. Yeah.
He did a decent job. No facial expressions.
It sounds like Putin. The same voice. Got the accent down.
All Russians sound the same.
All Russians sound the same. There you go. That's true.
That doesn't mean anything.
That's true.
Notice Trump perked up when he heard that little, he's sucking my balls now.
He did. Look at this weird shadow that's going on here in between them.
It is weird, isn't it? It looks like shadow boxing.
No, it looks like
he's got
like Putin is like standing there and a snake jumped out of Putin's like shirt and Trump
is getting ready to bite the head off it.
Yes. He's gonna do an Ozzy Osbourne. Eat the snake right in front of him. Be like, this is for America.
Let's watch the shadow and not actually them.
Mr. President, that was very profound, and I will say that I believe we had a very...
Oh, look, they're cuddling. The shadows are cuddling together. Yes. He's right. He's giving him a reach around.
Productive meeting. There were many, many points that we agreed on. Most of them, I would say. A couple of big ones that we haven't quite gotten there, but we've made some headway. So there's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate, and I'll, of course, call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting. It's ultimately up to them. They're going to have to agree with what Marco and Steve and some of the great people from the Trump administration who've come here, Scott and John Radcliffe. Thank you very much. But we have some of our really great leaders. They've been doing a phenomenal job. We also have some tremendous Russian business representatives here, and I think, you know, everybody wants to deal with us. We've become the hottest country anywhere in the world in a very short period of time, and we look forward to that. We look forward to dealing. We're going to try and get this over with. We really made some great progress today. I've always had a fantastic relationship with President Putin, with Vladimir. We had many tough meetings, good meetings. We were interfered with by the Russia hoax. That made it a little bit tougher to deal with, but he understood it. I think he's probably seen things like that during the course of his career. He's seen it all. But we had to put up with the Russia hoax. He knew it was a hoax, and I knew it was a hoax. But what was done was very criminal. But it made it harder for us to deal as a country in terms of the business and all of the things that we'd like to have dealt with. But we'll have a good chance when this is over. So just to put it very quickly, I'm going to start making a few phone calls and tell them what happened.
What do you think Putin really thinks of that? Him going on and on about the Russia.
He thinks
hoax.
that this relatively insignificant Russian hacking campaign is paying back in gangbusters. Is what he's thinking.
Because Trump can't stop complaining about it years and years later.
I mean, it completely dominated half of Trump's first term. It seems like it's completely dominating. It's going to dominate another half of Trump's second term.
It's completely dominating his psyche.
Yes, he can't stop thinking about it. It was interesting. I forget who it was. Someone was saying that Trump strongly believes that the Russia investigation really hampered his ability to be effective in his first term, and that he just holds this great animus towards it and the people involved with it, and he just can't let it go.
So right now he's saying to the guy that effectively kneecapped him, "Oh yeah, this was very difficult for both of us."
Well, he obviously doesn't believe it was Russia.
I know you were holding the ball peen hammer and and fucking cratering my kneecaps in, but I know it was just as painful for you as it was for me.
Well, he obviously
great
doesn't.
Relationship.
He obviously doesn't believe that Russia was behind the hack.
Trump doesn't believe that.
Well, otherwise, what he's saying wouldn't. I mean, you're right. If he did, it wouldn't really make sense.
Well, I'm asking you what Putin is thinking right now.
Well, yeah, as I said, Putin's thinking like this is paying back in gangbusters. This is like the best operation we ever fucking did.
I kneecapped this guy, and he's sitting here thanking me for it. What a fucking lunatic. Not only that, Putin would, if the press did this to Putin, what the press did to Trump, Putin would have had them all hanged by now, right?
Right.
They would have all been incarcerated and killed.
Mm-hmm.
So Putin has got to think it's fucking hilarious that he's going on and on and on about this.
Yeah. He's probably joked about that with Trump. He's like, you should do what you would do in Russia. He's like, I can't do that, Vlad. It's America.
That's a conversation we all want to be privy to, right?
Yes.
Does Trump want to do that? Does Trump think it's disgusting that Putin... Really?
Of course.
That's horrifying. That's horrifying to think of.
I mean, I think to be fair to Trump, I think he was just joking. But...
And Trump didn't stop to think, oh yeah, I wonder how the reporters that you hanged felt.
Yeah, right.
I mean, there are a bunch of reporters that are incarcerated now because they've pissed off Putin.
That's true.
There's a bunch of families out there whose dad never came home,
right?
Because he said the wrong thing. Ugh.
But we had an extremely productive meeting, and many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant. but we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there. I would like to thank President Putin and his entire team, whose faces, who I know in many cases, other than that, whose faces I get to see all the time in the newspapers. You're almost as famous as the boss, but especially this one right over here. But we had some good meetings over the years, right? Good, productive meetings over the years, and we hope to have that in the future. But let's do the most productive one right now. We're going to stop really 5, 6, 7,000, thousands of people a week from being killed, and President Putin wants to see that as much as I do. So, again, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I don't know. I'll get a little heat on that one, but I could see it possibly happening. Thank you very much, Vladimir. And thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I just, so much of Trump and his attitude is just talking something into existence. And it comes straight out of his real estate days, because obviously in the real estate game, you got to dream big and think big, and you kind of talk a project into existence. You make people imagine it. Pretty soon they're ready to put money and resources and time and energy into making it a reality. And he doesn't see that Putin has a completely different vision of the reality, right?
Right.
You know, Trump's vision of the reality and his vision of the reality are completely at odds with one another. And I rather than having a Trump who is just, I'm going to talk my reality harder into existence than he is able to do, I wish he would just say, look, I need leverage. We're fucking America. This is the greatest country in the world. Bring me, 10 of the smartest people who have an idea how I can walk into this meeting with some fucking leverage. And I think this is why so many people, so many different politicians have elected not to go into these meetings, is because all those people come back and say, sir, well, we have no leverage, right? What's the point of taking the meeting if you don't have any fucking leverage?
I don't know. There isn't one.
Is this good?
Well, it depends, I guess. We'll see tomorrow. I'm skeptical. I don't think anything's going to come out of this meeting. I think Ukraine and Europe is going to laugh whatever agreement out of the room and say it's absurd. So no. But there's always a small chance, right? There's always a little glimmer of hope. Maybe Russia was willing to capitulate something to some extent.
The baller move is just to say, look, Ukraine had nuclear weapons and we're giving them back. That's the fucking baller move. It seriously is, right? See, you do a big press conference with Zelensky and you say, look, here's your easy button right here. It's got a little nuclear symbol on it.
Right. That would be an interesting move.
That would completely change the balance of power.
That would be an interesting move. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we'd be kind of in that. I remember that situation where Trump was threatening Kim Jong-un and people were like, oh my God, there's a nuclear war. It'd be like that, but times, 50, right? What like, because obviously Russia's going to respond and say that they're going to nuke the US if we do this.
Yeah, they've been saying that for fucking 50 years.
Right.
Do you think anyone's going to launch nuclear weapons?
If we gave Ukraine nuclear weapons, I mean, you don't think they would use them? I don't know what I don't even know. That would be weird. I actually think that would be detrimental, because I feel like if they gave Ukraine nuclear weapons, they'd have to use them. But then if they use them, assuming Russia has nukes that still work, so they would just justify them using it back, and they have a lot more.
Well, I mean, it'd be interesting to see how that played out, but it definitely would be a fucking baller move. It would be something better than this feckless, we're negotiating.
Yeah, there needs to be, I agree, there needs to be something. There needs to be something that someone can come up with that's a better working than this. This is not doing anything. So, though I do believe Trump has to buy his own hype, because if he didn't, then he would just, I think, do the whole, as we talked about, just keep giving Ukraine weapons and just never talking about it.
Right.
Just dodging the question every time it comes up.
Heinrich is in the room on the ground where the president.
So this is kind of interesting. This is I believe this is the right video. This is like an immediate reaction from Fox News after this.
Yeah, I saw this. And
if you remember, or if you recall, the way that this was supposed to work was that after this, there was supposed to be a bunch of questions. The Trump administration told people they're going to be like a question session. Reporters get to ask a bunch of questions. And then after that, there was supposed to be some other Trump-Putin like working lunch or something. And then everything after this got completely canceled. So
Rick is in the room on the ground where the press conference just took place at Joint Base Elmendorf. Jackie, I was surprised, no questions. I was surprised, no details on what progress was made.
I think you and me both, Brian, and everyone else in this room was also surprised. We were told that we were going to have an opportunity to put questions to both leaders after a joint press conference in the event that the meeting went well enough that they could set the stage for a second meeting. And the President, Trump, said if that didn't happen, he was likely to call off the joint presser and just address the media solo and then send Putin home. Neither of those things happened. And what was really stunning to me as someone who's been in a lot of these press conferences is there were a few things that were very unusual. You had Putin come out and address the press first. I mean, we are on U.S. soil here, and that left the media scrambling to get their headsets in. Usually it is the leader of the country, the host country of a summit, that speaks first and addresses the room in their language. But Putin started right off in Russian, and we all had to get our headsets on and listen to him rattle off this diatribe about the history of the U.S.-Russia relationship, making some allusions to something that we didn't get many details on, but also, without knowing the full background of it, there was something that he said that was a little bit alarming, I thought, that seems like some of the things that he has done in the past, setting up false flags and that kind of thing, saying that we hope that Ukraine doesn't do anything to sabotage the progress that we made today, knowing full well that Ukraine has agreed to a ceasefire unconditionally for the last several months, and it has been Russia that has not agreed to a ceasefire. That was President Trump's main objective today. And when we did hear from the president, he said, we didn't get there, but we think that we can. So a lot of questions remaining for the president, Trump, not just about what was discussed in that room and what might be happening now, but also how that all happened back there. It was just very unusual, atypical, and I think we're all awaiting, the readout, because the way that it felt in the room was not good. It did not seem like things went well, and it seemed like Putin came in and steamrolled, got right into what he wanted to say, and got his photo next to the president and then left. Of course, that is...
So this is crazy. So immediately after all this on Fox News, they're just, this woman who was there, she's just like, wow, this looks so bad for Trump.
Yeah, Trump got steamrolled. God, he's going to be very pissed about that.
Yes.
Fox News is portraying this as Trump getting steamrolled.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's the interview after with Hannity where I believe Hannity was being mostly glazing Trump.
Yeah,
maybe he had
to
to do
in
duty
and
for
calm
this
him
lady.
down. Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy shit! Who's this lady that said he got steamrolled? Get Hannity. We need some hand holding.
Right.
It's weird that he's referencing a relationship. I mean, my entire life, our relationship with Russia has been through the Cold War. Like, we were allies with Russia before World War II, and most of those people are gone now.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, no, it is strange. That's a good point. Yeah,
we've always been enemies with Russia. What the fuck is Putin talking about?
Maybe he's talking about World War II. Maybe he's talking about the period after the Cold War, where they were trying to be amicable for like 10, 15 years.
Yeah. 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe he means Trump. Trump, apparently, the Trump family had, financial dealings with Russia before he was ever president. So, who knows?
Fox News steamrolled.
Yeah, steamrolled. I do remember because I watched this live and I was shocked by how short it was. I was like, it was 12 minutes. Putin talked for 8 of the 12 minutes. Neither of them really said anything. And then they just leave. And everyone's like, wait a minute. It was pretty jarring. It was definitely pretty jarring. It's always interesting when you watch something live and you see people's live reaction. Because then afterwards, people sort of like, they collect their thoughts. They sort of think things through a little bit more. Maybe some kind of spin starts to come into effect. But at the moment, everyone was like, wow, that was pretty crazy.
Is only the piece of the picture that we have right now, and certainly President Trump, who is the host and who is the president, would not want to, I think, enable something that would make him look weak. But we are eagerly awaiting to hear the background on that. And I will also note that we didn't see any sort of scowls on the faces of the likes of Steve Witkoff or Secretary Rubio or any of the other members of the U.S. delegation. And I think had it been concerning, we might have seen something there. But just to paint.
You don't think those guys know to keep the scowls off their faces? Come on.
Oh, you think they told us like, don't you dare.
It could be a disaster and both those guys would come out beaming.
I mean, Trump didn't look very happy. He looked very tired. Like if you saw the clip before, I mean, I didn't play it, but the clip beforehand, before the meeting, he's like, he looks really happy to see Putin. He's excited. Afterwards, he seems pretty demoralized.
Yeah. It's so weird.
A picture for you of in the room, how it felt, what we're wondering about, what we need to know to put the pieces together and fully understand what we all just witnessed.
Yeah,
right.
I guess you have great sources, and so does a lot of people, and we'll try to put this thing together. The other thing is, it's really not between the U.S. and Russia, as you know, Jackie. This is between the U.S., it's between Ukraine and Russia, where we're almost listening to say, is there a chance, is there a path to a ceasefire? And if not, the president's going to make evaluations from there because he said serious sanctions come in after and the arms are going to continue to flow. And so therefore, if Vladimir Putin thinks he's steamrolled or thinks he's got a victory, if a victory is us with more sanctions and more arms, that doesn't look like a victory to me.
No, it certainly would not be. And
wait, he just say it's not. Wait. He says not a victory if we give more arms to Ukraine and more sanctions on Russia. I mean, I guess, yeah, it's not a victory in terms of you want a peace agreement, but if you're not going to get peace, that's what you have to do. There's no alternative.
That's
like,
but you can't spin that as a victory, right? We're escalating our involvement.
I guess you're right. That would not be a victory because I'm like, oh my God, because everyone wants to get out of the whole.
Trump's base is all isolationist now.
Right.
The president has noted rightfully that the tariffs that he threatened on secondary sanctions on big purchasers of Russian oil like India and China that really drove Putin to the negotiating table, that would drive Russia's economy from bad to worse. And the picture really inside of Russia is very bad. They are having to give sign-up bonuses to join the military that are larger than the average salary for across the country. They're running out of people. They're running out of cash. No one will buy their debt. There are any number of data points that you could reference here, and so certainly the president holds all the cards. But there were.
Well, see, but that's interesting because it shows that the Trump administration is definitely framing it like. Well, even she, I mean, I guess not the Trump administration, even though she's very critical, she was framing it as that the threat of these secondary sanctions were scary enough to get Putin to come out here. So that would show that there are cards that Trump could play that would have some impact, if that's true.
Scary enough to get, I mean, why wouldn't Putin come out? He's just got to send his body double.
Well, if it's his body double, sure. If it's not his body double, he's taking a risk, right?
Yeah.
Some things that Putin said that are always cause for concern when he references things like root causes.
I know.
It's always a reference back to his ultimate goal of taking all of Ukraine. And so we'll see, though, of course. We got more out of Putin than we did from President Trump. And I expect that we'll get the full picture when he talks to Sean Hannity. Very, very grateful that he is going to be giving the full readout here soon.
Jackie, you're about to get a flow of information, so I'm going to let you gather.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here.
Jackie, you're about to get slammed by Trump calling you an asshole. I'm going to let you deal with that.
Yeah.
Okay, let me bring.
That's going to happen, right?
Probably.
Does Trump go after this woman? Is she being sued? Has she gotten papers yet?
It's a good question.
Has she gotten served?
It's a good question. Now, this is actually kind of interesting.
Hmm. Are we watching the Hannity interview? The Hannity interview?
Oh, can you hear me?
Now I can.
Oh, okay. The watch together like freaked out or something. No, I said before, this is kind of interesting. This is Smirkanish, who was on CNN, not a Trump fan, yet he seemed to be more optimistic about everything than most of the other people.
More optimistic than me?
Significantly more optimistic than you.
No questions were taken, but so many remain. I'm Michael Smirkanish in the Philly burbs. There will be no immediate ceasefire. That's really all we know for sure. After the 2.5-hour meeting between Presidents Trump and Putin, Trump reported that while there'd been great progress, quote, we didn't get there. He suggested there was one big area of disagreement, but didn't reveal exactly what that was. He later told Sean Hannity that it's up to President Zelensky to get it done. And now Ukraine's president will come to the White House on Monday. Some were quick to call it a fail, given that en route to Anchorage, Trump told Bret Baier that he wouldn't be happy if he left without a ceasefire. Leaving Anchorage, he appeared weary, was uncharacteristically quiet. The banner hanging in Anchorage read, "Pursuing Peace," and President Trump has certainly been doing that. I think he deserves credit for the effort that he's making to end 3.5 years of bloodshed in Ukraine and in other global hotspots. And as the song goes, no one knows what goes on behind closed doors. Thus far, there have been no leaks.
See, I completely agree that Trump should get credit for trying something that most leaders would realize will make them look terrible if they fail.
Okay.
What I'm objecting to is Trump used car salesman trying to spin that into some sort of victory.
Right.
Where I think if he just played it like, if he took credit for that, if he said, look, we had to try something new, nothing is working, and I gave it a shot and it didn't materialize, and now we have to go in a different direction, I could respect that.
Right.
But instead of backpedaling and trying to say, oh, this was never my responsibility, it was Biden's fault, looking for a scapegoat, it seems weak to me. It seems totally weak. So
yeah, I would agree.
I think that's the issue here.
No word on what that one big area of disagreement might be. We're left parsing their words and reading their body language. Words and gestures suggested that when it ended, the two of them remained congenial. Pre-summit Trump critics worried that Trump would sell out Ukraine. There's no indication that he did that, nor that Putin made any accommodations. But here's a glass half full wish. If Trump and Putin did sketch out a framework, a deal, they could not have said so. That would have appeared heavy-handed toward President Zelensky and Ukraine. Maybe there was a quiet concession from Putin that Trump will now present to Zelensky on Monday. We'll learn soon, and here will be the tells.
We'll learn soon.
Does President Trump now impose the very severe consequences that he promised before the summit? And will President Putin continue to up his battlefield war games against Ukraine? Only then will we know the real outcome from Alaska. Joining me now is former Supreme Allied Commander of NATO and CNN senior military analyst Admiral James Stepp.
If Trump goes to Zelensky in Europe and says, this is the deal, and they all say, this is absurd, we're not going to do that, What do you think the chances are? Because for me, I can't I can't wage a prediction here. What are the chances that Trump is going to go through with these like severe secondary sanctions and all these other maneuvers that he kind of threatened to do earlier? Or is he just going to kind of try to brush it off?
If he has a deal for Zelensky and Zelensky doesn't take it, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I'm saying if this deal doesn't happen, is he going to go through? What do you think he's going to go through with any of these threats against Russia, or is he just going to blame Zelensky and just call it a day?
Well, I don't think obviously he's looking for a scapegoat when he's talking about, oh, it's not his fault. He never said,
Right.
he inherited this war. All of that language makes me think he's not going to do anything. He's looking for the exit. Even look, Smirkanovich thinks he's got some kind of deal to take to Zelensky. Get real. Get fucking real. Yeah, sure. Putin said, here's a deal to take to Zelensky. You give me Ukraine and suck my dick. Okay? You think Trump is going to go to Zelensky? Trump might go to Zelensky and give him that deal. I think it's a good deal. You should take it.
So
Here's some knee pads.
There's a Fox News clip that I'll bring up after this that shows what supposedly the deal seems to be, or the rumblings about the deal seems to be, is that Putin gets some huge chunk of Donetsk, or all of Donetsk, and there's some kind of unnamed security guarantee that's granted to Ukraine, whatever that may be.
Oh, okay. So it is NATO.
Well, no, it's who knows, right? It could be Russia pinky promising.
Oh,
It's an unnamed,
my
security
God.
guarantee. Like people don't seem very positive about the whole
Don't
thing.
take the pinky promise.
Right.
Avridis. Admiral, you heard my short take. The floor is yours.
I'm going to park
you're
on
high.
severe consequences. I think that is the ultimate tell. It is whether or not President Trump is going to impose a price on Vladimir Putin for what, clearly was yet another round of rope-a-dope by Putin, just coming in, trying to be charming as a thug like Putin can be, and seeking to kind of tap along the president's words, not mine. So will we impose some sanctions, some consequences, Michael? I think we should. I think there should be military consequences. For example, triple the number of F-16 fighter aircraft. I think there should be economic consequences, secondary sanctions.
Lockheed Martin just called and gave him a raise. Thank you. Yes.
And let's go after this oil smuggling fleet that Russia is running, start impounding those vessels. And then thirdly, politically, I would like to see not bringing the Ukrainians directly into NATO. That would be quite explosive, but opening the taps for various forms of NATO cooperation, including with NATO centers of excellence in cyber, air defense, land warfare, for example. So I think there's plenty of arrows in the quiver that President Trump has. The question is, will he get out a bow and start shooting a few toward Moscow?
This has got to infuriate MAGA hearing this. This guy's like ready to go full on invasion.
Yes. So I was curious because I was looking up this shadow fleet that they're talking about, because I was thinking, well, if this is a Russian fleet and we just commandeer it, right, that would be an act of war. But when I'm looking it up, apparently they're not Russian ships. It says that they're ships that are owned by various shell companies that are flagged or supposedly owned by non-sanctioned countries. And it's kind of vague and unclear who exactly owns the boats and who's running these boats. I mean, obviously it's Russia, but they're kind of doing it under some guise of not being Russia. So,
that's how they sell their oil, right? They smuggle it out.
Right. So it'd be like if you stop them and you impound them and Russia complains about it, it's like, well, I thought this wasn't supposed to be your ship situation. So maybe they couldn't get away with that.
This is a pirate ship. We've confiscated it.
Right.
We've taken their oil. See, Trump would turn around and sell the oil to probably China, the same place it was going anyway.
Yeah, what if they did that? They said, "Oh yeah, you can buy this oil. You just have to
From
give us the money now."
I mean, that's better, right?
That'd be pretty funny.
We're getting the money and it's not going to
I would support that. That'd be a pretty base Trump move right there.
Commandeer the ships and take the money.
Just commandeer the ships. No, here's what you do. You have the ship surrounded, it goes to port, and then you just take the money. I don't know, however they do the transaction.
See, this is the kind of thing we want to see, right? We want to see Trump calling Putin and going, "Look, I got your battleship. I sold all your oil. Fuck you." And hang up on him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's that
We want to
Trump?
see some sort of engagement here.
Where's that
Not
Trump that we saw use that rhetoric on so many other countries?
Not this, oh yeah, we suffered through Russiagate together, so I'm letting him sell oil illegally around the globe.
Right.
He understands me. What the fuck?
Okay, so in a nice and gentlemanly like way, you're completely dismissive of me saying maybe there's a glimmer of hope. Because as I think about it, Admiral, how could they have stood on that stage and said, hey, we're in agreement on the most significant of issues? Then everybody would be saying, how can you do that?
Well, it's called lying. Have you heard of it? Murkanovich. You know what a lie is?
Without Zelensky and Ukraine at the table.
Do you think they agreed on anything? Get the fuck out of here.
I don't know. I disagree. I think Trump and Putin agreed that if Trump was president in 2020, the war never would have happened.
Right. And that Russiagate was a huge ordeal for both of them. Very life-changing.
It brought them together. Okay.
They were in total agreement.
Russiagate was Putin and Trump's squid that united them in peace.
Okay, well, I disagree. I think
you don't think that happened?
Somebody in this situation is lying and someone is deluding themselves.
Right.
Yeah. This is classic battered wife syndrome. He still loves me. He loves me too much.
Mm-hmm.
I like your thinking. As you said, it's a glass half full. And as the saying goes, from your lips to God's ears, I think the tell in that scenario is going to pop on Monday when we see what the White House meeting looks like between Zelensky and President Trump.
Yeah, I'm terrified. It's Sitch. I still have PTSD from the last Zelensky meeting.
That was a great show. I love that show.
I do not. Look, I don't think Trump was fair. I don't think J.D. Vance was fair. I know MAGA went crazy about the dressing down Trump gave Zelensky.
He wasn't even wearing a suit, Adam.
Oh my God, please make it stop.
Is he going to wear a suit this time?
If he does, everyone's going to be like, oh my God, him trying to show up Trump with a suit.
Oh, so no, he bent the knee, right? He put on the suit.
Yeah.
He put on the sunglasses.
Trying to gaslight Trump with that suit. Everyone knows he's a grifter.
Here, I'm kind of with you. I'm hopeful that Zelensky will have learned from his first go-round in the White House. I think President Trump really does want to resolve this crisis. And here's the missing man in the conversation so far that neither you nor I have mentioned. It's the Europeans. Where are they going to land? To what degree can they pull Trump toward that axis of Kyiv, Paris, London, Berlin? That is going to be the thing to watch. The Europeans, as well as the actual meeting Monday. And I hope your scenario comes to pass.
If I was Europeans, I would just every single one of them propose a factory in the United States.
That's a good idea. That's a great idea.
Build BMWs in fucking Texas.
That's a great idea. Yeah.
Every single one of them, just whatever it is. What is Trump like, right?
We're
going to build a casino in Las Vegas, the French Riviera in Vegas.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They all just need to come out and say, we're building something in America. We think it's the hottest country in the world now.
Yeah, I'm not wagering on it. I'm just trying to be fair. And I'm hearing all the criticism. I'm hearing all the criticism. Oh, my God, they rolled out a red carpet as if he should have kneed him in the groin the minute that he stepped off the plane. I mean, he's trying to cut a deal. President Trump, is trying to cut a deal. I'm willing to give him credit for that so long as he doesn't sell out Ukraine in the process. And there's no suggestion that he's done so at this stage. I want to tap into your expertise as a former Supreme Allied Commander of NATO. What's the NATO role in all of this?
How dare you do this, Smirkanish? This is CNN. You're supposed to hate everything Trump does. Stop it.
I just, look, I just think it's bad analysis. None of the stuff I like Trump. This is what the problem is. I think Trump, the real estate mogul Trump, who knew everyone in New York was out to fuck him, needs to pull his head out of his ass and realize he's on the world stage now. And everyone is out to fuck him the same way.
Why can't he see that with Putin? It seems so obvious.
He's high on the fact that he's got the biggest comeback in American history here. He's like, I'm on the top of the world. I should be on Mount Rushmore. Everyone wants to suck my dick. And he just thinks he thinks that extends to everyone, even psychopaths who have a completely different project in mind that he's standing in the way of. Trump, and it kind of is Trump's Achilles heel. Trump wants to be loved. He doesn't want to come out and say, look, Putin, I hate to do this, but I got to fucking step on your dick here. You're fucking, I'm going to have to punch you in the fucking jaw. Okay.
He likes stepping on a lot of people's dicks though.
That's what's so bizarre here. He seems to enjoy in some people what's going on with Putin. What has Putin said? I guess maybe Putin has just provided the right kind of flattery here. It's bizarre to me. It's totally bizarre to me.
Maybe it's just because for whatever reason, maybe because of the Russian investigation or the people around him are spinning him this bullshit. He just can't perceive this he just does not perceive this as Russia's fault, as Putin's fault. Like when he goes after people, it's because he perceives it as they've wronged him in some way. And he just, for some reason, cannot and does not perceive this as Putin's fault.
Maybe it is sunk cost fallacy. Maybe it's closer to the battered wife scenario than anyone wants to admit, that Putin's fucked him over in so many different ways that he just can't come to terms with the fact that he's let this happen. Yeah. Maybe he does have people that are telling him, look, we got nothing here. And it's just being in a situation that you have nothing.
Yeah, but I feel like even if he was told we have nothing, but he still felt animus towards Putin, felt like Putin had wronged him in some way, I do think he'd be acting differently. It seems like he never perceives it as Putin wronging him.
I mean, that's one of the things I like about Trump is no nonsense about going after the people he perceives fucking him over. But it's just
that's what I'm saying. Why does he not see that with Putin? Yes. Why is it completely like he just can't perceive it?
And nothing's going to change his mind on it. I wonder if Putin has people on the inside who are close to Trump
that have been like propagandizing him this whole time.
Yeah.
Maybe it could. Maybe this all stems from this weird, brother in arms, bizarre situation from the Russia investigation that he's projected on the Putin.
Oh my God.
It could be like just that simple. It's because I feel like a lot of times people try to analyze Trump and think of all these things, and a lot of times Trump is just incredibly open and transparent with things that he's doing. And so maybe we just have to listen to what he's saying. And he just keeps saying, they kept going after me and Putin with the Russia investigation. They kept going after us. He keeps telling us again and again and again what his character motivation is.
The narrative on the left is that Trump is a would-be dictator and idolizes Putin. He looks up to him like a mentor.
Right.
That's what their constant narrative is.
I'm not sure I buy that.
I don't buy any of that. I don't buy any of that at all. It is a strange relationship, though.
European allies, be specific now to NATO.
What I would do in terms of unleashing some of the consequences, I would go to the Supreme Allied Commander of NATO, who used to be on my team as a hard-charging colonel when I was Supreme Allied Commander a decade ago. And I'd say to him, okay, General.
All these guys in the military, all these high-ups in the military, ego fucking maniacs. Doesn't it seem obvious? This guy's just a fucking egomaniac.
I didn't get that. No. But I'm not really looking at that. He's looking for that. So.
He's completely humble bragging about everything. Jesus Christ. I have a bunch of family members that have been in the military, and this is one of the things they constantly complain about. All the higher ups are just fucking egomaniacs.
Right.
Complete egomaniacs. Because that's kind of what it takes to move up the chain of command. You got to think, you're God's gift to the fucking military. You're a Makes fucking sense. Military genius.
General, you're in charge of putting together a task force of the European powers. Doesn't have to necessarily be under a pure NATO flag, but pull the NATO countries together to provide more training for those F-16 pilots, more battlefield advice, more logistics flow into Ukraine, help facilitate the sale of American weapons paid for by the Europeans. How are they going to get into the hands of the Ukrainians? Big role there for NATO. Again, not pulling Ukraine into NATO, but making them a very close and trusted partner. And it's also a short step from there toward Article 5 security guarantees, which I think is what Zelensky ultimately is going to want.
Quick final question. Which of the two big buckets, you and I have spoken on radio that there are these two big buckets, one are boundaries and the other are future security guarantees. Which of the two, if either, do you perceive to be the greater impediment to peace?
I think the security guarantees, because that is what Putin is deeply opposed to. Putin is going to fight with everything he's got to avoid a scenario in which Ukraine is actually free and democratic and isn't essentially a proxy or a vassal of Moscow. So in those conversations we spoke about just a moment ago, White House for Zelensky, the European engagement in these conversations, watch for how the security guarantees land. The borders, that's a deal. We can cut that. But the issue that's going to be the challenge are the security guarantees.
Admiral, we always appreciate your being here. Thank you so much for your expertise. And to everybody else at home, here's the poll question of the day at smerconish.com. Are you ready for this? If President Trump brokers a peace agreement between Russia and Ukraine, and I'm going to stress these words, that Ukraine finds acceptable, should he be awarded the Nobel Peace Prize? That's the poll question.
Have you seen this clip?
Let's go to the poll. Where do we see this poll? What are the results of this poll?
I should try to find the.
Smerconish.
Smerconish. Smerconish.com poll. Yeah. So,
if President Trump brokers a peace agreement between Russia and Ukraine that Ukraine finds acceptable, should he be awarded the Nobel Peace Prize? Well, yes, of course he should. Yeah. That'd be a huge accomplishment. That's
okay,
the Mount Everest of
I found the poll results. But before I tell you, it's very funny. Listen to what he's getting some audience reaction from this. It's very fascinating.
Okay, let's hear it.
At smerconish.com, go cast your ballot. I'll give you results as they stand at the end of this hour. What are your thoughts on social media? Hit me up on social media. You can find me on all the usual platforms, including X. Bob says he's too thirsty for the prize. They'll never give it to him. He wouldn't be able to broker a deal anyway. Zelensky is more likely to receive it. Be a light in the dark. Hang on, Bob. Just keep that on the screen for a moment because I'm confused.
Okay. I think Trump would.
What's confusing about that?
I think Trump would nuke the Nobel Committee if they could come up with some deal
And they give it to Zelensky.
And they give it to Zelensky.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God. We would
Trump
hear that
would
till
sue
the
everyone
end
involved.
of time.
Yes.
It would be like, holy shit. He would be enraged forever about that.
Trump would sue the letter carrier that delivered the Nobel Prize.
He would drone strike that person.
He would.
He's not going to go lawsuits. Jesus.
Yeah. Oh, you think? Look, come on. Let's be realistic. He would sue everyone.
Mm-hmm.
He's too thirsty.
Wait, hold on. Wait. This is funny.
Wouldn't be able to broker a deal anyway. Zelensky is more likely to receive it. Be a light in the dark. Hang on, Bob. Just keep that on the screen for a moment.
Bob,
because I'm confused. He's too thirsty for the prize. I guess that means Trump is too thirsty to win the Nobel Prize. Consequently, they won't give it to him. Well, hopefully, if he deserves it, they'll give it to him. But I get that he's very eager. He wouldn't be able to broker a deal anyway. Well, let's see. My attitude is, now you can put it back on me. Let's let this thing breathe. They just had the meeting.
Let him cook, as someone once said.
Let him cook.
Let him cook.
Let him cook.
Yeah. I think the kitchen is on fire at this point. The cooking has not gone well.
Right.
Last night, already people are willing to write it off. And yet President Zelensky is coming to the White House on Monday. There's something that President Trump wishes to tell him. I have no inside information on any of this. I'm just reading all the tea leaves like the rest of you. Up ahead, President Zelensky said that he will meet with President Trump in Washington on Monday, as I just referenced, after the summit ended without an agreement for a ceasefire. Former U.S. Ambassador to Poland, Mark Brzezinski, is going to join me.
Okay, so let me read now. This poll is so interesting. It really shows you how human psychology kicks in, and how people constantly, like, you can tell someone something repeatedly, and very often they won't actually listen. They either don't listen, or even if they listen, they don't care. They're not going to answer the question. They're going to try to answer the second question or a third question. They think they're not going to answer the first question. So the poll question was, if President Trump brokers a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine that Ukraine finds acceptable, should he be awarded the Nobel Peace Prize?
Yes.
Yes. How, like, it seems weird. How could you possibly say no to that, right? If Ukraine finds it acceptable.
You literally made peace in Ukraine.
Yes. So according to his website, it says 65,860 people voted. 66% said no.
Said no?
Said no. 66%.
The majority is no?
The majority says no, that even if Trump brokers a peace deal that Ukraine finds acceptable, he should still not get the Nobel Peace.
This is CNN. This is a CNN.
Isn't that interesting? It's so interesting. Yeah.
He's a rapist.
Well, I think part of it is just people just hate Trump so much. Part of it is that when people hear that question, they automatically in their mind translates it to, do you think he will get a deal that they find acceptable? Which is a different question.
Right.
Like, I think people can't even, I wouldn't be surprised if most people can't even like perceive the question. And if they do, they will still say no just because they hate the idea of Trump getting a Nobel Peace Prize. Because they see in their mind, they would see Trump on stage holding that little prize with a big smile on his face, and that would just be so mad.
Infuriate them.
They would be so mad.
Infuriate them.
Yes.
I would love to see it. Man, I was stoked about the Abraham Accords. I would love to see a little victory for America.
Yeah, it would be nice.
It's not just Trump's victory, it's America's victory.
President Trump meets with Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky at the White House, with the world waiting on edge to see if Ukraine accepts Russia's proposal for peace.
President Vladimir.
Oh my God. And now they're saying there's a something on the table. Please. Oh God. What if he drops this on Zelensky live on camera?
No, that would be no way. I mean, they're going to have some private meeting first.
Why do they make Ukraine look like the ocean?
Yeah, that's a bad color choice. We got Russia looks like a bloody period or something, and Ukraine looks like the water.
Russia just looks like land, and
yes,
Ukraine has completely fallen into the ocean and no longer exists.
Very bad graphic design choice at Fox News.
Putin wants full control of 2 regions in eastern Ukraine. In exchange, Putin says he'll freeze the front line elsewhere. as long as the U.S. recognizes the land captured by Moscow.
President Trump briefed Zelensky.
That's crazy. We got to sign off on it.
Well, so if this is the full deal, now I believe this is sort of like the rumor deal. If this is a full deal, this is insane. This would be completely insane because it would be saying it would be no security guarantee. It would be just freezing the front line. So it'd just be a ceasefire. If you give me the two regions that I want to control anyway, like why would they ever agree to that? And then US has to sign off on this? Like, come on.
Yeah. The bully officially stole the lunch money and we just are going to acknowledge it. Okay.
Right. That would be, if this is the deal, this would be insane.
Yeah.
President Trump briefed Zelensky on Russia's offer while speaking on the phone on the way back from his summit with Putin in Alaska. Reports show it was a difficult call as Zelensky has previously rejected giving up the territory, but the commander-in-chief making it clear that a peace deal needs to be made over a
The optics on that is so weird. They look like they're going to kiss.
Show it was a difficult call as Zelensky has previously rejected giving up the territory, but the commander-in-chief making it clear that a peace deal needs to be made over a ceasefire.
And Zelensky seemingly
now he's there advocating for Putin.
Mm-hmm.
So much for neutral mediation, right?
Right. And here's Zelensky's statement. Today, following our conversation with President Trump, we further coordinated positions with European leaders. The positions are clear. A real peace must be achieved, one that will be lasting, not just another pause between Russia invasions. So that sounds like they're saying this deal sucks shit. Yeah. It's a terrible
Why
deal.
has he got to go to this? I guess Zelensky has to go to the White House because all his weaponry is dependent on the White House. So he's got to go kiss the ring. He's got to go politely decline the offer.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be a shit show. I know what we're talking about on Tuesday.
You think it's going to be terrible?
Can it? God, I'm usually the optimist on the show.
Mm-hmm.
You seem far more optimistic than me.
Well, I'm not optimistic about any of the deal. I think there's nothing there at all. I don't think it's going to be a shit show. I would hope that
someone learned their lesson. Come on,
learn to just be very.
Zelensky learned his lesson.
Yeah, Zelensky's going to try to. I mean, this answer here. This is a very placating answer, right?
There's not going to be no back talk. He's going to come in and say, "Thank you."
They'd be like, "Oh, we, just keep reiterating this does not, work for us."
Oh, I thank you for the offer, Mr. President. Oh, I thank you so much for the offer.
Yes.
Thank you for
Maybe
the
they'll do what you said. What you said is a good idea. You're going to have all the European countries say, "Oh, we're going to build so many factories in America. America, so hot right now."
That's what they got to do.
Yes.
As soon as they say that, Trump is going to be like, these people know the country is hot because I'm here.
Right.
I'm president. Not that stinky Biden that lost the rigged election.
Yep, exactly. Okay. You want to see what Kellyanne Conway had to say about all this?
Is this it for the Zelensky?
Well, it's just the map was kind of interesting to show you what the offer supposedly is.
Well, I can't. Oh, man. Okay. So there's a deal on the table.
Some kind of deal, yeah.
Yeah. Oof.
Meanwhile, 22 minutes after the hour, let's bring in.
So am I going to hate Kellyanne Conway? I like Kellyanne Conway, please.
You tell me. You tell me.
Oh, this is bad. Kellyanne Conway, I don't think has the ability to turn on Trump. She's going to spin this into some dramatic win. And I'm probably going to disagree with Kellyanne Conway for the first time here.
Fox News contributor Kellyanne Conway, Jason Chaffetz, as well as Fox and Friends weekend co-host Charlie Hurd. Kellyanne, I'll talk to you. Your sense about the fact that we did really not get any details from that press conference. Why?
Look, I think anybody's confused about how this went down is still wondering what happened at the end of that final Sopranos episode. This is exactly what President
like that. Oh my God. Comparing this to the finale of The Sopranos. Jesus.
Well, I never
I mean, it's
watched
apt.
Sopranos, but I heard the last season was a real shit show that left everyone disappointed.
The last episode it just ends abruptly in a very jarring way, and people were confused and they looked around and they thought, like, what? That's it? So it is a very
Right.
apt comparison. But
Okay. So look,
you know.
she's smart.
Yeah.
She gets it.
Trump said was going to happen. He said it's not his deal to make.
Now, Kelly.
We did listen.
Nah.
I mean, he did say that, but he also did say that if he didn't get some kind of deal, he was gonna be very unhappy and walk away from Putin. Remember?
Well, there's this thing called time. He originally said he'd get a deal in 24 hours. That was dialed back to we're working on it. You can't categorically say, oh, he said this was going to be tough and that probably wouldn't get a deal.
He said it was not going to be tough.
He said lots of contradictory things at this point, which is part of the problem. So Trump warned us this was going to be hard. No, he didn't.
Putin is killing innocent people in a sovereign nation. He invaded that nation, and the country that is being attacked so viciously needs to be at the table to make the final deal. The second thing the president promised and delivered upon, Brian, is that this meeting would set up the framework for the next meeting. And it is not always the case where one meeting leads to another. We've all seen President Trump be one and done. I think in addition to the art of the deal is the art of the details. And I know President Trump is going to get back on Air Force One tonight. He's not going to go to sleep at all the entire ride. We already know that. And he's going to expect everyone around him to be contributing to what the structure and the framework and what the details should be like. And I think he's going to talk to Zelensky again. He's going to talk to the other European leaders again. Look, everything came up Trump in the U.S. today. This was his meeting on U.S. soil with U.S. bombers ahead. Mm-hmm. Look at the step and repeat behind them. It says pursuing peace. Do you think Vladimir Putin wanted to stand in front of a banner on U.S. soil a foot shorter than the U.S. president in front of words that say pursuing peace? That's the goal here. But that's President Trump's goal. And the last thing I'll say is...
You buy this. The goal is to get Putin to stand in front of a banner that says pursuing peace, and you say, look, he's shorter than Trump. Trump wins the interaction.
She's a campaign manager. She spends for a living. Yeah.
She's trying. She's doing, she's doing her best. Okay. Got to give her credit, right?
Spinning very well. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, she's not his campaign manager anymore, right? She was. Until she didn't work in the 2024.
No, she did not.
At all.
Yeah.
This year, yeah.
Putin, I disagree completely with who said he's got cards to play. He got the first word, the first statement. I think today the most important word to get was the last word. And President Trump was crisp and concise. You know why? Putin treated him like they're friends. Oh, the religious artifacts. Oh, you're looking so healthy and vibrant. Donald Trump was not being his jovial, jaunty self in this press conference. It was not emotional. It was transactional. And I think it's because Putin knows Trump can crush Russia's economy with primary sanctions like he's done before and these secondary sanctions for countries like India and China who are buying Russian oil. I think it's a huge win for peace today and a huge win for our president.
Yeah, and when we get deep.
So there's two things that are very interesting about what she just said. The first is right at the end there. Again, as I'm saying, this is sort of the disconnect, I think, between the internet right and the mainstream right. She's framing it like Trump is very strong. He can crush Russia if he wants to, as opposed to the internet right, which is like, just tell Ukraine to fuck off. We don't care. But she's not going to say that. But then secondly, I do have to give Kellyanne Conway a huge hand. She is very good at this. Okay. She is a spin master. She took all the things that people were complaining or pointing out were Trump's weaknesses, and she somehow managed to package them as if they were good. People were saying, oh, why the fuck did Putin speak first? Like, that makes Trump look weak. And she's like, no, Trump got the last word in, right? Like,
of course.
People were saying, oh, Trump looks very like tired and, demoralized at it. She's like, Trump was being stern. Putin looks happy because he's like trying to placate Trump, but Trump is just pure business. She's so good at this job. Like, I don't buy anything that she's saying, but she's making she's making a Herculean effort. Okay, it's like I'm impressed.
Yeah, I'm convinced people are buying it. I'm not buying it personally, but
well, I think a lot of the way politics works is that if you're on the left, you want to believe certain things. If you're on the right, you want to believe certain things. And a lot of the propagandizing is someone selling you the story that you want to believe anyway.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
When we get details,
yes.
No, I can't weigh in until I find out what exactly they agreed on, but they both agreed to something. Jason, let's start with you. Your thoughts about what we know so far. They both came out. I think that's actually a good line that Putin had and why they left. He goes, it's good you have good health and you're alive because of the assassination attempt, right?
No kidding. Look, I think it's a huge win for President Trump, for the United States. There is but one superpower in this world. It's the United States of America, both militarily and economically. You had the visuals on the military side, but both President Putin and President Trump talked about the economic strength. I also don't think this is all about Ukraine. I think they probably had a discussion that was much broader than that. I think this has to do with China. I think it has to do with Israel. I think it has to do with where Vladimir Putin...
You think they talked about all that?
I think they do mention that.
Look, I was thinking the exact same thing. You think they talked about Gaza?
No.
Why the fuck would you drag that into this conversation?
If you can't get an agreement over this, how could you possibly get an agreement over any of these other issues?
When is Putin's birthday?
I don't know. He wants a birthday present.
Look it up. Look up when Putin's birthday is.
Uh-huh.
But I don't think they go
October 7th.
Oh, interesting.
Wait a minute. Oh my God. October 7th happened on Putin's birthday?
Yes.
That's interesting. It's all making sense now.
You think Trump asked him, hey, how'd your birthday go this year?
With maps. Well, because I think they actually go through and they want to talk about all of these places on where Russia is in the world. And we can push Russia around because if Donald Trump decides to turn that knob and say, you're no longer going to be a participant in the world economy, then you're going to fall apart. That's why President Trump holds all the cards.
And that's why John Radcliffe going.
That's just like, we've fallen into a delusional pit here.
You think this is a fan fiction?
Trump holds all the cards.
Well,
okay, interesting way to put that.
The fan fiction terms of, again, I think Trump could try to bully Putin around with all the things he's talking about. We've seen no indication of it at all.
Yeah, I guess you could. I mean, he's going to continue to hold the cards and not play them, right?
Right.
Don't you think, Jason?
Yes.
John Radcliffe going is important because he knows what's going on in Russia. He has the intelligence. So he says, listen, I know what he's telling you.
But he says Howard Lutnick has the intelligence. I don't know if he means because he's smart or he means he has military intelligence. But I'm sorry, Howard Lutnick to me does not a man that screams intelligence and competence.
They have the frame of where the shadow looks like Trump's shadow is embracing Putin's shadow.
That was a very bad lighting design by the Trump team there.
They love
Charlie
each
Hurt, Radcliffe could say, but I'm going to tell you the reality, what's really happening in Russia, and the CIA knows.
Yeah, and I think the big reason we're all kind of reeling right here is because
we know nothing.
Yeah, well, we know nothing, but also we're so accustomed to Donald Trump taking all these questions. The president never misses an opportunity to take questions, and so we're sort of like confused by this. Right now, normally, under normal circumstances, we would be 1/8 of the way through a reeling press conference where he answers every single question. Obviously, this is a different situation, but
Why don't you think he took questions, Sitch?
Because he doesn't want, either because it is a Putin body double, or because he doesn't want to give any of those answers.
Oh man, can you
All the
imagine
answers
the
are bad
American
answers.
press asking a bunch of questions of a Putin body double?
You heard exactly what he said to Brett Baer in the interview, that these press events are a bunch of people looking for ways to attack you.
Yeah, gotchas.
To get, I mean, if all the answers, if all the answers to the questions he knows he's going to be asked at this press conference are terrible answers, why would you do a press conference?
Is it true you've been sucking Putin's dick for the last 3.5 hours?
Now, I don't think that would be a question.
Why not?
They did.
I'm sure
Are you working on the animatronic moose?
Callan Collins is not there?
He's
That's
out there.
totally a question she would ask. What are you talking about?
Do you think she could get do you think anyone from MSNBC could get security clearance to ask a question of Putin?
Oh my God.
Like, now you're probably going to try to do some violence.
Who is there? I don't even know. I guess they didn't get to ask any questions.
Also, it was interesting watching him give those remarks. He did it off the cuff. He had no notes.
You think that's the real reason that Fox lady was annoyed? She was personally there. She was physically there. All these reporters fly up to Alaska.
She's like, I'm the hottest blonde in the room. Of course he's going to call on me.
They all fly up to Alaska, think that they're going to get to ask questions of the president of Russia
Putin.
and of Trump. And then it's like, nope, nothing. And they're just mad. They're just salty. They're like, what the fuck? I flew up to Alaska for nothing. You could have sent an intern out here.
Yeah, I'm sure there's part of that.
He was responding to what Putin had clearly prepared extensively before he walked out there, read it, word for word off a piece of paper. Trump was talking almost like the wheels were still churning.
I agree.
Like he was still like
evaluating and digesting what just took place.
But it's a reminder.
That's a nice way of saying he seemed kind of shell-shocked, isn't it?
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
That Trump is
blindsided.
Not afraid of high stakes gambles. He's always doing these high stakes gambles. And I think he's still in the process of trying to figure out what he wants and what he can get.
Because his approach to big situations, he gets calm. The more intense he...
What's going on with Steve Doocy's eyebrows? I mean, he's got the full Vulcan look going.
That's a good question. Yeah, it's weird because usually you see women, they do that thing where they shave their eyebrows and they draw them on this ridiculous arch. And I don't know.
For those of you who are just listening, he's got the Spock eyebrows going where they just go straight up above his ears.
What wouldn't the makeup team at Fox News not let him do this?
Fix that?
Fix that, yeah.
What happened?
They playing a prank on him?
He shaved like half of his eyebrows. He's super tan too, like he just got back from Cabo.
Maybe they think it makes him look more serious. He's got serious eyebrows.
They're like, look, we're gonna give you the Vulcan look.
I mean, he's
People
always
will
come
love
off
it.
as kind of goofy, right? So they're like, oh, you're kind of goofy. Let's make him serious. We'll give him serious eyebrows.
Yeah, online people are saying you're illogical. Okay, so we got a pitch. We're gonna fight that. We're gonna make you super logical.
Yeah.
You want us to stop at the pointy ears? Come on, just a little bit of point to the ears.
It is, the calmer he gets. And that's why he seems to be really churning, not nervous about the ramifications, not worried about the protocol. Before we go back to Kellyanne.
Are you noticing the eyebrows too?
I didn't notice. Yeah. Wow. They're really, I don't know
what's going on. Is there a Star Trek reboot going?
He should shave them off and draw them on. Okay. He should take a page out of the lady's book.
There's another portion when they talked about what President Trump was going to do next as he left the stage. Listen.
There were many, many points that we agreed on, most of them, I would say, a couple of big ones that
we agreed on. What was the best portion of the lunch? Oh, I guess they didn't have the lunch. So
it was chicken Kiev.
We agreed not to go to the lunch. Oh, it was chicken Kiev, wasn't it? They couldn't have agreed on that. Oh my God.
We haven't quite gotten there, but we've made some headway. So there's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate. And I'll, of course, call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting.
So, Kellyanne?
That just seems so bad to me. I guess, look, if you like Trump, he can do no wrong, but yeah. Well, look, if you have a conversation with somebody and then all of a sudden you're acting on their behalf, you're going to all these people to basically
what is
advocate
the point of him
for them
doing this?
Yeah, like
Why is he the middleman? Why is he coming off as like the busboy here?
Okay, I've talked to Putin. I've got his demands. Now I'm going to run over to NATO and I'm going to relay those demands to them.
Yeah. Get your shine box. Fuck? What's happening here?
Yeah, exactly. Get your shine box.
It's interesting. Yeah, because I didn't think about that till you said that. It's very much like in high school, when it's like, oh, Becky, go tell, Jordan this, and then the girl like runs over, and then it's like she transmits the message back and forth.
I think if shell shock is more fitting a term in my estimation, just because if Trump was awake and alert, he would know this sounds horrible.
Yes.
I sound like a fucking errand boy.
Yes.
Oh, this is why so many people are like, don't get involved. That's a clusterfuck. Don't get involved.
What do you think he's going to say?
Well, first of all, what a difference 6 months makes. I was at the Munich Security Conference in February. I sat with the U.S. delegation when our Vice President J.D. Vance gave that unbelievable, stirring speech, and at the collective pearl clutching by all the NATO members and all the European leaders. Oh my God, what is he saying? What is he doing? It's so rude. And by the way, Ukraine, must be at the table. Excuse me, Europe must be involved. It's President Trump who made sure he called the European leaders, but he reminds them, you guys are in for about 100 billion. U.S. is in for about 350 billion. Last time we all looked at a map, Ukraine is in Europe. So you need.
She said it. She said the line, the 350 billion line. I missed that.
Did you end the poll?
I did end the poll. Yeah,
you did.
It was stuck. It was stuck at the same number.
It was stuck at the
69, 68%.
I thought it was 50-50 from what I saw.
No, it was 66% not a body double.
Look,
you got 33%, Adam. You got 33% think it was a body double.
I was at 50%, approaching 51%.
No, you're right. I sabotaged the poll. It's true. That's a good point. JMac or Sergio 5, thanks so much. Daddy JMac for the $30 says, why doesn't Trump leverage his height against Putin in negotiations? He has 8 inches on him. He should just put him in a headlock, give him a wedgie, and tell the little guy to knock it off. Weak. Also, apparently the word noogie breaks YouTube's terms of service, but wedgie
I can't believe
does not. That is weird.
I could just see that. Bending Putin over and rubbing his skull with your knuckles.
Putin is like, isn't he like really short? He's like 5'5", isn't he? He's like very short. He wears
so
heels.
Easily assassinatable.
Yes. I know, it says 5'7". I thought he was shorter.
Yeah.
People are saying they're comparing him to other people that are like 5'5", and it's like the same. And I mean, Trump's tall, isn't Trump's like 6'3" or something, so he just towers over him.
He should have brought Barron and really just.
Oh, there you go. What? Yeah. What? You see, that was
Barron's
that's
like
the
7
move.
foot tall. Yeah,
that's the move.
Meet my son.
Trump.
Barron,
Trump is
bend down.
Trump is negotiating. Trump is negotiating with Putin. And then all of a sudden, like Barron just like appears behind him, like towering over him, like a shadow crosses over Putin. And he's like, "Oh, meet my son."
He stands behind him, and he's like twice as tall.
He's gonna be president when I'm gone, Vlad. He reaches down from like space. Hello, Vlad. Like this giant hand from heaven comes down.
That's so good.
Yes.
Oh, the imagery.
Yes.
Hello. Have you bought Melania coin today?
Have you bought my coin yet? Of course, that would be the first question.
Barron's swimming in Melania coin.
Yes.
Need President Trump, and I think what he's going to do is call them and keep them apprised of what's happening. And he's got, I think the thing that we're all missing here is the arc of the spectrum of the last 8 years. We've gone from President Trump being Russia collusion, Russian asset, to him literally being the guy to help Russia and Ukraine perhaps broker this peace. Last thing, I'd be very curious to know, we don't know what President Trump thinks of Vladimir Putin. He hadn't seen him in 7 years.
He went for the Russia collusion guy to Putin's strong arm against Zelensky. I mean, that's the same position. Fuck. What the fuck?
That wasn't. Yeah, that was a misstep, Conway. Come on, Kellyanne. I was singing your praise earlier. That was a mistake.
Nobody reads a room and reads people like Donald J. Trump. Be very curious. Maybe we'll never know what he thinks of Vladimir Putin. If he looked at him today and thought, this guy's lost a step, he's a little weak. Remember what he said after.
Oh my God. I thought it was in prep. I don't remember what it was. I did hear a clip of Trump saying that he was going to not look into Putin's eyes. the way that George W. Bush said, which I thought was kind of funny. Someone like asked the question.
It's the opposite.
Someone's like, "How can you trust Putin?" He's like, "Well, he said something like, oh, I can know when I walk in the room, I can get a sense of it. I'm not going to just look into his eyes and see his soul."
He knows. He studied all the former presidents.
Well, that shows you that he knows. That shows you. I would have been shocked. I would not have thought Trump was aware of that, but he was. He even mentioned it.
Assad finally left Syria in disgrace. President Trump's comment was, that's because Vladimir Putin took his eye off the ball in Syria. He's so distracted with this ridiculous war in Ukraine. So he senses weakness there. Look, people thought this Russia-Ukraine, quote, war would be over in 3.5 days, 3.5 weeks, maybe 3.5 months if Ukraine got a little lucky. Guess what? We're 3.5 years plus into it. And Putin has lost all these people as well. Jackie Heinrich said they're kind of paying people to, or somebody said they're paying people to be in the forces now. So he may have detected some weakness there.
Yeah, Kelly, stand by. Just real quick, I just talked to a general in charge of the Ukraine operation from the American perspective, and he said that President Trump does have all the cards. He said that he can demand a ceasefire. Things are bad in Russia. And he also says, look, when Russians negotiate, they try to get details on things that they do want and go out of their way to be vague on things that you want. So we'll see how this all comes out and what the details are, because if the president feels if he's being tapped along, he's going to have a response, and it's probably going to be sanctions, and it's going to be more arms. When we come back, what do new polls say Republicans think about the war in Ukraine?
What gives them the confidence to say that? I would have zero confidence in saying, oh, if Trump doesn't get what he wants, he's going to do this.
Because they want to project the idea that Trump is going to be strong. They can't acknowledge, they're not going to tell everyone, oh, Trump's going to look really weak and lame.
They could say, we'll see what Trump is going to do.
That's not how punditry works, Adam.
You got to go out there and lie to people.
You got to go out there and swing for the fence.
Yeah, maybe they're trying to talk him into it.
Well, that's a more optimistic way, and that is very possible. That everyone's trying to talk Trump into. They're trying to like trick him into it by saying, well, obviously this is what he's going to do.
Right.
Maybe. That's interesting.
Trump, you got to go out there and kick your best friend in the nuts.
Right. Do you want to see what Bolton said about this?
Fuck yeah.
Bolton is a big Trump fan.
Are we going to listen to Mearsheimer? Mearsheimer? We don't have to.
If you want to.
I
didn't think it was very interesting, honestly.
He was the only guy that was talking any sense, but
Caitlin, it's fascinating to see.
Oh, it's Caitlin.
There she is.
I love this trans woman.
It's fascinating to see how it must have felt in the room versus seeing it on television. It was interesting to see that.
Dudley Do-Right is very jealous of that jawline. Oh my God.
Oh, you're so mean.
It's so pronounced.
Stop being so mean.
Putin's body double would kill for that.
Body double is jealous.
Would kill for that jawline.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, she could play Superman.
Oh my God.
I'm on a roll, Sitch. Come on.
So mean to
I lost in the poll. Let me make some jokes.
There you go.
Come on. Be nice.
Poor Caitlin.
She's a firecracker. Don't feel pity for her, okay?
Nothing screams firecracker like a turtleneck.
She would bend you over her knee and spank your bottom, Sitch.
Why do you have this weird what is happening?
Don't you?
You've thought out the scenario.
Don't you talk smack about Caitlin. She'll get you. She'll get
Adam
you. She won't take any shit from you.
Adam likes the strong jawline on the woman, apparently.
Well, I mean, I do think it is attractive, but
there you go. Look.
The problem is, in this day and age,
don't know what's going on down there. Yeah,
Yeah, about 50% of them are probably
get
trans.
surprised.
So
Yeah, sure.
every guy with the feminine, strong jawline is like, I'm gonna strike out as a woman.
Mm-hmm.
See what I can do.
Split screen of President Trump sort of trying to say things that maybe a regular leader other leader might laugh at or smile at, and Vladimir Putin was just dead-eyed looking at him, not responding in any way. Ambassador Bolton.
I can't believe this, Sitch. You pulled out one clip that I haven't actually seen. It amazes me. The progressive pit of CNN now has Bolton, the biggest neocon in Washington, D.C., sitting on a panel. He's probably going to fucking agree with all these guys.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it's crazy. Crazy how the tables have turned.
You've been, obviously, you were in Helsinki, you were in the national...
They're all sucking his dick. You were there. You were amazing then. Of course, we were beating up on you the whole time and calling you a warmonger. They used to fucking
despise Bolton.
Of course. Yes, exactly. Of course, we were kicking you in the nuts that whole time, but...
Your advisor, what do you make of what you saw from the president?
I think Trump did not lose, but Putin clearly won. Trump didn't come away with anything except more meetings. Putin has, I think, gone a long way to reestablishing the relationship, which I've always believed was his key goal. He has escaped sanctions. He's not facing a ceasefire. The next meeting is not set. Zelensky was not told any of this before this press conference. It's far from over. But I'd say Putin achieved most of what he wanted. Trump achieved very little. And I will say one other thing. I thought Trump looked very tired up there. I mean, very tired. Not disappointed, tired. And we'll have to reflect on what that means.
Vladimir Putin said, I believe...
Trump supposedly hates to travel. Hates fucking getting in the plane and going places and shit. So...
You think that's it?
Well, you had to go all the way to Alaska. That's gotta fucking suck, right?
That's true.
Being cooped up in an airplane.
As I said in the beginning, I can see how like him meeting with Trump and having this good meeting, that's good propaganda for Putin in Russia.
Oh yeah,
in terms of him solidifying his power base in Russia even further. But I don't buy this notion that it rehabilitates his image to the rest of the world. Like I don't think the rest of the world is going to look at this and be like, oh wow, maybe we should open up, negotiate trades with Russia again. Like I don't buy that. That
totally agree. Yeah, totally agree.
We've turned the page, not referring to Ukraine, but more to, do you know what it referred to, or what was your sense?
I think he meant the U.S.-Russia relationship, but what he really means is the Vlad-Donald relationship.
That's what makes this so extraordinary, though. He said we've turned the page back to cooperation. He mentioned he was hopeful there would be space cooperation between the United States and Russia. He mentioned maybe in the Arctic there would be cooperation. He said, yes, Ukraine deserves security guarantees, but we know what Putin believes, how he would secure Ukraine. He has a very difference of opinion. And he talked about how they have such a fantastic relationship and turn the page. The American president could have said, maybe we will turn the page, maybe we can do all those things, but first you have to end this war. And he didn't. He, in fact, said the relationship was fantastic. So he went for a ceasefire. He leaves with nothing. Putin got a flyover, a red carpet, a lot of handshakes, and a lot of great state TV coverage back home. I think it's
all of these Obama players are there. This is crazy. Axelrod, Rahm Emanuel. Rahm Emanuel was Obama's chief of staff. Axelrod was his campaign manager. What's going on at CNN?
They got everybody.
Even deeper. He got out of diplomatic penalty box. The 3 minutes are up. Yeah, Putin did. He's got the ability, the fourth threat of sanctions not issued. I think that's why he came here, was to avoid sanctions again and keep the economy, while it's rickety, afloat, and he's allowed and permitted to keep the war with no political consequences back home on that. So I actually think, while you may, I understand that you said Trump didn't lose. I actually think Putin came out of here more significant a winner because he has no sanctions, no economic or political isolation, and he keeps the war going for what he wants. And I sit here, we watch this, we've been waiting. I think I know less today than I did when this started.
Jill Doherty, former Moscow bureau chief. I mean, you've read Russian tea leaves for many decades.
Yeah, well, I mean, he hasn't changed his position. I mean, he is talking about root causes. Yeah. And he even, if I understood that part correctly, seems to be saying that President Trump is trying to get to the crux of the issues as well. It almost sounded as if, maybe this is too much, but they had convinced Trump of these root causes. And as we know, root causes are NATO,
in his view, those are the root causes.
Yes, so
NATO
I think it's extraordinary. Not good.
If that weren't the case, hi everybody. If that weren't the case, in terms of talking to your audience at home, if that's the implication that they read into it, and it's an affirmation of his position, that's good. The thing that was interesting to see is just how artful Putin was at tickling Trump's funny bones. He took a shot at Biden, and he said, "I can confirm that the war wouldn't have happened if Trump were there." That's like music to Trump's ears, and you could hear Trump. You could sense that was landed well with him, and then he started talking about Russia, and he went all that. I mean, Putin is you remember when we went to Moscow in 2009, and Putin was talking to President Obama, and he said, "You're an educated man. I'm just an old security apparatchik." Well, you saw some of the old security apparatchiks.
I'm just a country lawyer.
The longer I sit here listening to everybody, I'm wondering about the White House's decision-making in a lot of this. They had this lengthy meeting in the small group. They skipped another meeting that would have continued it. They decided to come out, do the press conference a little bit early, maybe not quite as early as it was originally thought to be. And then they let Putin speak first. And they let Putin speak first about something that Putin described as an agreement. He said it was perhaps a starting point. So maybe there was something agreed to. Whatever that was hasn't been communicated to European allies or Ukraine. It was not reiterated by President Trump. We know nothing now that we did not know 4 hours ago. I'm just not understanding the White House's decision-making in setting this up this way, because maybe there was something agreed to, but they clearly are not confident enough in it that they were willing to say so at that podium.
Well, Ambassador Bolt, do you think there was something actually agreed to?
It certainly sounds like there was something, but the fact they wouldn't announce it says it can't be very substantial.
Yeah.
I think, Abby, the answer to your question is there is no White House decision-making process.
Right, it's just whatever they want to do.
It's hard under Trump under the best of circumstances. I can attest to that. And I think today it broke down completely. I think...
when you say there's no White House decision-making process, you mean it's whatever President Trump is thinking in that moment?
Yes, and then people say, yes, sir. And that's how it happens. I think the mood in Russia after this is going to be close to euphoric. I think in the United States it's going to be confused.
Deflated.
And I think in Europe and Ukraine it's going to be very depressed.
I want to check on Fred Pleitgen in Moscow to see what kind of reaction or coverage this is getting there. Fred?
Yeah, it's getting wall-to-wall coverage, Anderson, here in Russia. And as you can imagine, the Russian state media are pretty happy with the outcome so far. One of the things that's getting played again and again and again is President Trump saying that there could be a follow-up summit, and President Putin then saying next time in Moscow. That certainly is something that the Russian press is sort of zeroing in on, generally saying that they believe that the meeting went very well for Vladimir Putin, obviously outlining the fact that Vladimir Putin does not appear to have made substantial concessions to the U.S. president, certainly not towards any sort of ceasefire that might be imminent. The fact that the Russian president spoke about the root causes of the conflict and that those need to be addressed, Russia's security concerns as well, that's the exact same rhetoric that we've actually been hearing from Vladimir Putin since the beginning of the full-on invasion of Ukraine. And looking at how this evening unfolded, certainly if you see some of the Russian officials that we've sort of been monitoring, Anderson, that have been talking about this, like, for instance, the spokeswoman for the Russian Foreign Ministry, she said, look, people have been saying for the last 3 years that Russia is completely isolated, and now they're seeing President Trump roll out the red carpet for the Russian president on U.S. territory, then saying that the U.S. media was going.
Do you think any of these people know that it was a Putin body double? They seem
No.
completely oblivious to
They
the
don't
fact.
seem. I don't like this argument, and it's like an argument that never dies, and it never is really explained outside of a vibe. It was the same thing, like, oh, you can't, if Trump meets with Kim Jong-un, that's going to give him some form of legitimacy that's going to translate into something bad. And then that doesn't happen. Like, I don't understand. Like, people always make this argument. You could just not meet them because you think it's pointless. Like, and maybe this meeting was pointless. But this, again, this idea that it just gives them magical legitimacy in the world stage. That's only true if the world trusts the person. Like, all the European leaders were bending over backwards about how much they fucking loved Obama. If Obama did this, maybe they'd be like, oh, well, if Obama says yes. But they fucking hate Trump. Trump meeting with someone, I feel like it's more likely to make them sus of the person, not the opposite.
Right.
So I don't like this argument that, oh, we've successfully isolated Russia and now we're invited them to, Putin to come, or his body double, whatever you want to say. They called him to Alaska and shake Trump's hand. Like, we did all this, work. It's like, did we? Like, I don't think so.
Do you think it makes a person, it bolsters their power base within their own country?
Yes, as I said, it does that.
Yeah.
But that's not the way that they frame it. They keep framing it like it bolsters their power base in the rest of the world.
Right. It makes them.
It makes no
it's
sense.
Credibility laundering is the way they've.
But that would only work if the rest of the world loved Trump. But we know the rest of the world doesn't love Trump.
Right. They hate him.
They do.
They'll have TDS. Whole country.
Of course.
I mean, the whole world.
Oh, of course.
Trump will tell you about it.
Crazy about all this. So certainly the Russians right now treating this as a positive outcome for Vladimir Putin. It was quite interesting to hear because the Russian media actually did speak to some Russian officials that then came out of those meetings, and the Russian ambassador to the United States talked about a very positive atmosphere. The Russian defense minister said that he was very upbeat after hearing about the meeting. So generally it seems as though in the Russian delegation the mood is quite positive, but here as well, no one really knows what the agreements are that allegedly were put in place by these two leaders, or that were agreed upon by these two leaders. But the mood definitely on the ground here in Russia, in Russian media, and it seems also in the Russian delegation, seems to be a very positive one, Anderson.
Fred Plekin, thanks very much from Moscow. Ram, do you want to say something?
I want to pick up, the president looked tired, maybe a little also, I would slightly put it, tired and irritated because he didn't get what we all know he wants to go out there and announce that he had a win. Every day is you got to have put the headline, you got to have headline points on there.
If there had been a ceasefire, he would have come out and said, we got it.
Yeah, and I wonder, I mean, you were in the North Korea discussion, we all watch it. I wonder if there was actually a firmer red line and they couldn't get to the place he wanted, and he got stuck on you get to that fork in the road and he refused to take it. I'm not going to be, I think there may be a potential here that while we're hearing all these atmospheric words, productive, all that, my guess is the second meeting on the economic side was probably productive. Inside there, you're at a logjam on some core issues because President Putin won't give in and President Trump won't give him what he wants.
The question I have is, other leaders around the world irritate the president. He slaps tariffs on them.
Right.
He punishes them. Now, time and time again, he menaces Putin with action, and then he never does anything. And now Putin has gotten himself an extension. For what, we don't know. For how long, we don't know. But we know that every day is to his benefit at this point. So it's concerning.
Four sanction red lines have all been crossed and never a consequence, and he gets to continue the war.
Yeah, I think the answer may be that Putin convinced him on certain things that were essential to Zelensky, that Trump was being told, you got to advance Zelensky's agenda on this, and Putin convinced him that that was not right, possibly on the question of the security guarantees, that he was just very clear on that. But I think Putin really got what he wanted from Trump. And if Trump had been irate, he would have called things off. Putin has gotten to him. I think that's very clear.
Putin got to him.
Trash.
Welcome back.
Got to him.
Guy's a trash human being. What are you doing? You're trying to play my video again?
No,
my
autoplay
video
is
was
it.
great.
So President Trump and Vladimir Putin just wrapped up their historic summit.
So this is Preston Stewart. He does a lot
this guy's
of
great.
He does a lot of military and global geopolitics analysis, and I think he's generally pretty good in all the things I said. He had a very fantastic video on Israel and Gaza where he basically just said, he kind of threw his hands up and he says that all the information you get out of Israel and Gaza is so unreliable. And it's all just hyper biased in one way or the other, that it's hard to really get good information coming out of the area to figure out what's going on there.
Yeah, it sucks.
Alaska, and nothing happened. That's it. Actually, could probably save you guys some time. That's everything. I mean, I'll go into some further detail here if you want to hear the detail, but that's kind of the main takeaway, is all of this pomp and circumstance and excitement and people getting frustrated or angry or whatever it might be. And they just wrapped up their press conference and said nothing. It was, we're going to keep talking about things. We talked about some things, but we're probably going to talk about other things in the future. And that was that. No sanctions relief, no sanctions added on, no ceasefire, no air ceasefire, nothing. So, look, this is going to be a first take. We just wrapped up the press conference a moment ago, run through what we know so far. No doubt we'll be coming back to this maybe tomorrow or in a couple days to add more details as we get them. But big picture, Putin arrived in Alaska. They did this at a military base in this maybe tomorrow.
Look, watch the handshake.
For a couple days to add more details as we get them. But big picture.
He did the classic Trump makes you reach far out for the handshake and then he pulls you in.
Picture, Putin arrived.
Look at that. Empowerment. Controlling.
Yeah, he's got a handful of COVID right there.
Who does Trump?
Yeah, Trump just got him with the COVID hand.
Right. He had like a hanky full of COVID phlegm in his pocket that he was rubbing.
Do you really think the real Putin would do this handshake?
Yes. I don't think it's a body double.
Flesh.
I don't think it's a body double.
That's so risky. Right there.
Well, I don't think Putin thinks that Trump is like going to hide a hypodermic needle on his body that he's going to inject Putin with as he like walks by.
I mean, that would be risky, wouldn't it? Because
that would be very
poke
risky,
him too.
Or
unless that's a prosthetic hand. His whole arm is like a robot arm.
Putin is actually like a tiny, he's like, the Men in Black. He's like that tiny little guy inside of a Putin robot that he controls.
No. I was saying Trump had
I see.
Trump has the cyanide arm. He's got his real arm is tucked in. He's got
I see.
A robot arm there. So he reaches out with the hand that's got the fucking needle in it. With the palladium 452.
Right. So I think you can just wasn't there like the thing in Russia where they poisoned someone by just like touching them with an umbrella tip?
Yeah.
I don't know if it like injected
That's
them.
the
They just
palladium.
rubbed it. Okay. They injected or they just rubbed it on them?
They injected him.
Okay. Because I thought the guy that they did to didn't even feel it. So it must have been like a
No,
tiny
he
needle.
felt it. What are you talking about? He knew he got stabbed by something.
Oh, okay.
And then he died a couple days later.
Right. So it wouldn't make sense because if Putin shakes Trump's hand, if it's like the movie Weapons, he shakes his hand and immediately draws his hand back and he's got like a little needle mark.
Yeah, exactly.
He's not going to be like, do you have AIDS? Like he's going to run back to the plane immediately.
Trump should have done the robot arm. That would have been baller.
He should have done the old like the gag. He's like shaking his hand and all of a sudden the whole hand comes off. He's like, gotcha.
In Alaska,
Yeah, exactly.
They did this at a military base in Alaska. There was a long series of meetings planned before the eventual presser where they didn't take questions, by the way. That's the other thing, is you're kind of hoping that the press comes out there and pushes them, maybe, pulls a little something out here or there. They didn't take any questions at all. It sounded like they were supposed to, and they were going to, and they did not. So there were some initial meetings between Putin and his team and Trump and his team. My understanding in following this is that there was supposed to be a working lunch after that. That was scrapped. And again, this is early reporting, but it sounds like the actual press conference happened
Okay. I think Alaska needs to chill the fuck out. All right. Alaska, no one, you're a big state, but you got like 10 people that lives there. You're outpopulated by mooses and bears and your people. So you got some oil, okay. I don't need the Alaskan Capitol building to have some giant map like, oh, look how big we are. Look how cool we are, Alaska. We're like bigger than fucking, the majority of states in America. Here's our big Alaska dick. Just popped up on the table.
Is that anatomically correct, that map?
I'm assuming that's why they threw it up there, just to show off, to show how big the state is.
Yeah, betcha.
Yes.
Sooner than anybody expected. There was supposed to be a bunch of other things.
Look at that. The little wedge part of Alaska is almost as large as Florida.
I know.
I feel threatened. I feel threatened. Florida is America's penis, and I feel threatened by this.
You cannot look at that map and think, oh yeah, Alaska's got a big dick too.
Florida's still bigger. Okay.
Look at that.
Look, it's still bigger.
That continued on as the talks went further and deeper and maybe hit on some different subjects. And then all of a sudden, the international press crew there was told, like, it's about to happen right now. Get in the press briefing room. So that happened. Putin was the first one to talk here. Spoke in Russian. We'll get some clips, maybe some translated clips in a video tomorrow. But a couple key notes from Putin's talk. He said the meeting was long overdue. He said he's kept very good contact with President Trump since he's come into office during this administration, and stressed that the relationship right now between the United States and Russia is at its lowest probably since the Cold War. And I think that's a pretty safe assessment. He said that in talking about the war in Ukraine, some interesting things here. He said what's happening in Ukraine is a tragedy for us. And keep in mind, what you're hearing from me are my notes from somebody who is translating this in real time. So there's 100% the chance, there's a very likely chance that there's some nuance involved in these statements that I'm missing right now. But he said what's happening in Ukraine is a tragedy for us. Talked about how it's a brotherly country and they really don't want to be fighting. He said in order for all of this to be brought to a close, all of Russia's concerns have to be addressed. He didn't get into those concerns, but to kind of step out a little bit for anybody kind of catching up with this, by and large, Russia's demands at this point in the conflict is that Ukraine needs to withdraw from Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson. Those are 4 regions in the eastern portion of the country. Russia controls like 99% of Luhansk, and then it's down from there, like 70% of Donetsk, and I think even less of Zaporizhia and Kherson. Those are territories that Russia has claimed ownership of. They held referendums there of the small portions at the time that they occupied. They want international recognition of those, and they want Ukraine to withdraw from the area in those territories where Ukraine still has forces, as in the areas that Russian military has not yet taken by force. There's that. Again, they want international recognition that those territories are part of the Russian Federation, neutrality for Ukraine, as in no joining NATO, no military alliances, and they want a limitation on the Ukrainian military in terms of the size and the capabilities. So when Putin talks about all of our concerns must be addressed.
You don't think that's a good deal? Ukraine, you pull out of this region. The rest of the world acknowledges that this is now Russia, and Ukraine, you're not allowed to have a military anymore.
Yeah. Sounds like a great deal.
Yeah,
Just snap like that right up. Are you kidding me?
You don't think that's a good opening offer?
Where's
Steven Crowder? We need Steven Crowder to let us know if this is a good opening offer or not.
Well, what do you think?
He's very, I hear he's very experienced at that. Okay.
Oh, man.
Big picture, those are the things he wants addressed. And we should note that leading into this, there was some confusion because Steve Witkoff was in Moscow and he came back with 3 different versions of what Russia was ready to talk about. And within trying to figure out what exactly his idea was, it was in the middle of that where Europe said that doesn't make sense. And Ukraine said, wait a minute, hold on, what? And Witkoff gave 3 different versions after his time with Putin. In that window, Trump and Putin set up this meeting. So it's entirely possible that they actually publicly announced this meeting while the details of what they were going to talk about was still completely unknown. For instance, Witkoff said at one point that Russia would likely be withdrawing from certain portions of Ukraine, or then that the lines would be frozen, and then came all the way back to say, no, I meant Ukraine. Ukraine has to withdraw. Very different assessments at that point. And
I mean, that's a classic mistake. Can we really blame him for that? He said Russia said they withdraw, and then he said, oops, I meant Russia wanted Ukraine to withdraw. Like, it's an easy mistake to make.
Yeah, the body double messed it up.
Yeah.
Anyways, continuing on with Putin here, he said, we hope Kyiv and Europe will not conduct provocations to torpedo this process. Kind of saying, he suggested that there was some sort of agreement reached. We have no details on that right now. But he immediately went from that to saying, look, Europe, look, Ukraine, don't make this worse. Don't sabotage this because we're over here making progress. He talked about how it was very important for the United States and Russia to turn the page and go back to cooperation, mutual cooperation. Spent a little bit of time talking about possible business relationships and economic cooperation with the United States. And then in closing, again, this is one where it'd be really important to get the exact translation on, but bear with me here. He said President Trump often talks about how if he was president, this war never would have happened. And he said something along the lines of, I agree with that. I don't want to go so far as to say, he said, I confirm that. Again, translation, but he kind of validated that statement that we hear President Trump drop every possible opportunity he gets. I thought that was really interesting.
I think it was in the Hannity interview where Trump repeated that. He's like, look, even Putin said that he wouldn't have invaded. And it just, I'm wondering, like, what's happening? Is that statement persuasive to even people in Trump's base? Is it not obvious that, to me, it should be like the most obvious thing on the planet that Putin is just blowing smoke up Trump's ass? I assume everyone understands that.
No,
right?
that's not the case.
You think that there are people that think, oh, Putin literally, when he said that, is just, he's completely serious. It's legitimate. He's just not blowing smoke up Trump's ass.
There are people who actually believe it. There are people who don't believe it, but think it's good that other people will fall for this. So they're totally on board with it.
Okay.
That's a lot of people.
I guess.
They're just happy that someone's going to be gaslighted into believing this.
Okay. Because to me, it's like every time I hear Trump repeat that, it's just going to be like, okay, well, you're repeating someone lying to you. Like, it just comes off very stupid. Like, it's very obvious. Like this, because then I started thinking, does Trump actually think that? Did he fall for it? Or is he just repeating the lie because he thinks the lie makes him sound good, but it's an obvious lie? So is it really make him sound good?
It's like when your friend comes to you and tells you, confides in you that his girlfriend swears she's going to stop cheating on him. And you're like, okay, well, that's good.
Right.
Look, you got her. Look, you're making some progress, man. That's great.
I am wondering. I was like, does Trump actually believe Putin when he says this? This is actually something that he thinks is legitimate. Does he not understand that Putin's just fucking with him?
I think. Who knows what you're supposed to think in that situation? I think you're just supposed to be like, okay, that's well, yeah. Good job. Excellent.
Then turning over to President Trump, very short. So roughly, I would say Putin probably talked for maybe 10 minutes, Trump for like 2. So Trump was in and out of there. And they were both on stage during this talk. Trump said that right away. He's like, hey, right when we get out of here, I need to call NATO, need to call our European allies, need to call President Zelensky, tell them about everything we did. He said a couple times they had a very productive meeting. And then he spent a lot of...
I got them all on speed dial right now. NATO! I got jack shit! Why are you calling
Why didn't you just do a
me?
Zoom call? It's like a Zoom call with Trump.
All right,
Zelensky,
here's the
Putin,
deal, okay?
NATO.
Putin is a very tough cookie, okay? Oh my God. Oh, that's so bad.
his time actually talking about the Russia hoax. I would say more time spent on, and there wasn't very much time at the podium at all. He probably spent more time talking about the Russia hoax than anything else, saying that that damaged relations between the two countries, made it hard for them to work together during his previous administration, even currently. He kept kind of go in that direction, then reeling back in. He wrapped up by saying, we'll speak soon, we'll see you soon, there are going to be more meetings. And Putin said in English, maybe the next one will be in Moscow. And Trump said, I'm probably getting a lot of trouble for that, getting a lot of heat for that, kind of, right? Prodding people with that one. And that was it. They shook hands, they exited the stage, and the reporters were jumping at it like, let's go. They had all these questions, right? You and I have all these questions. What is happening? Or is there any sort of agreement? No. Now, in terms of what we thought might come out of this, I think the big idea is probably what happened. Nothing, realistically. The details are too far apart in so many different directions that there really wasn't anything for the two leaders to sit down and agree upon at this point. There was the possibility of an aerial ceasefire maybe going into place. That doesn't seem, nothing is in effect right now. Of course, Ukraine would need to agree to any of this, but I thought maybe there would be talks of we agreed on this framework, or maybe something about sanctions or anything. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. So that's essentially where it sits right now. There's going to be a lot of analysis, a lot of assessments, but if your key takeaway from this meeting between the two is that nothing changed since before the meeting was held, as of now, I think that's a fair assessment. For better or for worse, interpret that however you will. I would say it probably kicked the can down the road in terms of Trump holding Putin's feet to the fire. Remember, he had the 50-day deadline. That moved down to 2 weeks, and then all of a sudden it was Friday, and now we passed that deadline. It's probably extended that another week at the very least, and now it'll be extended again until the next series of meetings. But that's probably the only real, legitimate, tangible thing that came out of this whole series. But again, first take here. So we'll see what more information comes out in the next 24 to 48 hours. That's all we got for now. Thanks for watching, and I'll see y'all next time.
Is this like a gambler at the slot machine who's just convinced himself, oh yeah, it's this thing's about to pay out. We're so on the verge here. He's calling NATO up right now and saying, oh yeah, he's about to crumble. He's so close.
You should bring up that meme where it's like the guy digging and right before he hits the diamonds, he turns away and quits.
Trump has that meme on his desk in the Oval Office.
Yeah, you have Trump's face on it, and the diamonds are like peace between Russia and Ukraine. He's like, I could get it. I swear, guys, just one more pick with the axe. I'm right there.
And we're those killjoys that keep telling him, there's no way. This is Mount Everest.
That's right. You
can't even jog around the track once. You're trying to climb Mount Everest here. That Putin in the thumbnail, that's the body double Putin. I can tell the difference now.
Oh, okay.
That one doesn't even look like Putin.
So there's a William Spaniel that's really good, but maybe I should just watch that because I don't know if we have a lot of commentary on that. There's 3 more videos at least that I want to look at. There's one I haven't seen yet, which is Marco Rubio was on Fox, and it's called Marco Rubio Sets the Record Straight.
Yeah, you should bring up stuff that's brand new, brand spanking new.
This is like a brand new video, yeah.
Joining me now
and then
is
the other
the
two things I want to look at after this is, so I was going to try to compare Asmongold to Hassan's take, so we could see okay, who has a better stream, who has the better commentary on it.
Mm-hmm.
But Hassan's take on the press conference was just saying, LOL, Trump sucked Putin's dick. And that was it. He didn't say anything.
There wasn't.
He said nothing. It was insane. He was sitting there shoving food in his mouth, making a joke about Trump sucking his dick. That was it. So I was like, okay. So I did find time codes for Asmongold that I thought were interesting that we could talk about to kind of go through, because he did actually go through it. But I also found this very interesting Hassan clip where Hassan watched the Mishmeimer debate. I don't know if you saw it. Mishmeimer was on Democracy Now! And he's debating some other guy, even though they kind of agree on 90% on this issue. And Hassan's commentary on the debate isn't that interesting, except for the fact that his audience has become 10 times more radical than even Hassan is comfortable with. And he spends a large portion of the commentary pushing back on his own audience, who wants to just say that Russia is good because they're anti-American, which is
That's
which
what
is
Hassan
funny because
told him to say.
that's what Hassan. Yeah, we watched that clip where Hassan says that, and Hassan is claiming that that's out of context, but even his own chat seems to agree with that position. So
They're telling him, you taught us this.
right.
What are you doing? Why are you backpedaling now, buddy?
Joining me now is the U.S. Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, who was also on the trip to Alaska with President Trump and who will be there tomorrow with President Trump and Zelensky at the White House. Mr. Secretary, thanks so much for.
We got to bring up that picture of Marco in that original Zelensky meeting, just looking like he wanted to sink into the chair.
Yeah,
Like
this
he
is.
just
I watched this
terrified.
clip earlier
Mhm.
before we began the live stream, and this is a clip that made me realize Monday was going to be a very sad day.
Okay. Interesting. I haven't seen any of this yet.
Joining us this morning.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Why did President Trump's meeting with Putin end with no ceasefire? And what does Putin want?
Yeah, well, a couple things.
Look, she just comes out swinging.
Yeah,
What
she
the
does.
fuck? What
Good for
happened
Maria.
here?
Good for Maria. Look at this.
This is a business community, and we want to know what the fuck is going on. Why
You know,
did Trump fuck up so badly?
Even though I do find her voice annoying.
Tell us why Trump fucked up. So what happened? Was Trump drunk again? Was he out partying with Hexeth last night? Be real with us.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't she's a little like Marge's sisters, huh? Tell us the truth.
First of all, if you recall, there's no way you can have a meeting like that. And we never said there was going to be a deal coming out of the meeting because the Ukrainians are not there. This is a war between two countries. It's not America. It's Ukraine and Russia.
I mean, didn't Trump say in that Brett Baer interview we just watched, he said he would be unhappy if they didn't come out with a ceasefire deal? Didn't he say that?
There was this thing called an election, Sitch. It lasted
Okay, I
about
know
a
you're going to go
year.
back to the 24 hours.
There's a fucking, for 1 year, every time Trump was in front of a microphone, he said, I would solve that conflict in 24 hours.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Right.
So when Marco says he never said he would solve that conflict in 24 hours 1,000 times to fucking reporters all over the world during the election, he's lying. He's lying to your fucking face.
Why? Trump was just, being hyperbolic for the election. Isn't that okay?
Well, look,
That's-
if it was
that's fine,
hyperbole,
right?
that's fine.
It's just hyperbole. It's not lying. It's
Right.
just saying things that are not true in an exaggerated way in order to get what you want.
If he came out and said, "Look, I understand Trump made some overzealous claims during the election, but it's an election, okay? Obviously, people want to swing for the fences." But once Trump became president, he never said he was gonna make good on that campaign promise, and we're getting somewhere close to honesty here. No, that's complete honesty, I think.
Right.
But
Well, you're not going to get
just-
that answer, obviously.
Yeah. This
Met
whole
with a Russian-
trying to rewrite history. Oh, you never said it. Look, we've been tempering people's expectations for forever now.
Mm-hmm.
Liar! Fucking liar. No one would
Aside-
ever accept this in Biden. If Biden did something like this, or Kamala did something like this, or Nancy Pelosi did something like this, would anyone give them the benefit of the doubt, Sitch?
Of course. Well, people on the left would, yeah, but people on the right.
Oh,
would not.
obviously, yeah.
Yeah.
We've spoken repeatedly with the Ukrainian side. We'll see them again tomorrow in person, along with our allies in Europe. So I do think some progress was made in that talk in terms of narrowing down the issues set. And now these are hard issues that remain. The conversation about where the territorial lines are going to be, questions about long-term security guarantees and who Ukraine can have military alliances with, things like that. These are difficult things, but I do believe we made progress in narrowing down the issue set. But there's a lot of work that remains. There's a reason why this war has been going on for 3.5 years. It's a war that never would have happened had President Trump been president, but he inherited it. And now he's trying to do everything he can to bring about peace. He's made peace a priority of his administration, as you've seen with all the peace deals we've been able to achieve throughout the world. This one's the hardest one. Everyone acknowledges that. But he's the only one in the world that has any chance of doing it. Look, peace may not be possible at the end of the day. We don't know. But if it is possible, he's the only one that can get it done. And that's why everyone's asking him. They're asking him to meet with Putin. And they're also asking him to come here tomorrow and meet with him to talk further about what we do next.
A European diplomat has confirmed to Fox that President Trump supports Putin's proposal for Russia to take full control of Luhansk and Donetsk, all of Donbass. Do you support this move?
No, first of all, I don't know who told you that, but they don't know what they're talking about. I mean, the president has said that in terms of territories and stuff, these are things that Zelensky's going to have to decide on. These are things that the Ukrainian side is going to have to agree to. That's all the president is trying to do here is narrow down the open issues, narrow them down.
So,
thank God.
They're just narrowing down the issues, Adam.
No, thank God he didn't cave on those. I mean, that's
the issues. Right.
That's a huge plus.
So there's a clip, I don't know if it's worth playing, where
Sitch is like, he did agree to it, though.
Well, no. So, it's interesting because I heard that clip before I watched this, so maybe this is what this is in relation to, where Michael Wolff, who's the guy that, he really hates...
The huge TDS guy,
yeah, he really hates Trump, but he was the guy that was the reporter that sat with Trump in the White House in his first term for like 100 days or whatever, and, he has all this Epstein dirt and shit because he was talking to Epstein a lot before Epstein... died / was killed and all this other stuff. He said, or he claimed, that he has a source in the current Trump administration and that feeds him information. And he claims that this source told him after the Trump-Putin summit, all they said was, we're fucked. That's all they said.
I think I saw that. Yeah.
Right. And it was kind of, and he said that he didn't get any sort of clarification of what that meant. And so I'm wondering if, there's a lot of ways you could take if that's true, there's a lot of ways you could take what that means. I would assume it would mean we're fucked in terms of there's no way that we're going to be able to broker some kind of peace deal whatsoever. That's how I would interpret that.
Right. Putin's not budging.
Yes.
Or, I mean, you could interpret it that Trump gave him the farm, and he's talking to NATO right now.
Yes, you could interpret it that way too.
About how we get the NATO maps changed.
Right. Which, if Trump, was positive about just give up these regions of Ukraine and you get nothing in response or in return, then that would the we're fucked thing would more align with that interpretation. But I'm hoping not. I'm hoping that's not the case. I am glad to see Marco Rubio push back and say that's not the case. So,
Zero Fuck says it was a typo in the message, and the message actually was they fucked.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
That's pretty good.
That's good.
So Putin and Trump did the nasty.
They did.
Well, look, Trump thinks he fucked Putin, but really, he
was
the body double.
See, that's why Trump looks so kind of like
demoralized
afterwards. He thought he finally got a home run. He thought he got, first, second, third home run with Putin. And then he realized, he's like, wait a minute, that mole isn't supposed to be there. And then he realized it was a body double the whole time.
He thought he finally asserted pure dominance over Putin.
Yes.
And then he found out Putin sent his gay body double.
And he realized he was the one that got fucked.
Exactly.
There you go.
Terrible.
Yes.
Terrible. What a role reversal.
Yes.
Oh, man. Bad mojo.
And then see if we can play some role in bringing that closer together so we can stop and end this war once and for all.
Even Fox News, they have the little graph up.
Yeah.
Russian occupied area Russia wants.
The area that they're still fighting over.
Yeah.
This war is only going to get worse. It's not going to get better. You've seen that in the escalation and the attacks. Russia's economy is now 100% full-time war footing. They are producing munitions. The Ukrainians are as well. Both sides are hitting each other very, very hard. And the war is only going to get worse. It's not going to get better. So he's trying to do everything he can to bring it to an end. But people that are out there talking what they don't know with all these stupid leaks and things of that nature, they all want to just sound important. They don't know what they're talking about. The president's been very clear. In terms of like what Zelensky's going to agree to, that's up to them to decide. They're going to have to decide what they're willing to give and ultimately what they're going to get, what they're going to demand as well. Both sides are going to, but here's what I can tell you for certain. You can't have a peace deal between two warring factions unless both sides agree to give up something and both sides agree that the other side gets something, right? Otherwise, if one side gets everything they want, that's not a peace deal. It's called surrender. And I don't think this is a war that's going to end anytime soon on the basis of surrender. So this is tough stuff. I mean, it's difficult to...
Okay, listen, I'm happy to hear this. I wish I would hear it from Trump, but I'm happy to hear it from Marco. I don't know how much sway Marco actually has in the Trump administration, but what he's saying is true.
Don't most wars end in surrender, though? Is that
most? I don't know what the statistics are for wars that end in, one side, quote, winning versus everyone just kind of walking away.
Bring these two sides together. We made some progress, we believe, and now we'll have to follow up on that progress. And ultimately, where this should lead is to a meeting between the three leaders, between Zelensky, Putin, and President Trump, where we could finalize it. But we got to get this thing closer before we get to that point.
What does Europe want, Secretary?
Well, look, I think the role that Europe can play ultimately in the long term is on security guarantees that Ukraine has been talking about. They should play a key element in that regard. And I also think that Europeans are very helpful being in the room sometimes and sort of giving ideas about, what accommodations can be made and what flexibility the Ukrainian side could have. So that's the role that they've played up to this point. The president...
They're our sounding board.
Giving ideas. Well, it would be... I don't think Russia would agree to it, but I mean, he's kind of hinting it'd be interesting if there was some situation where they're like, oh, the security guarantee is that something that's not NATO in Europe has some sort of military defense pact with Ukraine if Russia invades. I mean, that would be like a godsend for Trump, right? That'd be the ultimate deal for him. If they get a peace deal where Europe has to foot the entire the future defense of Ukraine, and Trump just gets to wash his hands of it while claiming he got the deal.
Oh, yeah. He'd love that.
Yeah.
Invited them to come here. He told President Zelensky to come on Monday and bring, European leaders that he chose to bring with him. So there's a handful of heads of state that will be here as well tomorrow at the invitation of the president.
I have to rehear
that. On Monday, bring your
friends. Yeah, he phrased that really weird.
President Zelensky to come on Monday and bring, European leaders that he chose to bring with him.
Why he said that so strange. I could be reading that. He said that very strangely. Like it's kind of like annoyed.
Bring your cookies and your blankie.
Yeah. Do you have to bring your chaperones with you?
So there's a handful of heads of state that will be here as well tomorrow at the invitation of the president to see if we can make some progress on some of these points. The president spoke to many of these leaders on the airplane. I think it was 2 o'clock in the morning our time. It was probably 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock in the morning their time on our way back from Alaska. And and then yesterday I had a call with all the national security advisors of the different countries. So we've got a work agenda ahead of us over the next few days, and we've been talking about these things now for a while as well. So because we also talked to them before, we had multiple meetings and conversations with them leading up to the events in Alaska. So they can play a very constructive role here. But ultimately, only President Trump, if a peace deal is possible, he's the only one that can bring it about.
Is Europe still buying Russian oil?
Well, if you look at the oil that's going to China and being refined, a lot of that is then being sold back into Europe. Europe's also buying natural gas still.
I guess he's just saying that because he has to say that. The whole, if anyone could get it, the only person on planet Earth that can get a peace deal is Trump. If they can't do a peace deal, then no one on Earth can do it. Like, that's an interesting defense. Like, when this peace deal doesn't go through, like, well, no one alive could broker a peace deal if Trump couldn't do it.
Yeah. It's just it's all theater.
I would like, it would be interesting because every time, and Rubio said it here, and Trump is going to keep repeating it now forever because Putin agreed to it. The whole, like, the war would not have started if Trump was president. Why? What would you have? I want you to tell me very specifically what you would have done differently. That you think would have stopped.
Wouldn't that be a
war.
great question?
Yeah.
Well,
I don't think he'd give you an
likes
answer.
Trump. Putin likes Trump, so he wouldn't have invaded.
Okay. I see.
Now, there are countries trying to wean themselves off of it, but there's more Europe can do with regards to their own sanctions. If they always talk about sanctions, and they've got a sanctions package coming out as well, but an additional sanctions package supposedly coming out soon. So, but for us, I think the most important.
Do you remember how the war unfolded? That they made a play to assassinate Zelensky, but Biden gave them the information, and so Zelensky knew to get out of Kiev. So they whisked Kiev away, and they offered Zelensky a plane ticket to the U.S., but Zelensky said no, he's going to stay and fight.
Right.
And that was like a big turning point. What if Putin means, oh, this war would have never happened because Trump wouldn't have given Zelensky the information, and Zelensky would have been murdered, and we would have just been in Kiev in 2 weeks like everyone planned. Yeah.
Right.
So this war would have never happened.
Because I think when Trump hears that, he thinks, because I would have negotiated a deal, and then Putin thinks, we would have invaded in 2 weeks and you wouldn't have done shit to stop.
And you wouldn't have done shit. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, it could mean that.
It could, yeah.
Everything he's saying is, I mean, he's very careful to word it. So he's not saying, oh, yeah, we would have never invaded. He didn't say that.
Why?
He says this war would have never happened.
That's why that's why Preston Stewart was saying he wants to hear the exact translation.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. How exactly did Putin word it? That's a good point. What was the exact
Biden fucking saved Zelensky.
Yeah.
This is another reason why a lot of people on the right fucking hate Biden and hate Zelensky.
Right.
They're like, oh my God, we got involved in this. It would have been all over immediately, nice and quietly.
Mm-hmm.
Another fallen state. Just like Jesse Lee Peters always talks about.
Right.
Role that Europe can play here is to have a constructive role in building up those security guarantees that will allow Ukraine the potential flexibility to make a deal on the rest of the issues that are at stake.
Well, I mean, wouldn't that be a major lever to pull, to put sanctions on Europe or punish Europe for continuing to buy oil and gas from Russia? Is that something on the table?
Well, I don't know about on Europe directly, obviously, but certainly there are implications to secondary sanctions. If you put secondary sanctions on a country, let's say you were to go after the oil sales of Russian oil to China. Well, China just refines that oil. That oil is then sold into the global marketplace, and anyone who's buying that oil would be paying more for it, or if it doesn't exist, would have to find an alternative source for it. So we have heard, when you talk about the Senate bill that was being proposed where there's 100% tariffs on China and India, we did hear from a number of European countries, not in press releases, but we heard from them some concern about what that could mean. But look, I don't want to get into a tit for tat with the Europeans on this. I think they can play a very constructive role here in helping us get to that point. But and the president has kept them in the loop. The first call the president made as soon as the meeting with Putin was over was to the Secretary General of NATO, Mark Rutte, who will be there tomorrow as well. We've been in touch with them over and over again with regards to this process. So I think the president's done an incredible job here of trying to bring the sides together. There's a lot of work that still remains. You don't have a deal, as the president says, until you have a deal. This is not an easy deal. This is not a war that began under President Trump. It's not, as you saw acknowledged at the press conference there in Alaska, it's actually a war that would not have happened had President Trump been in the White House. He inherits a 3-year-old war, and now he's trying to untangle it. And because if this falls apart, this thing's going to get far worse and go on much longer. Thousands and thousands of more people are going to die and be injured as a result of this.
Can you give us any clarity on a timeline in terms of the U.S.'s thinking? I mean, obviously, there's no ceasefire in place right now. What are the repercussions? Are we just going to watch the murders continue?
No, look, at some point, a decision has to be made if peace deal is possible or not. If at some point it becomes clear that both sides are so far apart and so dug in that we're just not near a peace deal, then the president will have a decision to make about how much more time do we invest in it and what actions does he take then. But I want everyone to understand, if this morning the president woke up and said, I'm putting these terrible, strong sanctions on Russia, that's fine. It may make people feel good for a couple hours, but here's what you're basically saying. You're saying talks are over. for the foreseeable future, for the next year or year and a half, there's no more talks because there's no one else in the world that can talk to him. Okay, Putin's not going to meet with Macron. He's not going to meet with the UK. With all due respect to these leaders, none of these leaders are going to be able to bring him to the table and talk to them. There's only one leader in the world that has any chance of bringing these two sides together. If there is a chance, there's only one leader in the world that can do it, and that's President Trump. And you forfeit that role the minute you put additional sanctions on him. We may get to that point, unfortunately, but if we do, it means that peace talks are no longer possible, and that would be very unfortunate, because the real world ramifications are that while we're here calling each other names and doing TV interviews about this stuff and all of that in American politics, there are people who today will be injured and killed in the battlefield and in cities, in Ukraine, on the front lines, and even in Russia. Even as we speak, people that have nothing to do with this war are suffering as a result of it. And I think we are very fortunate and blessed and should be thankful to have a president that has made peace and the achievement of peace a priority of his administration. We've seen it in Cambodia and Thailand. We've seen it in India, Pakistan. We've seen it in Rwanda and the DRC. And we're going to continue to pursue any opportunities we can find to bring about peace in the world.
Understood. What are you expecting to present to Zelensky
See, he's moving public opinion. I love that part.
tomorrow?
Well, I think tomorrow's conversations, a lot of it will be centered around what are the kinds of security guarantees that Ukraine is looking for. Because what Ukraine is looking for here is okay, the war ends. How do we make sure this doesn't happen again? How do we make sure that in 2 or 3 years, the Russians don't come back at us? So they want guarantees built up so that they can protect themselves or prevent such a war from occurring in the future. So the details of what that would look like is something that hopefully we'll spend a lot of time discussing tomorrow. We had a long conversation about it yesterday with the national security advisors of multiple European countries. Some work has already gone into it, but now we're at a stage where we need to build some details on it, and then ultimately, obviously present that to the Russian side, who and get them to accept it. But first, we have to have our ducks in order.
What kind of security guarantees is the U.S. willing to make?
Well, that'll be part of the conversation tomorrow. At the end of the day, the truth of the matter is that any security guarantee that, the Europeans, there's a lot they can do and a lot they can offer. And it would be a huge concession. It would be a very big move by the president if he were to offer a U.S. commitment to a security guarantee. That'll be his decision to make. And I want people to understand that. That tells you how bad, if he does it, it tells you how badly he wants peace, how much he values peace, that he would be willing to make a concession like that. But ultimately, that'll be a decision.
It's very interesting that Marco said that, because I would have guessed that there is no fucking way that Trump would agree to have the U.S. give some sort of military guarantee to Ukraine, because his base would not like that. And yet Marco seems to be thinking that that's entirely possible. At least he's setting us up for that being entirely possible.
Well, if these polls are right, I don't see why he wouldn't. If 87% of Republicans are in favor of that, then his base has completely moved.
87% said they would be in favor of U.S.
standing up to Russia.
But
I don't know
some sort of
I don't know the
military?
specific poll. These are the poll numbers that people were throwing around in these interviews.
Right.
I don't know the specific wording of the poll, but I do remember it was
Right.
around 87% of Republicans supported stronger rebukes of Putin.
Sure, but I'd say stronger rebukes is not
necessarily troops on the ground.
Do you
But
want to?
But a security guarantee, I think people would be in favor of a security guarantee as long as we don't get involved, right?
Yeah, but that's what a security guarantee means. It means you might have to get involved in the future if they invade again.
Well, it depends upon how you get involved, right? If the security guarantee is, if you fuck with Ukraine, we're going to nuke you, then that's a different security guarantee than we got to go over there and put boots on the ground, right? Look, the robots are coming. We're just going to let our robot army invade, all right? Everyone's going to be like, oh, fuck you. You seen those robot dogs? They're terrifying, okay? Imagine
They're
those
going to send
as
robot
paratroopers
dogs
all over
to
the
Ukraine.
Yeah. Well, no, they're going to drop them in Russia and say, just go hog wild.
Right. I don't think Ukraine would accept a if the security guarantee is, if they invade you, we just give you a bunch more weapons. Like, I don't think Ukraine would accept that. I think because they're already getting that. They're gonna need something they don't have
Nukes.
already. Well, nukes could be it, which I don't think would be a great idea, but I think most likely it would be the promise, a military defense pact that some other country will come and attack Russia if Russia attacks them.
If we say, if you invade Ukraine again, we're going to give them nukes, and everything's out in the open, right? No one can complain when we give Ukraine nukes.
Mm.
I mean, that's got some teeth in it, right? And I mean, that's what kind of, I mean, that's a red line we can cross, right? They already had nukes.
Mm-hmm. It says 87% of Trump voters see Russia as a threat to national security.
There you go.
That's the poll.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
WMD. They're doing it again. Here we go again. The duopoly. Well, really what people want to know is, what does Kamala Harris think about all this? How come Kamala Harris isn't weighing in?
That's the real thing. How come Joe Biden isn't
she's
weighing
running?
in? What does Joe Biden think about it? What does Gavin Newsom
How can you say that? Did you really just say that?
I did.
Okay, how can you say that? Do you
They
really
can wake
think
him up.
Joe
see what
Biden
he's-
is somewhere taking a nap? He doesn't.
That's what I
give a
said.
fuck
Wake him
about
up.
it.
But like, Joe, what would you do right now if you were still president? And he'd be
I
like,
dog
"Bo,
pony
you're
Tony.
back."
I dog pony Tony Soldier that motherfucker.
Mhm.
He wouldn't say anything.
For the president to make. That's what we'll talk about tomorrow. I'm sure we'll spend 6-7 hours talking about these things, maybe more, and try to get to a point where we have something more concrete. We've done a lot of work on it already, but some more work is required before we.
This is Marco sitting in a room with Trump just blasting at him, just jabber, jabber, jabber. That's got to be what's going on, right?
You think?
We'll probably talk for 6 or 7 hours. He's like, he pulls up, he sits on one of those little couches in the Oval Office, right? And Trump just talks.
Oh, Trump's talking to him.
Yeah, at him.
Right. Yeah.
Trying to hammer out a deal.
Right.
Can say that we have a plan on security guarantees that unifies us.
What other economic levers does the U.S. have to use here? I mean, you've got the secondary sanctions, and you said perhaps there is something to be done with China. What about designating Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism, which is something Lindsey Graham has been working on?
Well, those designations can be
silly.
useful from time to time, but in this particular case, they're not going to change the course of the war.
What about calling Russia names? What do you think of that? Would that be
It's
good?
it's so silly. Does that do anything? It's just like
We could be very stern. We could write them a harshly worded email.
Oh, okay.
Look, can the U.S. inflict greater pain on the Russian economy going after the banking sector, the oil companies, and things of this nature? Of course we could. Of course we can. And that always remains, unfortunately, an option. But just understand, if we get to the point where we're doing that, okay, it may make people feel good, and it may have an implication on Russia in the long term. But in the short term, what it means is that talks are over, that at this point, we are basically now stuck with another year and a half or two of war, of death, of destruction. That's what it means. We may get to that point, sadly and unfortunately, because peace is not possible, but that we're trying to avoid getting to that point. We want to give every opportunity possible for the Russians to say yes to something that Ukraine can live with. And that's what we're trying to do. And I think the president deserves a lot of credit for wanting to do that. No one else has tried to do that. Joe Biden couldn't have done it. No other leader in the world could do it. Frankly, he doesn't have to do it. Look, the war in Ukraine gets a lot of attention, and I'm not saying it's an irrelevant thing. It's a very tragic thing that's going on. But life in America on a daily basis will be largely unaffected whether there's peace in Ukraine or not. That's just a fact. We have a lot of issues we're focused on, not just at home, but around the world. But the fact that the president has dedicated this much time to a war between two countries on another continent tells you how much he values peace. And we should be very thankful and grateful that we have a president who's a president of peace, who values peace and wants to use the power of his office to achieve the end of wars and the prevention of new ones.
But it isn't the.
Have you said thank you?
Mm-hmm.
Have you said thank you? Okay. Just want to make sure. It's
Yeah.
very important.
U.S. directly impacted because of that rare
Thank you. Pretty please. Clean the fucking car.
earth minerals deal. How important is that deal, and has Putin already affected that deal by bombing the region?
Well, first of all, that deal is important, but I mean, it's not. The United States has other sources of rare earth minerals. I think that deal is very important for Ukraine and in terms of their own reconstruction.
But don't we need the rare earth minerals?
And rebuilding, and to have American partners in a post-war Ukraine is of great benefit to the Ukrainian. Obviously, it would be great for us too. But I don't think that alone justifies, us being behind a war effort here. What we want to be able to do here is be behind a peace effort. We want to achieve the end of a war. So I'm not saying our interest in Ukraine are zero. What I am saying is the amount of time and energy that this administration has placed on this war is something that people should compare to some of the other issues we have around the world that deserve our attention as well. And the president just deserves a lot of credit for putting so much time and energy behind something that is very, very difficult to end. It's a very difficult war to end. The Russians feel very strongly that they have the upper hand, that they're making progress. They don't necessarily feel pressure, and the Ukrainians feel very strongly that they were invaded, that they've been aggrieved, and that what the Russians have done is horrifying and should be stopped. So both sides are pretty dug in. And, we don't have sanctions on Ukraine. We have sanctions on Russia. We don't provide weapons to Russia. We provide weapons and assistance to Ukraine. So the U.S. has done a lot already with regards to this. But this president is trying to figure out how to end it, how to stop it. And I think that's incredible that we have a president willing to use the power of the United States and the power. That's the goal here, is not to win the war, it's to end it.
So will you continue to put pressure on Russia in all ways in order to stop this? What is the next pressure point?
Well,
I mean, why does he keep saying that? Why does he keep saying it's amazing? It's so amazing that Donald Trump cares enough to even try to end this war. Like, that doesn't seem like good messaging to me. Is it because a lot of people in the MAGA base just don't care about it? That's not going to be persuasive. Or is it like you guys should be grateful? How dare anyone not be grateful for the work he's done?
I do think it's moving public opinion in the MAGA base, and that I think is important ultimately.
You think
if he has to maintain the status quo and continue to support Ukraine, he wants the base behind him, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe. I mean, that's the one thing that I think is kind of effective here, is moving the public opinion.
Okay.
I think Putin is not gonna cave. So I just think we need to support the status quo with Ukraine. So look, so many people in our chat are saying, I don't give a fuck about Ukraine. Nobody cares about Ukraine. I think they're wrong. I think a lot of
you can say you don't care about it, but it's factually untrue to say nobody cares about it.
It is totally factually unfair. Yeah. Obviously, Trump cares a lot about it. Or, I mean, why the fuck is he doing this?
Yeah. Marco just said Trump cares about it.
Yeah.
3 times.
He cares about it because it's a campaign promise, and Trump is trying to make his campaign promises. Trump wants to come out and say, look, I'm the only guy who kept all of my fucking campaign promises, every single one of them, right?
Well, I mean, I do think
a big
he does.
Accomplishment.
Yeah, well, that is true. And I do think, he does want the Nobel Peace Prize, but I do think he honestly just doesn't want people to fucking die. I mean,
no,
not
he
good.
has some compassion. I mean, we're calling him delusional. We're just not saying he's not compassionate.
Right.
In order to have a peace deal, both sides are going to have to make concessions. And so obviously, the Russian side is going to have to make concessions. One side cannot get everything they want. If in a negotiation, one side gets everything they want, that's not a peace deal, that's a surrender. That's the terms of surrender. And I don't think you're going to see surrender by either side anytime soon. So the reality of it is, in order to make a peace deal, Ukraine is going to have to accept things it doesn't like, and Russia is going to have to accept things it doesn't like. And and we need to be able to use the influence of the presidency to push both sides to make those concessions.
Did Putin bring up a potential nuclear deal with the United States as part of this?
No. No, the talks were almost exclusively, and I would say 99% were just about the war and about how to bring it to an end and the Russian perspective. And people should not underestimate the value of meeting in person. They've had multiple phone conversations, but meeting in person really allows you to get a better gauge of how strongly one side feels about certain issues. We've met with the Ukrainians dozens of times. It's our first meeting with the Russian side in terms of at the level of President Putin, and obviously hopefully the next time we meet, it'll be because Zelensky's in the room and they're getting close to finalizing a peace deal.
Mr. Secretary, we wish you success tomorrow. Thanks very much for being here.
Thank you.
Hey, it's Will Kane.
Putin should say, why do you care if it's called the Gulf of America? Why does that make any difference?
So, I mean, we didn't really learn new information, but I do feel a little bit better. Marco is at least saying the things you want to hear. So saying some of the things you want to hear about. It's, both sides have to agree to something, otherwise surrender. He said that the rumor is untrue. Now, maybe he's full of shit, but that's what Marco said. It does seem like this happens a lot where Trump kind of goes out and he says something crazy or does something crazy. And then, surrogates have to come out and they're like, everyone calm down. It's not so bad. Let me say something reasonable. Are we just being lulled into the fell for it again situation? I guess we'll find out tomorrow.
I hope it's not a shit show.
Well, we all hope that. Well, I mean, it would make good content, right? If it's a shit show, but be horrible for Ukraine.
No. I don't want to make content out of America's
people horribly
strife.
dying. Yes,
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
Especially when this security cooperation is.
Speaking of content. Okay. So we're not gonna watch this whole thing because let me jump around here. It's kind of some parts I think are interesting.
Oh no. The democracy now.
The democracy
zombie.
Right.
You got the perfect.
I know. Look at that. Look at my.
You got
my
the perfect freeze frame there.
It's so
oh my
good.
God.
I'm a champ. Okay.
You are.
Why the Ukraine crisis is the West's fault. Well, Professor Mearsheimer, let's begin with you. Talk about what's happening today in Alaska and what your view is of Trump's relationship with Putin and Zelensky and what needs to happen now.
Very much wants a peace agreement. He wants to shut down the Ukraine war. But the fact is that he's not able to do that. And meeting in Alaska with Putin today is not going to do anything to help achieve that end. And the principal problem here.
Dude, Mearsheimer thinks U.S. is good and not an empire. He's stupid. I love when people go. I love when people hate Mearsheimer because he's still very much, an American who has very American style foreign policy opinions, being a China hawk, things of that nature. And then the other side of it is the war hawking.
It is interesting that even so in Hassan's own chat, they're mad. They're mad at Mishmeimer. Okay, just because he doesn't hate America. This is the backdrop for this conversation that we're going to watch.
Liberal international relations understanders who also.
I don't know how to pronounce it. Mishheimer?
I've sworn to learn names.
I try to say I'm not saying it incorrectly.
I'm going to look it up.
Intentionally.
Who also hate Mearsheimer and say he's a Russian stooge. Yes, Mearsheimer is not a leftist. Okay, he's not. But his analysis, especially as it pertains to Ukraine and Russia, before the Russian
Mearsheimer. Say it.
Mershmeimer.
Invasion into Ukraine has been fairly prescient. It's important to look at a variety of different opinions, even if you don't fully agree with them.
Oh my God, Hassan says that's important to look at a variety of opinions.
To look at other opinions.
Shocking.
You've got the
I don't
Nazi
believe that
opinion.
he thinks that, but yeah. Okay, well,
You got to look at the commie opinion and the Nazi opinion, and you've got to weigh in. Mearsheimer.
Mearsheimer. There you go. Mearsheimer.
Yeah.
Threat, and this would
Mearsheimer.
not be allowed to happen. And the invasion on February 24th, 2022, was driven in large part by fear of NATO expansion. And what that means is that
Mearsheimer's views the same as you and Chapo initially held. No, I remember us rightfully blaming NATO encroachment in 2022. No, what made you get all libbed up all of a sudden? Because
So, the context for this is that Hassan shockingly said that he didn't think that NATO encroachment was the real reason Putin invaded Russia. And now his own chat is like, wait a minute. He says, I remember you rightfully blaming NATO encroachment. What's going on here? Why? And just him saying he doesn't think that it was because of NATO gets him accused of being a lib. Do you like that? You get libbed up if you think it's not just because of NATO.
Is that a lib position? The NATO encroachment, I think. I've heard a lot of right wingers talk about the NATO encroachment.
Mm-hmm.
Is Tucker Carlson a big time lib now?
I get. No. He's saying if you don't buy the NATO encroachment, then you're a lib. That's what the person
okay.
said.
That makes sense.
You're a libtard if you don't believe it.
Russia invaded. I don't think I'm saying that the only reasonable security concern that I totally agree with Mearsheimer's assessment on is NATO encroachment. But if I knew that that was never going to be a thing, a real thing, and Russia certainly knew that that was never going to be a real thing, then a military invasion of Ukraine was absolutely an insane thing to do. Was the wrong thing to do. It was not only immoral and violent, but it was also costly, and I think will hurt the Russian country in the long run. And it has already. They have incurred penalties. Yes, of course, NATO encroachment plays a role in this. That's I literally said that already. I said that just now. That has not changed.
Putin
Okay.
If you're planning on invading neighboring countries and making them part of your country, wouldn't NATO encroachment bug you?
Yes.
If your plan is to actually annex those areas?
Right. But the argument was he invaded because he had to prevent them from going to NATO. If NATO was off the table, he never would have invaded. That's the argument.
Yeah, that's bullshit. That argument is bullshit. I don't
Now,
buy
we
it.
had the Russia expert Stephen Cohen on many times, and he...
Your view is valid for the first world, but many third world countries but for many third world countries, Russia is seen as the underdog fighting the hegemon and is supported more than ever today.
Isn't this exactly what
That's
Hassan
what he said just the other day. We watched him say it.
Isn't that what he said?
Someone's repeating back to him what he just said.
Here, wait.
We
I sent you
clipped
the clip. I want to bring it up here because he's going to say that this was an out of context clip. I don't know what changed.
Oh yeah, this was going around on Twitter.
Right.
I remember, yeah.
Right.
He's like, what the fuck? You said that.
Yes.
Now is the best
listen
time.
to this, the
200
original clip, and then we'll listen. Yeah.
2 minutes, 20 seconds. Ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1, go.
Now is the best time. Yesterday is the best time to put an end to this. Russia is waging this war in their minds, in their estimation, in the estimation of the third world, at the behest of everyone that has been fucked over by American imperialism. While Russia is engaging in irredentus acts that are unconscionable and unjust and violent and totally immoral, that is the analysis that the rest of the countries around the globe are looking at. That is what they're looking at. They're looking at Ukraine as an extension of the West, and they're looking at, you sound like Israel asking Hamas why they won't just agree to a ceasefire. What do you mean? Hamas has put forward a fucking million ceasefire proposals. Israel's the one who fucked them. No, your analysis is fucking busted here. This is, of course, Also, completely, you have to be completely oblivious to the fucking conditions on the ground, and not only the conditions on the ground, but also who America is funding in this situation. America has complete control over Israel. They can stop Israel's genocide tomorrow. They don't have the same control over Russia, a country that is a foreign adversary that has designed this entire economy to withstand American sanctions, clearly demonstrated by the fact that they have continued their fucking war for years at this point. Do you not understand? The best possible solution to this was to bring China to the table and come to a reasonable proposal. Okay? Russia is a foreign adversary with nukes. Israel is a foreign ally with nukes. America has complete control over Israel. Saying that Ukraine should just make a deal with someone who has no interest in making a deal, brother, Russia most likely would have taken that deal when they actually incurred penalties and could not literally overtake Kyiv in this supposed military operation that was going to take a week or two. That's why I'm saying Ukraine had maximum leverage at that point.
Okay.
So I guess he gave himself a slight amount of wiggle room in the beginning of the clip, because he did say, he said, well, this is what people think. This is what Russia thinks. This is what the rest of the world thinks. Now, because Hassan is so America bad in all of his takes, I think it's fair to say, well, if he's saying that this is what the rest of the world thinks, that doesn't like America, that's what Hassan is saying is the correct opinion. Because that has been Hassan's take. Hassan's take has been whatever the Western powers say, do the opposite of. So
this tweet went around and he saw it and he was like, nah, gotta change the topic.
Yes. So
change the narrative.
You think that was because now he's trying to claim like he didn't say that. But that's what it sounds like he said.
Well, we made fun of him, I think, last week on.
We did.
We made fun of him. I don't remember when it was, but
on
for this
Tuesday.
take, because it was insane.
Yes. Okay, let's continue.
I have described this as well. I think it's an incorrect assessment. But yes, I have talked about this already. The pro-Palestine, pro-Russia position is very much alive in many, many parts of the world. Parts of the world that we never actually take a look at or care about. But it is definitely a real thing. Russia sells this as a war against Western hegemony. And a lot of people see it like that. And I keep trying to explain this. I keep trying to explain this to people. And they think I'm saying that, they think I'm agreeing with that assessment. But yes, this is a very common position outside of the Western world. They clipped me explaining this while simultaneously saying I don't agree with it, and made it seem as though that was my position recently.
So he did see the clip. He watched our show.
He
Holy
did.
Shit.
It was yes, but so he's claiming this was a dishonest clip. Okay, or maybe right when the clip stops, he says, I don't agree with this position. And then the person clipped it dishonestly. That's what he's claiming.
Right.
Now, I did find the clip here that I was looking for. Let me put it in real quick. It was preserved in Ethan's content nuke.
In the Hate America section.
Yes.
People laugh at online. But with Hassan, this does actually seem to be the beginning and the end of his analysis.
Two principles. Let me explain to you. Two principles that you should keep with you, coming from a person who's Turkish, okay? When you look at a situation in the Middle East, you look at what the local government is and who the Western forces are. Never align with the Western forces. So when I look at other countries, I look at the regional actor, whoever the regional power player is, and then I look at who is backed by the Western superpowers. That's a principle that you could take home with you. If you want to actually be moral, or if you want to be smart about the way you analyze other countries, that's one basic principle that you can take home with you. All of a sudden, magically, you are above on your foreign policy analysis. You're going to be better off than 90% of people that look at the situation.
After
because America's always bad.
I
Always the
can't-
bad guy.
When he just said that if you go against the Western forces, that you're going to be, 90% of the time correct on your foreign policy thing. I can't imagine why his chat would then interpret that in this Russia conflict too. I have no clue. I have no clue why they would misinterpret his very clear statement. It's, it seems so crystal clear to me.
Especially when this security
Maybe that's why it's retarded to have this simplistic narrative that whatever side America's on, you should take the opposite. Maybe that's a very stupid framing device.
Mm-hmm.
Just a thought, Hassan.
It's baffling to hear
The United States would sit idly by.
Sure. All good questions. First, I want to just respond to something Professor Mearsheimer said. It's baffling to hear him claim that there's no evidence that Putin wanted to conquer Ukraine and establish a new kind of Russian imperium. Putin has said this explicitly. I would encourage people to look at that June 2021 speech that I mentioned. He also, landed troops outside Kyiv in February 2022 as part of the failed effort to
This is why I can't take Mearsheimer seriously, is that if he wants to say, I stop with NATO encroachment and, I predict this, blah, 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 that's fine. But he's keeps wanting to deny. He's so dead set on this weird view that Russia's just this innocent baby angel Aladdin that was just forced into invading. They were just forced into invading Ukraine. It's such a stupid position to hold.
Provoked by us.
Yes. Oh, the idea that Russia, and I don't believe it. And this is why, when Tucker Carlson asked this question to Putin, he said, "Aren't you afraid that if Ukraine became a NATO country, that NATO was going to invade you?" And Putin said that was stupid.
Yeah.
He said that was an absurd thing. And it is an absurd thing. There's NATO countries already that border Russia. The idea that that America and Europe, for no reason, is going to risk a World War III nuclear holocaust and fight Russia for some fucking reason. Ukraine is the magic piece. I don't know if you know this, but there's this secret shield in Ukraine that stops all nukes from being sent off. And as soon as you can take Ukraine, as if you could plant your little NATO flag in there, it automatically shuts off Russian nukes. It makes no fucking sense.
It makes sense if Putin thinks Ukraine is part of Russia and that he thinks there's no real ethnicity as Ukrainian, that it's just
that's
part
a different
of Russia.
but that's entirely different, right? It's an entirely different.
Because then your goal is really to invade Ukraine and appropriate the land and the people.
Right.
And then if they sign up to NATO, then that makes that goal impossible. So,
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
topple Ukraine's government and install his, a friendly Russian government. Those Russian troops were not landed in Kyiv to go camping.
Here we go. Let's make up some bullshit. Yeah, he said it. Sure, dust information. No, I don't think it's unfair to say it's not just the 2021 speech, dude. He has literally repeated that over and over again. I think it's interesting how you will contextualize historically pre-October 7th, but not pre-Russian invasion. What about the treatment of ethnic Russians in eastern Ukraine? Maidan. Russia sits firmly in the anti-imperialist camp, and Ukraine is a running dog of imperialism. This is your lib take.
Oh my God. His chat is insane. His chat is so fucking... He's cultivated these psychos. This is so funny. This is so crazy. And now
I love it.
I know. Now he's ruining it. Oh my God. You'll contextualize pre-October 7th, but not pre-Russia invasion. What about the treatment of ethnic Russian? Bro, this guy... Oh my God.
So he's completely bought Putin's propaganda that they're in there saving them from the Nazis.
Well, this guy has. Hassan actually disagrees with it, which is funny. Well, it's because it's weird. We've seen clips where Hassan seem to echo that. So I don't know what caused this heel turn all of a sudden.
He's trying to get on CNN. He's trying to be the Joe Rogan of the left. He finally figured it out.
Maybe
He's like, holy shit, Destiny's going to become the Joe Rogan of the left, and I'm going to be fucked.
Okay.
With a bunch
That
of
could make
crazies.
sense.
Bunch of
He's got a
crazies in my
flip-flop.
chat. Yeah.
He's got a flip flop now. You know what? That makes perfect sense. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I do. It is interesting to me, and I don't know why. I feel like the Palestine issue has just it has become the holy doctrine for the internet left. Like every issue now has to be seen through the lens of the Palestine issue.
Yeah, they think we're living through the next Holocaust right now,
Yes.
and they're against Hitler, and everyone else is in favor of Hitler.
Right.
Obviously, Netanyahu is the Hitler figure who's committing a genocide against the Palestinian people, rounding them up, putting them in death camps, and they're like, holy shit, we're going to be on the right side of history.
Oh, and Hassan's pushback on all these things. None of it is very interesting. I just think it's interesting to watch his chat. No, he doesn't get
you keep skipping past it.
His replies are completely boring. They're so boring. But I just think it's hilarious to watch his chat just spit back the propaganda back to him.
Putin would like to be dictator of Earth, but that isn't a rational argument for why he would invade any individual country at a specific time. Mearsheimer's position on why the invasion took place when it did is far more coherent, to be honest, even if it requires him being somewhat irrational from your POV on NATO aggression. You believe Russia started this invasion with the idea of occupying Ukraine, a 40 million nation, large country with the backing of Western weapons. Your evidence is speech. Putin can dream of it, but he can't take over the Ukraine and is not why he did it.
His chat is so cooked. Oh my God. Listen, just because the guy said he wants to take over the world doesn't mean he's actually going to do it. It doesn't mean he's actually going to do it. All right.
Yeah, he's just talking shit.
You think they would get into it? I mean, it's so funny because they would never accept anything with, Trump says something. They never say, oh, Trump's just, he's just being hyperbolic. He's just saying something. They'd never accept that.
No, of course not, even though, I mean, that's generally the narrative from MAGA all the time.
So then he gets into a long argument that, again, his takes on it are very boring. But he gets in this long argument with his chat about whether the Hong Kong protests were legitimate protests or created by the CIA. And he's it's so funny.
Illusion of the petty bourgeois and the interests that benefit from independence are having to compete with Chinese capital means the U.S. should destabilize China. Got it? Did I say any of those things? Did any of those words come out of my mouth? Did I say anything like that? Why are you saying this?
An early July.
So this is all because he said that even though the protests, he said, were backed by the United States and funded by the United States, that people still actually felt, some people in Hong Kong actually felt that way. And that the CIA doesn't have a gun that like they could shoot at people and make some protest. And that angered his chat.
Do they buy the Ukrainian coup? Because it's kind of the same situation, right?
I believe Hassan does. He doesn't talk about it.
Right.
I believe he does.
Into agreeing to it.
You know what I think is going on here too? Since he's aligned himself with Second Thought and he's aligned himself with Bad Empanada, like all those very extreme people also like are now in Hassan's audience. So he has all these fucking retards in his audience too, beyond his normal socialist retard audience.
They understand there is political support in the country, even though it will be a very, very tough decision.
If not militarily, how else is someone supposed to defend themselves against NATO imperialist expansion? Diplomacy clearly didn't work. They rejected Russian membership before any of the other invasions. It seems you're trying to come up with talking points in fear of being labeled a NATO asset. Yeah, I'm so scared.
Oh my God, it's so
scared of being fucking labeled a NATO asset to the 11 leftists, myself included, that's anti-NATO openly. Are you stupid? Being pro-NATO and claiming you're a leftist is the normal position in America, dumbass. It's like people complaining that I'm actually trying to hide my transphobia or some shit. It's like being transphobic is the popular position in America. Okay?
I mean, this is a terrible argument because Hassan doesn't have to be popular in America. He has to be popular on the internet left.
Yes.
And among the internet left, the mainstream opinion is you have to agree with all the trans issues and you have to be anti-NATO and anti-American.
Yeah, that is the popular position, obviously. Super popular. Not even close.
There's no reason for me to.
I'll be right back.
To try to withstand this kind of propaganda. It's just what I believe. I'm anti-NATO, and it's not something that I hide. And it's unironically an incredibly unpopular position. And it's half the reason why people yell at me all the goddamn time, because Western chauvinists can't contend with the reality that NATO is the most significant protection racket that America has in order to continue its imperial domination around the globe.
I wish you would expound on it. I have no fucking clue how NATO is a imperialist protection racket that continues American imperialism across the globe. That makes no sense. A bunch of countries joining into a defense agreement where they say, if one of us gets attacked, we'll all defend each other. That somehow is spreading imperialism across the globe. Okay, interesting. But not an extreme enough opinion for Hassan's audience, of course.
That I've done on the matter.
You think in 15 seconds, how do you think this should end?
I think it should end with the Ukrainians doing everything they can to concede to the Russians and put an end to the war. I don't think they're going to get a better deal if they fight on.
10 seconds.
I think the best thing to do is cut it now.
I would agree.
I'm back.
Did you hear that? I
just got back.
Oh wait, hold on. Let me play this again. This is Mearsheimer's. She asked him, "What should they do? What should Ukraine do?" Okay, this is how the war should end.
That I've done on the matter.
You think in 15 seconds, how do you think this should end?
I think it should end with the Ukrainians doing everything they can to concede to the Russians and put an end to the war. I don't think they're going to get a better deal if they fight on.
10 seconds.
I think the best thing to do is cut it now.
I would agree.
Fuck this guy.
What is that? Like, unconditionally? Like, what are the conditions? You just concede no matter what? That's fucking stupid.
If Russia, the Ukrainians should start speaking Russian.
Yeah, what the fuck does that mean? On what terms, John? On what terms? Should they concede if they get no security guarantee? They should be like, oh, well, we'll just take the peace agreement here, not have a military, give you everything you want, hope you don't invade us next year. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's insane. Wow. I don't remember that part. Well, look, Mearsheimer was on Breaking Points, and that's what I listened to. I didn't listen to this Democracy Now!
I listened to 10 minutes of it. I don't know. It's kind of, he did say something which is, I agree, which is true, which is, he talked about how both, Ukraine and Russia's, what they want to reach a peace deal is very far apart. And so the peace deal is not going to be reached. So I agree with that completely. But beyond that, I thought it was weird. You can say that that Putin did, well for himself in the summit, which I think is what everyone's saying. But he says it was such I don't know. He says it with such weird glee in his voice that I'm like, why are you so happy? But like you can say, oh, he did very well for himself without being happy about it, right? Why are you so happy that Putin did well for himself? That's strange to me.
He likes Putin. Maybe Putin's got blackmail material on Mearsheimer.
Maybe. He was like, Putin, he performed brilliantly. Oh, he's just salivating when he says it. Like,
so
what?
good.
What's happening here?
He's getting free land in the Donbass.
Yes. Okay. Do you want to watch Asmongold stuff, or do you want to watch Sean Hannity Trump stuff?
I'd rather watch Asmongold.
Okay, we'll watch Asmongold. We'll see what Asmongold's take on all this was.
Trump did this huge.
Okay. Oh, he's just talking about. I didn't realize Trump does like a walk thing, but that's not really that important. You could skip the walk. People thought Trump was like stumbling. I don't think that was going on there. Jump ahead.
Jump ahead. Jump
Like,
on.
I'm not seeing this happening. Yeah, there's no speech checks. Yeah, there's not a speech check here. It's not going to work.
And as you said, we have a lot of dimensions for joint work. It is clear that the US and Russian investment and business cooperation has tremendous potential.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong time codes here. My bad. Hold on a second.
Where's the closed captioning coming from?
Oh my God! Yeah, I think Putin definitely looked good after this event. He definitely did, because he went to, like, the different tombs of the people that were killed in World War II, that were Russians, that were there. He won. I would say that Putin came out of this looking better than Trump did. I think that a lot of people have. Again, people want a ceasefire. Did you get a ceasefire? No, we didn't. Okay, so Trump doesn't look good, right? Why? Because he didn't get the ceasefire. It's that simple.
Look, he said that, and I don't see anywhere in his chat anyone saying he has TDS.
Well,
what's happening? I said the same thing, and everyone was like, "Adam has TDS friended. Oh my God, Adam's got TDS now."
I can see people in the chat saying they're saying no. Someone said he did get the peace deal. Someone said at the top it was never on the table.
Right. Look, Asmongold just said Putin looked way better in this than Trump. That's what we were saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's it. It's a start. I think it's good that it happened. But definitely Putin looked better coming out of this, I would say, than Trump did. Sure. He didn't get anything?
It's obvious.
I don't know if that's true or not. What I'm assuming is going to happen is that this is what I'm guessing. I think that Putin wants to control some of the areas in Ukraine that are more Russia, I guess, like culturally or ethnically or whatever you want to say it. He wants to take those parts of Ukraine back. And I think that, Zelensky is going to meet Trump on, was it like Monday or something? Very clearly, Trump is going to try to convince Zelensky to give over those territories. I think that's what's going to happen. He won't stop. I'm not saying who says they're more Russian. Well, a lot of people do. I mean, obviously, aren't there some places in Ukraine where Russian is spoken actually quite commonly? That's my understanding, at least. Yeah, the census, yeah, exactly. And so Russia does, yeah, exactly. And so there's a spectrum of this too.
Can you imagine that? There's so many areas in California where Spanish is spoken more than English. Can you imagine Mexico being like, we're just going to take those areas?
Yeah. Well, the whole thing about, the areas to the east are more Russian, which is true because, after the Holodomor.
People are escaping Russia, immigrating to Ukraine.
There's that. But then it's also because after the Holodomor, which primarily killed Ukrainians in the east, Stalin shipped a bunch of Russians to go, to where those people were living.
Right.
To go take their land and property because they were all dead. They didn't need it now. So I don't know if, to me, that's not really a good rationale. Like Russia's like, we need that land back that we essentially starved those people and stole like 50 years ago, 60 years ago. It's not a good argument. Yeah, let me jump ahead.
Putin very clearly laid out in the Tucker Carlson interview that he believes there is no Ukraine. Right. The Ukrainian ethnicity is just like a rogue Russian sect.
Yes.
He wants to be the great reuniter.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Painstaking work. This work has been done in general.
He sucks on Putin too much. I think a lot of people criticize Trump being soft on Putin, and I think that the only reason, if you were Trump, would you do that? I don't know, because I don't know all the details, but I would be inclined to think the answer to that is yes. I would do that. Why would I do that? What's the reason? Is because it would achieve a better outcome. It's the diplomacy route. Yeah, I think a lot of people want Trump to be super harsh with Putin, but the reality is that, Russia is a nuclear superpower. It's hard for us to really, we've already pulled a lot of the levers that we can to control their economy, like with sanctions and stuff. Now we could continue to sanction other countries like China or India or something like that because they're buying Russian energy. But that's now we're getting into friendly fire, and that's probably not, realistically, that's not going to happen, right? It's not going to happen. And so it's not conducive to making a deal. Exactly. Yeah, it's not going to achieve a goal. Being tough on Putin will not achieve any sort of a real tangible goal, I don't think. I mean, people looked at look at this picture of Obama and Putin, and Obama has this facial expression oh, wow, well, didn't Putin take Crimea while Obama was president? Yeah, so it doesn't really fucking matter, does it? So I wouldn't take it that seriously.
Me and President Trump have very...
How do you feel about that?
Well, being nice to Putin, I think, is not going to achieve any kind of outcome either. So if his logic is you shouldn't do things that are not going to achieve a good outcome, then he shouldn't be being nice to Putin.
Yeah, because I agree. I mean, he's tried being nice to Putin,
and it hasn't worked. Yeah,
5 months hasn't done anything.
It's had the same exact outcome as being mean to him.
Yeah.
Well, look, maybe it's time to try being mean to him. Has he tried that yet?
Trump hasn't tried that. No.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I don't think citing Obama is a good counterexample because, first of all, when Obama became president, he did try to be very nice to Putin and reestablish friendly relationships with Putin. Because back in those days, back in 2008 days and in 2012 days, it was the evil Republicans that were the ones that hated Russia. The Democrats were trying to be nice to Russia, saying, "Oh, listen, Russia is just a little guy over there who's just trying to make its way in the world."
Yeah,
these mean old Republicans.
Misunderstood.
Yeah, these mean old Republicans are just relitigating the Cold War. They got to get over it. The Cold War is over. That's what Obama said to Mitt Romney. So he was very soft to Putin. And then once Putin sort of showed his true colors by taking Crimea, obviously there was a very famous Obama puts down the red line and doesn't follow through moment. So,
yeah, which looked horrible.
So I'm not sure I agree. I'm not sure I agree.
And everything that's happening is a tragedy for us, a terrible wound. Therefore, the country is sincerely interested in putting an end to it. At the same time,
Stop bombing them. You want to stop it? Okay, then stop it. Then stop.
Чтобы украинское урегулирование село устойчиво и долгосрочный характер, должны быть устранены все первопричины кризиса, которые говорили неоднократно. Обеспеченный учет всех законных озабоченностей России, восстановлен справедливый баланс в сфере безопасности в Европе и в мире в целом. Я согласен с президентом Трампом, он сегодня говорил об этом, что, безусловно, должна быть обеспечена и безопасность Украины. Конечно, мы готовы над этим работать.
You did not just say the security of Ukraine should be ensured. Are you really... Bro, do you really? Oh my God. All right, yeah, here we go.
TDS? Is this TDS? It's a TDS take. I'm just wondering.
It's still very symbolic. Still, we have a growth of 20%.
Says Russia only respects strength. Sucking up to him just makes you weak. I mean, European Union hasn't been sucking up to him. Like Russia, can people just accept that this isn't a conflict, that there's like a dialogue option, that you're just going to okay, well, what if you say it this way? Is he going to stop the war? No, I don't think that there's a dialogue option, that they're all basically imagine it's like an RPG and it's combat option, combat option, combat option. There isn't a dialogue option here where it changes. Like, I'm not seeing this happening. Yeah, there's no speech checks. Yeah.
I think the issue is if, and this is kind of what was interesting watching like kind of Fox News talk about this versus not Fox News talk about it, because all the people on Fox News are operating under this idea that if some kind of deal doesn't get done that Ukraine likes, that Trump is going to go super hard on Russia. They keep repeating this. I don't have confidence that that's the case. And I don't think you don't
Yeah, I
have
have
confidence
zero
that that's
confidence
the
that
case.
that's the case. Yeah.
Right. And I think that's part of why these speech checks do matter, is you do have to signal to Russia and you do have to signal to America what is going to happen. What is the vibe? What is the intention? Because if I'm Putin, I'm assuming that Trump is going to waffle on anything.
Yeah, he's going to walk away. He said it.
Yeah.
And so you're giddy. You're like, okay, this is perfect. All I have to do is say no, and Trump will walk away, and I can continue my war.
Right. I think you can be, quote, nice or cordial to people. That's fine. But you have to project, if you're trying to project strength, you definitely have to project strength, which Trump is not doing in this case. And this kind of the $1 million question that, we keep asking, why does it seem like Trump in every other interaction with every other country, with every other person, seems like he's very easy projecting strength, but for Russia, it just doesn't come.
He has some kind of leverage. Look, this is why he's strong with Ukraine, because he has leverage. He can say, look, well, I'm not going to send you weapons anymore, right?
What kind of leverage does Trump have against China?
The chips, keeping the chips away from them.
Okay, so but how? That's why I'm
taking TikTok from them.
For I would say that Trump. I agree. Trump has a lot of leverage over China. We're a major trading partner with them. Trump does have leverage with Russia through going after China with a secondary sanction.
China's totally in bed with manufacturing for America. That's why the tariffs are such a threat.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I'm saying if Trump has leverage against China, then he has leverage against Russia.
Russia is not manufacturing goods for Americans, so.
No, I know, but they have to sell oil to China and India. They have to sell. They have to get money from someone. Otherwise, they just inflate their currency away.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's not like a direct 1-for-1 with the manufacturing in China. That kind of leverage. I mean, I guess you're saying we have leverage over China.
Mm-hmm.
Because we can threaten to tariff them if they continue to buy Russian oil, but it's secondary leverage.
Yeah, well, I understand. It's not as direct.
Not
sure.
direct, yeah.
But that's why it strikes me as strange with Trump. Trump just seemed like, again, with everyone, he is fine going guns blazing, both barrels.
Mm-hmm.
And I keep waiting for the pivot. I thought we had the final turn with Trump and Putin, but now we have the backtrack, so fell for it again award.
Yeah, he was saying he was threatening to walk away. Which, how's that a threat? That's what Putin wants you to do. Yeah,
I know. That's exactly what he wants. It's so weird.
I'm out of here.
Yeah,
I'm leaving the party.
Right.
You can all suck it. Well, look, no one invited you anyway.
That's what Vlad over there wants. He wants you to leave the party.
Yeah. Take your weapons with you.
Yeah.
We have to be against Russia. Like, that can't be resolved in the long term. I think that Russia and America, there's a lot of, I think shared values there, not a tremendous amount, but I think there's more shared values there than I think many people would imagine. I don't think that there needs to be this ongoing rivalry, adversarial relationship we have with Russia. This is really, when did the Cold War end? Fucking decades ago. Why are we still doing this? Why is this still going on? And I think that the reason why, this is my opinion.
Well, before he gives his opinion on this, which I vehemently disagree with. It does seem to be entirely one-sided, especially when you look at, when the Cold War ended and Russia or the USSR became Russia. What was America's reaction? It was, well, we're going to send a bunch of Americans over to try to help you rebuild your economy and be capitalist. And obviously that didn't work out very well. It did help Putin, though, at the end of the day. But it makes, there's no, the whole thing strikes me as Russia being jilted, that they were once the world power with America and now they're not. And they can't get over this pride that they have about the issue. America's fine being friends with Saudi Arabia, which is a royal dictatorship, fine being friends with all sorts of crazy countries that have crazy government systems that we don't agree with morally, as long as they play ball with us to some extent. I don't understand. There's no reason that can't also be true for Russia if Russia was willing to play nice with US, but they're not. I think they're just still stuck in this pride that they have, they want to be their own thing.
We're okay with other countries doing what Russia does?
To some extent, yeah.
Really? I don't know.
Yes. As I said, with Saudi, we're fine with Saudi Arabia, doing whatever the fuck crazy shit that they were
invading
doing.
their neighbors, and
Yeah, they were funding a lot of stuff.
Are those neighbors democracies? I guess that
Well,
could
they're
be
not.
a difference.
I agree with you that if we were friends with Russia and then Russia invaded Ukraine, we wouldn't, that wouldn't be okay. That's not what I mean. But I'm saying that's what I'm saying in terms of them playing nice, that there's no reason. This is why I think the America bad crowd gets this completely wrong. When the Cold War ended and Russia became Russia, there was no it wasn't America. They always bitch about NATO. It wasn't America that kept pushing Russia away. It was that Russia collapsed, but then they're like, oh, you need to keep treating us like we're a world power. And America's like, no, we're not going to do that. You're just a country now. And Russia just could never get over that. That's the holdup.
I agree with what you're saying as far as the national pride goes, and that's a huge component of the conflict. I also think Asmongold is wrong here, that there is an ideological and a philosophical difference. Obviously, America believes in imperialism through trade, through competition, through economic competition, right?
Mm-hmm.
Russia believes in imperialism through force, through war, through coercion. And those two ideologies are just opposites. That's completely opposite. All trade is voluntary. All war is coercion.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how you can say, there's no way that we can fundamentally agree with Putin, because Putin wants to abduct Ukrainians by force.
Yes, obviously. That's
Look at, and if especially since Ukraine has a sort of bought into the Western economic philosophy, right? Western democratic capitalism.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in a lot of ways, this is the same conflict that's always happened. I think right now America is in a much stronger position. Like when this was happening with Vietnam, I mean, we honestly thought Russia might succeed, that their model might be better, right?
Right.
The communist model might be better than the capitalist model. But now, I mean, there's just so much evidence that this authoritarian communist model can produce economic stability and growth for a little while, but the incentives are not there for people to work hard at all. Like a common idiom in Russia is they pretend to pay us and we pretend to work, right?
Right.
Yeah. So you can't establish any kind of world dominance like that. Putin pulls oil out of the ground and sells it to fucking China. How difficult is that? Well, so I don't think Asmongold is at all right about this.
He's not right about. I don't know. I agree with what you're saying.
Our philosophies are in conflict, and that is not going to change until Putin just fucking drops the sword and picks up the trade.
Right. And well, another issue too is, they became the USSR. They became socialist in the 20s. Mm-hmm. So they had 70 years, almost 80 years of socialist indoctrination to the population. So you had 3 generations or more of people that were indoctrinated into this concept of like America was the great Satan, was the great evil.
Mm-hmm.
And then, obviously on America, we had the same idea about with the USSR. But when we won, I think when you win, it's like easier to be magnanimous than the person who lost. So I think I think all that propaganda, the 70, 80 years of propaganda, had a profound effect on people in the country.
Yeah.
But here's Asmongold's theory about this.
Why are we still doing this? Why is this still going on? And I think that the reason why, this is my opinion, I think that a lot of the negativity and hostility towards places like the Middle East, towards Russia, and towards China, probably in that order, reverse order, China being the biggest agitator, right? I think that these are, what's the word for it? These are like insecurities that are put and they're presented to the American people to make them buy into continuing the military-industrial complex. I think that this is really what's happening. I mean, obviously, I'm not saying that we should get rid of the military, very clearly, right? But at the same time, I think that in a lot of cases...
This just reeks of boomer lib. Take. This take comes straight out of Occupy Wall Street.
Well, it's interesting that you frame it that way, because you're right. It's very fascinating that the boomer lib take became the populist right and the populist left wing take on the foreign policy issues.
Right.
Because you're right. This used to be like the very boomer left wing take from 20 years ago that everyone laughed out of the room, is now the mainstream internet populist take.
It's interesting because I've deliberately used the word imperialistic, even though I think that word has a negative connotation when I made the analogy between the imperialism through trade or imperialism through war.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the military industrial complex is painting that imperialist trade into the imperialist war frame. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because he's saying, look, it's trade that drives the war. And really, we're just as bad as Russia because we want to make money off the war.
Well, it's funny because that's the socialist take too, because they want to blame capitalism for everything. So the reason that we have all these conflicts across the globe is because capitalism, because we have to buy, our capitalist government or these capitalist corporations have to sell weapons.
Yeah, so they recognize that war is bad. Everyone recognizes that, obviously, right? That's why we're against Russia invading. But they're making the argument that trade is just one step away from war, right?
Mm-hmm.
Trade is what's driving the war. I think that's completely incorrect. I think that's completely wrong. I think there are plenty of arguments why that's wrong. Obviously, Google, Apple, they dwarf any of the companies that are manufacturing weapons or any of that stuff. So I don't think that, I'm not Pollyanna about it. Obviously, the weapons manufacturers want to sell more weapons, right?
Right.
They want to manufacture and sell more weapons and make more
But the
money.
idea that we're completely beholden to these companies.
Yes, that our foreign policy is based on their bottom line, them making money.
Right. When you have China gearing up to invade Taiwan, when Russia did invade Ukraine, like doesn't appear like we're boxing at shadows here.
Yeah, and it's like so much of the Ukrainian problem is that they can't get enough weapons. What the fuck is happening here? Why isn't Lockheed Martin opening new factories all over the place? What's the bottleneck here? Right?
That's
they
a good
should
point.
be going game busters. I hear we're like short ammunition and shit.
That's a good point. Yeah. Why are we having all, if we're controlled by the military industrial complex, if they're so powerful that our foreign policy is getting us into all these wars across the globe to satisfy them, why aren't they expanding?
Yeah. Why is ammunition in short supply? That makes absolutely no sense.
I know.
Yeah, we should have shelves full of ammunition, right? This is their big opportunity. Congested pricing, right? Come on.
Like we can work with these countries a lot easier than we can work against them. I can see that. Yeah, I think so, right? I think that's what's happening here. And
it screams of dumb American centric worldview where everything is driven by the behavior of Americans.
Right.
This is not the only reason we're involved is because it ruffles our sensibility that Ukraine as a country that's embraced the Western democratic philosophy, Western democratic capitalist philosophy. Obviously, we've talked time and time again about the trade deals, the European trade deals that they were trying to make, and Russia trying to stifle those trade deals, right?
Mm-hmm.
It bothers us that we're winning economically. We're beating them in the game that we've decided is the best game to play because it produces prosperity and peace. And they're fucking sore losers. They're like, look, we're losing, so let's fucking invade.
Let's
go
the
back
table
to
over. Yeah.
This is why I talk about arming Ukraine with nukes, because nukes is everyone worries about nukes in the sore loser position, right? What happens when Ukraine is finally in the winning position?
Right.
Does Russia nuke them? Would Russia go that far? Maybe. But as soon as you give Ukraine nukes, then all of a sudden that threat is off the table, right? It's a fair fight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I like Asmongold a lot.
Right.
I just think this is just
not a great
this
thing.
is and it's on a live stream where you're just trying to think, well, what is the argument that's out in the ether? Well, this is the argument that's out in the ether, right?
That's true.
This is the easiest argument to make. Oh, there's a shadowy cabal of fucking Wall Street executives standing around in a smoky room saying, how do we sell more weapons? When in reality, this Ukraine's out there with a fucking handful of money going, please, someone give us some ammunition.
Right. Right.
Well, at least Europe is. I don't know that Ukraine has the money, but Europe is like desperate for buying weapons, and they got plenty of money. They're selling BMWs, tariffed BMWs now.
I feel like Russia, I mean, especially Russia is a very Christian Catholic country as far as I understand. I mean, like they share a lot of I would say cultural values in that regard. I mean, not everything, obviously. They're not Orthodox, yeah, but it's Orthodox, not Catholic. Yeah, I know. What do you think's closer, Orthodox and Catholicism, or Catholicism and Islam or Hinduism?
I mean, it's not even close. Obviously, Orthodox and Catholicism are closer.
I'd say Orthodox is a little bit closer, okay?
I'm back.
Let's be honest. It's the same as anything else.
Okay. Can jump ahead to another part here.
I think Asmongold could probably be convinced. I mean, it'd be interesting to see his reaction to our counter arguments.
Mm-hmm.
Because
I think your counter argument is a very good one, which is if it was true. Well, there's two arguments. There's the one, I forget who made it originally. There was if the weapons industrial complex controls America, why are the weapons companies not the top performing companies?
Yes.
It's the tech companies that are. The weapons companies, I think, pretty closely aligned with the general SP 500. And the second argument is if this is all for the weapons manufacturers, why have they not exploded in growth in terms of just building ammunition factories all across America, especially under Biden? You know, why does it seem like there's such a shortage of all these materials?
Yeah. I mean, the stock could be massively up.
Well, I'm sure it is.
I don't know.
I'm saying you'd have to look at it from, I don't know, maybe I'm saying you have to look at it from like an overall perspective.
Look, I'll buy some shares of Lockheed Martin on Monday and we'll see.
There you go.
See what's happening.
Actually talking shit about Biden. The crazy thing is that Trump, you know, I wonder if they were having a meeting and Trump was like, okay, you can't do, all right, you're not going to do a ceasefire. Can you at least say, so like this whole time I've been saying that like basically like this would not have happened if it was me. Can you at least go out there and just say that? Because like I've been saying this a lot, right? And like, because like if you say it, it's going to mean way more. And I mean, come on, can you at least give me something, man? Yeah, he started this. I don't think it's impossible that happened.
Lockheed Martin is up 12% in the last 5 years. So it's like a big buy.
Well, that's good.
A big
in the
buy.
last how long?
5 years. Yeah. That's
Okay.
not a stellar. Seems to be moving very sideways.
It's not Nvidia, is what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've doubled my money on Nvidia in like 2 months or it's how long has it been?
Right.
Seems like, yeah. It's crazy. The S&P 500 is up 30% in the last 2 months.
Wow.
Yeah.
Of the Ukraine war, I think that Putin represented them in a way that they probably are happy with. I think that's probably true. I'm not sure if it's true, right? I mean, I can't read minds, but it seems that way. Why would he? I don't know, to get the sanctions off because he's losing millions of dollars in this war that's going nowhere, that, he's united, dozens of countries against him. He's probably losing favor with his own people as people are dying. I mean, I feel like there's a lot of reasons for Putin to want to end the war.
Much, Mr. President. That was
that's just
very
me.
Profound, and I will say that
very profound for you to agree with the thing that I've been saying. You are so right for agreeing with me.
I believe we had a very.
I don't think Putin cares about any of that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Putin wants his face on Mount Rushmore, the Mount Rushmore equivalent in Russia, the same way Trump wants his face on the actual Mount Rushmore. Putin wants to be able to say he was the one that united Ukraine with Russia again. And he wants 100 years from now people to tell the story of how Putin reunited the Ukraine with Russia. I mean, you agree, right? That's what he wants. That's his ultimate goal.
I don't know. I'm agnostic on.
Oh, really?
Well, no, I mean, I agree that that's what Putin wants. I'm agnostic on if there's like a button Putin could press that would like reset everything so that Russia never invaded Ukraine and there was no war. Would he press that button? And I don't know the answer to that question. I mean, Asmongold, I assume would think yes, without a doubt he would press it, but I'm not sure.
He would press it, but it would be like the edge of tomorrow because he'd be like, okay, I need to fucking assassinate Zelensky before he gets
like for the hypothetical, it would be, you have to press it with the idea that you wouldn't
be able to do something.
You wouldn't be able to reinvade Ukraine.
Oh, okay.
Right.
For the hypothetical.
Would he let Ukraine go? Like because part of the problem is when you're a dictator like Putin, you have all these constraints of power. And so even if Putin wants to end the war, if he just ends the war and he doesn't have anything to show for it, then he's gonna, that's the Russians are gonna be
Yeah, they
not
want
very
his
happy
head.
about that. He's gonna lose all his power base because they say, oh my God, you caused all these people to die for literally fucking nothing, right? So you do get this sort of sunken cost fallacy in a lot of these war situations with leaders, because they have to have something that they can show for it at the end of it that feels like it was worth it to the people and to the people in power that support them. And
Right.
so to me, so if you could just hypothetically remove all that from the situation, would Putin end the war tomorrow? And you don't think he would, because you think it's his more aligning goal, or his motivation here is that he wants to be known as the guy that brought back Ukraine.
Well, and
you could be right.
He's as much the man at the slot machine as Trump is. Only he keeps thinking, I'm so close to winning and I've got all this investment.
Right.
I'm so close to taking over Ukraine. Trump is helping me now. And Trump is like, I'm so close to a peace deal.
Right.
I just got to convince the Ukrainians to give up their entire country.
Productive meeting. There were many, many points that we agreed on. Most of them, I would say, a couple of big ones that we haven't quite gotten there, but we've made some headway. So there's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate, and I'll, of course, call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting. It's ultimately up to them. They're going to have to agree with what Marco.
He's reacting to this live, right? This is like this first. Oh,
it's
really?
The day after.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and Steve and some of the great people from the Trump administration.
I think Ukraine's going to have to give up land to get this war over. I do. I don't think it should be like that, but I think it do be like that. Most likely, yeah. That's what I'm thinking is going to happen. I'm afraid so. How long will it be?
Ukraine has to give up land because America wants to end the war. The hubris. The hubris. You think America would do that if England was chapped because we were in some war?
Well,
we'd be like, let's quit. We're making the British very, very triggered.
Well, as I said, if I was in Ukraine's situation, and I had to give up, I don't know, those regions in exchange for some actual security guarantee, I would probably do it.
Yeah, it's interesting because this is what J.D. Vance tried to bring up in the Oval Office, and it was just totally rubbed me the wrong way. It's like, what do you think America thinks of fucking draft dodgers? Yet you're here advocating for the Ukrainian draft dodgers.
Right.
Fucking bullshit. Total bullshit.
Over? I don't know. Probably at least a month.
Who've come here, Scott.
It's so unfair to Ukraine,
John.
Well, of course it's unfair to Ukraine. Like this is my position personally on the matter. I think that decision should be left up to Ukrainians. I don't think Americans should make that decision. I don't think Europeans should make that decision, because the Ukrainians are the ones that are getting their homes destroyed, they're getting their cities bombed, and they're getting their people killed. If they think that it's too much and they're sick of fighting and they're willing to just make peace, give away some of these areas that are more Russian, like, coded or language or ethnicity or culturally Russian, give those areas away and basically cut their losses, I think that should be their prerogative to do it. They should be able to make that decision themselves. I cannot, think about the pinnacle, absolute peak of privilege that any of us here can have to tell them that we should make that decision or what that decision should be for them.
Now that's a solid take right there. That's
yeah,
what
no.
we want to hear.
I thought that was a great take.
Yeah.
I thought it was one of the best takes people have had on the situation at all, which is yes, at the end of the day, it's Ukraine's decision, right? That's their homes. These are their blood. So,
but Donald Trump made a campaign promise.
Okay,
everyone's triggered about it.
Listen, if he can bring peace, that's great. I'm skeptical.
Right.
I certainly would not be doing that. I absolutely would not. But I will say this. If they choose to continue to fight, I would still support Ukraine militarily and with United States support. I don't think that they should. But again, I don't have to cash that check. They do. Well, I guess we are cashing the checks, but they're the ones that are actually dying. So, like, I would fund the continuation for the war, but at the same time,
Asmongold is going to fight to the very last Ukrainian.
Why didn't he go enlist? Why doesn't he go enlist on the front lines, Asmongold?
This is the fucking spin that comes out immediately. Right. You're killing these Ukrainians. We just want to subjugate them. Yeah. You want to kill them.
No, I think this is a great take. It's their choice.
Yeah, remember, what state is it that's the live free or die state?
That's like a very Maryland or something.
It's like a very out of vogue thing to say now.
Right.
Now it's like, just submit.
New Hampshire. Like one of those New Englandy states, yeah.
Live free or die is so decades ago.
It's so funny. When you think of live free and die, nobody thinks of New Hampshire. Doesn't seem like a very live free or die state, does it? We don't really hear what the fuck goes on in New Hampshire. We like never hear anything about New Hampshire. I don't even know what the fuck goes on in that state. What do they do up there? Do they do anything in New Hampshire? Seriously, when's the last time a countrywide news story came out of fucking New Hampshire?
It seems like free healthcare or die would be a more fitting New Hampshire slogan.
Right.
I think that decision should not be my decision. Does that make sense? Yeah, fuck no. I don't want to give defensive capabilities. That's it. Sure. No, that's what I mean. Like, I'm not saying that I'm not saying that we should fund Ukraine to go bomb Russia. Only to fund Ukraine to protect itself.
Well, this is where you disagree. You're like, no.
Yeah.
Give them everything.
I think this, when you talk about Biden's feckless policy, this is Biden's feckless policy.
Right.
So look, why wouldn't, if we're only giving Ukraine the option of defending itself, why wouldn't Russia continue to hit them?
Right.
It's like putting someone in a fight and saying, look, you can't hit him, okay? Only defend yourself, okay? He can hit you, but you block, okay?
Right.
Don't hit him. Well, how the fuck are you going to end the fight?
The best defense
is a good offense. There you go. Right there. Look, all these sayings. These are all American sayings.
We got the platitudes, baby.
We do. Look, our culture, we know what's important and how to synthesize it down to a meme.
Right.
Live free or die. The best defense is a good offense.
Right.
Right? Yes.
Obviously. 100%. Like, you're totally right.
Cliff, thank you very much. But we have some of our really great leaders. They've been doing
Is it not your decision since you are directly paying for it via taxes? Yes, but I don't think that my decision should, like, basically, I would support Ukraine's decision either way. Does that make sense? If Ukraine chose to end the war, I would not tell them, no, you should keep fighting. And if Ukraine chose to continue the war, I would say, okay, let's keep going. That's what I would say. It's literally that simple.
Phenomenal job.
Yeah.
We also have some tremendous Russian business representatives here, and I think, everybody wants to deal with us. We've become the hottest country anywhere in the world in a very short period of time. And
this is just Trump glazing himself. Would you give Alaska back to Russia just because it used to be Russian territory? What does that have to do with anything? I think that a lot of people are thinking about this in terms of right and wrong. Get that stupid shit out of your head. Get that stupid fantasy, fake, moral Disney bullshit out of your mind. Delete the idea.
Oh, it's about power, huh? Is that what it is? It's about might makes right. Is that where he's going with this? Sitch?
Yes. Well,
idea of right and wrong out of your head when you're discussing topics like this. It's very simple. Do you want more people to die or not? Period. That's it. It doesn't matter. Oh, but they shouldn't be doing this. Yep. And they are, though. And it's happening.
Look, and then he makes a moral argument right there. Do you want
we're
more
saying
people
that you have
die?
to take you have to take considerations beyond like your classic the moral consideration of, well, they were in the wrong for
Yeah, he's saying the life is a higher moral consideration.
Yes, exactly.
Than freedom. That's exactly what he's saying. Look, we need to trade our freedom for security. That's what he's saying. He's saying we need to give up our freedom,
right,
and purchase security with it. And this is not a moral. Look, I take the morality out of it.
Well, I guess you're right.
Even though let me fucking lug the morality right into this.
He shouldn't frame it as taking the morality out of it because he's not. It is a moral question, and you're right. It is.
It's a giant moral question.
When does life and protection of life valued more than protecting your freedom? Which there is there's a sliding scale there, obviously.
Yeah, there's a meme for this. It's called "Live Free or Die."
Well, that's the meme, right? But I think most people would agree there's some sliding scale of what they would agree upon of how much security they want versus how much freedom they want.
How much liberty they're willing to give up to purchase security. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we all do that. Every country does that to an extent.
Sure, we give up some liberty.
It's a sliding scale.
We opt into a system where police can pull us over and ask us for our driver's license and registration and whether or not our automobile's insured. Like, that's a impingement on your liberty.
Sure.
Yeah.
Now, it's not quite, a foreign country invading you, but sure.
Well, that's why I constantly bring up the existential threat that Ukraine is in, because they're being asked to give up all of their freedom.
Right.
Just fucking roll the dice.
Well, the freedom of the people in those territories.
Yeah, obviously them.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess, is it sort of, though I don't know. As I said, if I was Ukrainian, if you get a security guarantee, so many people have died. I do think this war is just going to drag on, continually, that it would be worth it, in my estimation. But I wouldn't hold it against anyone that disagrees with that.
Yeah. I mean, they gotta be, I mean, they're fortified and they have some sort of detection mechanism. People know that they're gambling, that the Russian missile could come hit their apartment complex, right? But enough people are playing it's not going to happen to me game.
Right.
And they want to continue to fight. Yeah. I mean, we have people on Twitter that are in Ukraine right now that are constantly under threat.
Of course.
And they're running YouTube channels and shit. So
yep.
They're like, fuck these Russians. We've acclimated to the situation. We're used to being at war, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
It's just triggering the Americans. They're like, oh, I wouldn't want to live like that. We need Trump to figure this out.
So you either deal with it or more people die. That's it. It's simply it's a hard question. Exactly. Yes. It's a very hard decision to make. Releasing land in a war is very different than taking land back after selling it. The Channer has a brainworm. Well, what I'm saying is that sometimes the right things don't always happen from the wrong situations. Yes, I know that. And there's no right and wrong in war. No, there's not. It doesn't matter. Like, in my opinion,
there's no right and wrong. RIP Geneva Convention, right? Holy shit.
I think that Ukraine is paying the price of Americans trying to, and Western forces and NATO, trying to encroach and make Russia less secure by establishing more bases closer to Russia, expanding NATO.
Oh my God. This is absolutely no different than Hassan. It's funny that Hassan just hates Asmongold when he's got basically the same exact take.
I'm going something.
And
well, on this, he does. Yeah.
Right.
Here comes the
Doing
2014 coup, right?
That in a lot of cases, I think, makes Russia insecure. I think that's it. How? By building more bases around Russia, by adding more countries into NATO.
By being economically successful and engaging
that's the
Western trade.
But see, that's the real issue. That's why the whole 2014 coup in Crimea is actually important, just not the way it's always discussed. That all happened
the Maidan
for economic
Revolution.
reasons.
Yeah.
Entirely for economic reasons. Russia wants Ukraine, I mean, besides the private to bring it up, but Russia wanted Ukraine to join their little free trade economic bloc.
union.
Yeah. Ukraine was like, we want to join the EU. And then Russia's like, oh, really? You want to join the EU? How about no?
Yeah,
But
exactly.
That always gets forgotten because obviously it's, even the strongest of Russia simps can't try to make the argument that sounds feasible to the rest of us that Ukraine joining the EU economic bloc is a security threat to the EU going to invade Russia or something.
Yeah. Can you imagine if we wanted to do a trade deal with China and Canada came in and said, no, you can't do that? Well, what would we say?
Maybe like, oh, how about you fuck off, eh?
Yeah, exactly. How about you go back to Canada?
Absolutely, I think that's true. Now, by the way, that doesn't mean that it's okay for Russia to do it. That's retarded. Of course not. That doesn't mean, oh, yeah, Russia, so they're justified. I understand the reasoning. I see why they're doing it. There's probably like 5 or 10 different reasons why they're doing it. I think that's a couple of them. But my point is, where I'm really trying to get at here, they are, though, yeah, sure. But what my point is that I think that Ukraine is really a chess piece. And it's not either of the. I think the players are not. Neither of the players on this board are Ukraine. I think Ukraine is a chess piece on the board. That's what it seems like is happening to me. Is that it's being leveraged by larger superpowers, and effectively the people there are paying the price. It's just a pawn. Yeah, that's it. And so,
I mean, to some extent, that's true.
Yeah.
In the fact that we're having a fight over philosophy, economic philosophy. But I do think what's important is, what does Ukraine want, right? Ukraine could say, oh yeah, we want to be closer to Russia and we're just going to become part of Russia, right? Look, Russia's giving them the opportunity to do that. If they're saying, no, we don't want to do that, we want to embrace Western democratic capitalist values, and we're willing to fight a war for that, that's meaningful. That's fucking meaningful. They're no longer a pawn.
That's true. That's a good point.
They've taken a stake. So I don't know how you could say, oh my God, we're fucking mind mojoing them into wanting Western democratic capitalism. No one's twisting their arm and forcing them, right? Actually, Trump is twisting their arm and forcing them to join the Russian model.
Right. Yeah, I think you could say that they are. I guess I agree with everything you're saying. Yeah, I just frame it the same way, that you could say that they're the small player in terms of why we care to even help them in the first place, because we view ourselves, and the EU views themselves as like the big players. So from that perspective, you look at like, oh, like they're like a little piece. But from their own perspective, if they're doing it for philosophical reasons that they actually believe in, then they're not being played by anyone. That's what they actually believe.
Of course, yeah. They're doing it of their own volition. They're living free and willing to die for it. This is why a lot of people come in and they try to say, oh, it's just 2 tin-pot dictators fighting over land, right? Because it's just Zelensky, who's a dictator just as bad as Putin, and Putin's a dictator. So we shouldn't get involved because it's not. They haven't embraced our philosophy, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I do think that's just an argument because people don't want to be involved. They don't want to see their tax dollars being spent on this philosophical debate. So they want to say, they're not one of us. Let them go.
Yeah, I agree completely.
It seems that way. Yes, exactly. Zach's point is exactly what Russians told me as well. NATO's expansion and encroaching on borders closer to Moscow have been a massive reason for them. Yeah, and by the way, a reason is not an excuse. Me explaining why somebody does something, like when I say, oh, this guy killed somebody and ate their body because he was hungry, that doesn't mean that it's okay to do it because he was hungry. You should have gone to McDonald's. But it's just that's the reason why it happened. Would you be okay if we give Detroit to Russia if it ended the war? If we give Detroit to Russia? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't think they'd want Detroit. I feel like that'd be like a war crime for us to give them Detroit. I mean, I'd be like, yeah, it's like some Geneva Convention shit. Like, they don't want that. Why would they want that? Yeah, it's a bizarre analogy. Well, those are my favorite. That's what I do. And you guys see where I'm coming from with this?
Oh, why didn't he just say hell no? Why'd he dodge that question, Sitch?
Well, I think it's funnier.
They don't want Detroit. Nobody wants Detroit.
Nobody wants it.
Well, then it'd be
I would say
extra
yes.
better deal. Yeah.
Get it off of our hands. What do you mean?
Yeah.
We don't have to deal with Detroit anymore. Get it out of here. Can we just get like a bunch of helicopters? Can they just like lift Detroit out of it? No.
I don't want to play this game because I live in LA and everyone in the chat.
Everyone's gonna get rid of LA too. I know.
Exactly.
Get LA out of here.
I was trying to think, what little piece of America could we trade? Could we just annex?
Commie land, California, right?
Look, but I live here.
Yeah, exactly. If you live there, you're not so happy about the whole thing. I'm sure
Isn't
there's lots
that
of people
always
that
the case? Yeah.
live in Donetsk who are not so happy about, being Russian.
Little homeowners in Detroit are like, fuck that.
Right.
Now I got to vote for Putin
you think
every 4 years?
Is Russia kidnapping all those children just to have hostages to leverage away in a negotiation in a future point?
I don't know. Well, are they kidnapping them and giving them to families that have lost their sons and daughters?
Well, I don't know if they're doing that, but they have all these Ukrainian children that they refuse to get back and are trying to get Russians to adopt.
Can you imagine?
Pretty crazy.
Putin takes away your 20-year-old son.
Well, they're like, no, I don't think 20. They're
gets him
about
killed.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. And then they're like, here's a Ukrainian child to raise.
Baby.
Yeah, jeez. It's crazy.
There you go.
Yeah.
He's 6.
Yeah.
What a fucking crazy. That's just fucking evil.
Yeah, it is.
Taking a parent's child from them and taking them to the nation next. Oh my God. That's a fucking horror movie.
Yep.
That is a horror movie. Let's not get involved.
Well, there's going to be all sorts of, people who were too young at the time to remember, and maybe they won't even know that happened to them until they're older. We'll find out. Like why parents were part of the country that invaded and, killed my parents and stole me. Like, that's insane.
That actually is that would be a good plot.
I'm sure.
It's kind of a little bit the plot of Guardians of the Galaxy, right?
Well, her mom. Well, I guess her mom. She was dying because of the what's his face.
Yeah,
the actor's name, the guy from the second one. Yeah, that is true. I guess you're right. That is sort of.
But they did. It was complicated because he was like, "You're my kidnapper, but you're like my father."
Yes.
Yondu.
Yeah, you're right.
Boy, I was trying to save you. They ain't never tasted Terran before.
Well, because he was supposed to give him back to the God guy.
Yep. What happened to Marvel? My God.
There was
What happened to James Gunn? Oh, he's
I know.
DC now.
It was There's a video I saw, which I don't know, maybe we'll watch. Like listening to it was like hurting my brain. This guy, it was the Birdman guy. He said that the
Oh my God, no.
He said that I don't know. I don't remember if he was talking about Fantastic Four or Superman. He said one of those was as good as the Guardians of the Galaxy movies, and that people that say otherwise are like full of shit.
Fantastic Four that's like, I mean, that's sacrilege.
Yeah.
That's insane. I mean, maybe better than Guardians of the Galaxy 3, which I did not really like, but Guardians of the Galaxy 1 or 2, not even close. Even 2 is better than fucking...
2's good. I don't
Yeah, I like 2 as well.
Yeah.
The hate on 2 is way overblown.
Right.
But yeah, Putin is trying to pull a Yondu.
He is.
We should make that comparison because everyone loves Yondu. So.
He's trying to pull an Ego, the living planet.
Oh, yeah. Nice save.
Like Kurt Russell.
Yeah. You see where I'm at here? What about Russian encroachment on us as well? They bid Wagner bases all over Africa and Middle East. Well, I mean, like, obviously you have the Cuban Missile Crisis. Like, that's the biggest example that's, like, historically, right? I get it. I'm not saying this is a one-way street. But what I am saying is that from their perspective, I think that's the reason why. And I think that primarily Ukraine is the victim in this primarily. Russia is the aggressor. Ukraine is the victim. Now, you could say that NATO and Western forces aggressed on Russia, which caused Russia to aggress on Ukraine, but Russia is still the aggressor on Ukraine.
Just tell that to Trump now.
Yeah, why is it? Oh God, that drives people crazy too. It drives me crazy. Why does Trump keep like flip-flopping on who started the war? Like, he's trying to blame Ukraine for starting the war. It's wild. He is getting, I don't know who it is. I don't know if it's Vance or Stephen Miller or someone. He keeps someone's feeding him a lot of like horrible fucking information.
Why are the closed captions in the video? They got to be in the video because I can't figure out how to turn them off.
I don't see any closed captions. Where are you seeing closed captions?
Really? You don't see them on your end?
When for Asmongold, you're seeing closed captions?
Yeah.
No.
Make the deal. Got to make a deal. Yeah, based. You don't see those?
Hold on. Oh, wait, I see it now. Wait. I pressed, I didn't see it until just now. That's so weird. It wasn't on my screen until I clicked I clicked the native controls button.
Oh, is that it?
And then now it popped up. Oh, okay. If you click native controls on the watch together, and then you should see something, the little caption button.
Oh, you're
should be
right.
there.
Okay, there you go.
And then you could click that.
I found it. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Today, when you talk to Vladimir Zelensky, what's your advice to
make a deal?
Make the deal.
Gotta make it.
They're giving up land. 100%. Trump's going to try to pressure Zelensky to give up land. I feel like that's 100% what's going to happen. Make a deal? Yeah, exactly. Like that's they have to? Yeah. I mean, I feel like no, they won't. Well, I think that is going to be the deal. Because, like, I mean, logically, if it wasn't for that, wouldn't this have already been ended? Like with a NATO security agreement? Yeah, maybe something like that. Yeah, do you think they will? I think that I don't know. And the reason why I don't know, here's the reason why I don't know. I don't speak their language. I don't read what they're thinking. I don't know what actual Ukrainians believe. Like, I see what people with Ukraine flags in their bio think. I see what they think on Twitter. Yeah, sure. But at the same time, that doesn't really polymark it. Yeah, it's because you don't know. Yeah, exactly. And so, but I don't know exactly, like, what are their... I think that eventually, and also it's very hard to know, like, where Russia is, because Russia's military and Russia's position is very opaque because of propaganda and controlled media. So it's very hard to get an idea of the way the Russian government really feels about this and the way the Russian people really feel about this, because all of that is going through the lens of some degree of censorship. So on one side, you don't even, well, really both sides, you don't know what the fuck they're saying, right? Number two, a lot of Russians are barred from the internet and they've gotten their accounts frozen and gotten banned. And so it's obvious, dude, come on. Well, it's really not obvious to me. I don't think it's so obvious. Don't reward aggression. You say that, but that's very easy for you to say, don't reward aggression, whenever it's not your family members and your houses getting blown up. It's easy for you to say, oh, well, you shouldn't do that. Oh, well, this is the wrong decision, because you don't have to live with the consequences of that decision. That's why I said it has to be their decision. It has to be theirs. You want to go to front lines chatter crazy? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If you think that you want to fight and that they shouldn't give up any land, then go join the Ukraine military. That's what I would say. If you reward the invader with land, they will come for more soon enough. I understand. Listen, you can make every appeasement argument and you can be right about every single one of them. But at a certain point, a country does get fatigued from war, and it will eventually probably cede land if the country that is invading it is powerful enough and resilient enough and persistent enough. They will. They will eventually give it away because they're sick of dying. Let's be honest, or cease to exist. Exactly, yeah. Or they're going to kill everybody and eventually get it then. So I don't know, man. Yeah, it sucks. Welcome to reality. Yeah, I'm not even saying this is the way it should be, but I think this is the way it is. Why do you?
He did the thing. He said you should sign up. Just want to point it out.
Well,
I hate that thing.
But to be fair, he's saying if his position, which I think is completely a fair position, is it's up to Ukraine to make that decision. It's up to Ukrainians to make that decision, which I think is completely the correct take to have. And I think it's kind of baffling to me that that's not the standard take.
Yeah.
That's not just the normal standard take, is that it's up to Ukraine to make that decision. But if your position in response to someone saying it's up to Ukrainians, and I'll support whatever they do. If your response to that is no, don't reward aggression, fight, then I feel like, okay, well, you are starting to drift into the whole well, go sign up then yourself, territory. Like, if you think your opinion is more important than the people that are actually involved in the situation.
Oh yeah, that's fair. That's definitely fair.
So I do think it's fair, and I will say, even though I disagree with a lot of Asmagul's takes on this issue regarding the industrial military complex and all that other stuff, at least I do like that he, on this issue, is very is humble about that it's hard to know because who the fuck knows what people in Russia believe because they're so propagandized, and he just I don't know what's going, I don't know what the average Ukrainian believes, and he doesn't know what the average Ukrainian believes. And I do think that level of being humble about just saying, okay, I don't know what these fucking people believe, is refreshing in the online streamer space. So
yeah, of course, most people just make declarations, speak for all Ukrainians or all Americans or all whatever. Yeah,
right. Okay, here, let me jump to the end here for the last thing. You see, I think you'll agree with this take. I do agree with this take. I think this is a good idea here. I've never heard this before, but I do support the concept.
Korea?
I mean, we were in the Bureau Chief Jill Doherty is joining us. And Jill, I'll get to you because I can't wait to hear your thoughts on what you saw playing out. But Jim, watching that and listening to
you went to North Korea?
I mean, we were in the room. There was.
By the way, I'm still behind the idea of turning North Korea into super jail. I think this is the future, because North Korea, they're in kind of like a really tight spot, right? And they're not doing anything. And so because they already are really good at oppressing and killing their own people, right? So having them oppress and kill potentially, prisoners that are getting out of line, I feel like they don't even need to do any training for that. It's fucking easy. Like they already know how to do this. So we should have a thing where everybody in the world sends all of their bad boys to North Korea. And that's it. It's the international super jail. Monopolized world jail. Yes, exactly. That's what I would want to see. Just airdropping people? Exactly, right? And yes, that could bring North Korea back into like the world economy.
I love this idea. Okay. Hear me out. Every citizen of North Korea, instead of being subjugated by their horrible government, they become wardens of a super jail. Every North Korean citizen is now deputized to become a prison guard. And then they subjugate all the prisoners that we send to them, and we pay them to do it. Boom. Problem solved.
Isn't this how Australia started?
Exactly. We could make North Korea the next Australia.
We could free North Korea.
Yes.
We just send enough convicts there.
Yes.
And soon they take over
the population of North Korea by sending them people to in prison.
Yes, it's great.
I
love
like
this idea.
Yeah, it's a good idea. I'm on board with this. I'd say it's a genius idea. I never heard this idea before, but it's a genius idea.
It
Fully
is,
supportive of this. Yes. Okay.
All right. No more videos?
No. It's more of the same at this point, but
we've exhausted
unless you want to
the
see.
topic.
Well, actually, no. There's a couple of clips I said. Well, Ann Coulter did say that the Trump, even though she was incredibly pro-Trump, I don't know if you saw, she was on trigonometry.
I saw that she was on trigonometry. I didn't listen to it.
I listened to it, and she's incredibly pro-Trump. She's like really anti-immigration, so she's like big on board and all that stuff. But it was interesting. She does say that she thinks the Trump administration is the most corrupt administration in American history.
Yeah, wasn't that the headline of
that was
video?
the headline.
Yeah.
But she's like, "What? It's okay though, because they're doing things that I like."
Right.
I was like, I can respect that. I can respect that level of honesty. Most people would not be upfront with that.
She wants her cure for cancer, okay?
Yes, yes.
She thinks it's on the docket.
There was a clip that I saw circulating that I haven't seen, but I want
Circulating.
Circulating. Yes.
That's pretty good. It's like percolating.
Yes.
But for circles.
Yes.
Circulating.
Circulating. There was a clip, supposedly, I'll send it to you. Supposedly, it sounded like Hassan was saying it was okay for Ela Klein to suffer violence because she was in the IDF.
Wow.
So I sent you this. We could watch it together. I haven't seen this clip, so we'll watch it together. We'll see if that's actually what's going on. But
I feel like he said that before. That evil dastardly thing.
I feel like he's made comments like that before, yes.
All right. We have a 2-minute and 43-second clip. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Go.
All right, so I think it's pretty fucking obvious that Hassan Piker mentioning Ela Klein in current day while describing a valid military target is absolutely reckless and fucking stupid. That being said, there is additional context here that needs to be shown to provide what he's actually trying to say in his argument. Because I noticed the clip starts pretty late, and this is probably why.
Current political leadership in Israel does not want a Palestinian state, and the Israeli parliament just approved a motion to annex the West Bank.
Like any kind of violence that Israeli settlers or the Israeli military experiences in the West Bank is literally legal. Okay, it is legal resistance against an occupying military force. I cannot.
Like in this context, he is absolutely talking about people who are currently occupying the West Bank, people who are actively invading the West Bank, not people who live in California.
I cannot repeat this enough. Just like any kind of violence that the Israeli occupying force experiences in the Gaza Strip is actually, once again, totally legal and totally moral resistance by the Palestinians. Doesn't matter if they're the Al-Aqsa Brigade, doesn't matter if they're a part of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, doesn't matter if they're DFLP, PFLP, or even former Fatah militants, okay? It is perfectly legal, perfectly valid, and perfectly moral, okay? 100%. This is not like this is not a gray area. This is black and white, okay? It doesn't get more black and white than this. Israel is in the wrong. Israel is actually engaging in an apartheid, which is a crime in and of itself. Israel's doing a genocide in Gaza and an apartheid in the West Bank. 2 crimes in and of itself. And every type of armed resistance against both the settlers and also the Israeli occupying force in the West Bank. Doesn't matter if it's your favorite podcasters like Wife that participate in these raids.
Holy shit.
The violence that the Palestinians engage in an act of resistance against this illegal occupying force is literally legal, definitionally legal. Okay? It's just the truth, straight up. It doesn't matter that they look to be in garb that makes you think that they're in the right.
It sounds like he's like conflating past and current tense a lot. I think it's like a stupid idea to invoke Gila Klein in the middle of this argument specifically, unless you do it very carefully. And I understand why people are coming away from this thinking that he's talking about Gila Klein in current day. I don't think that that was the intent behind the comment that he made in the clip.
Wow.
Yeah, so that was Nick Diorio that he was talking.
Yeah, Nick's great.
Yeah. I don't know if I agree though. I mean, it's why I don't know why he would throw Hila into this if you didn't
If it wasn't intentional?
Yeah, like if you didn't mean to say that it was okay to do well, first of all, what he's saying isn't even true at all, like on any level. Even if you're part so you like a Ukrainian citizen does not have legal right, and I would say not even moral right, to enact anything they want on a Russian soldier they capture. Like it's not legal under
all right,
whatever.
So I think it's pretty fucking
like,
obvious
we
that
a
Hassan...
Russian soldier, we get to rape them now. Like that's not like it's why it's weird for Hassan to keep saying like you can do whatever you want. It's like no, I mean what do you mean by that? Like might makes right, sure. I guess you can do whatever you want, but like he keeps saying it was illegal for you to do what like they can do whatever they want to any settler or anyone in the West Bank. Like that's
yeah,
not
there's
true.
rules of engagement on a battlefield that are different than rules of engagement in other theaters.
Right. So it's very bizarre that he's saying this. I do think that I would, I would question, but when Hassan says that it's legal or moral to do anything to settlers, I mean, doesn't he think that all Israelis are settlers? He's not just talking about that. Like he said settlers and people in the West Bank, but like, so doesn't that mean what does he mean? Does he mean everyone in Israel? It's totally morally legal to just kill everyone in Israel? Because that's how I interpret that. Because he says they're all settlers. Who in Israel is not a settler under Hassan?
Yeah, he said that before. He
has said that before. Yeah. So, and then also even on top of that, putting that aside, the idea that like, oh, it's totally moral for Hamas to kill people and any, Israeli in Gaza. Like, Hamas, that's insane. So.
Yeah, totally insane. Well, it gave me an oh shit.
Well, so I don't think that additional context to me didn't
clear his good name.
No, Hassan still definitely seems pretty crazy and horrible in that clip. So
why would you say that to tens of thousands of your followers? I mean, aren't you just saying, look, the way to get my attention is to go after Gila Klein, and you'd be totally morally justified in doing it?
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck? That's insane.
It is insane. Okay, there was this interesting clip that Dr. Diddler sent me.
So
this is from
there's this YouTuber named Noah Samson.
I think I'll just kind of scrub through it so you guys can watch the video if you want to see it. He's talking about Noah Samson being a fucking retard. We all know that. Good face right there. And so this is kind of an insane interaction. So you have this Israeli here. It says an Israeli 18-year-old is preparing to go to prison for not serving in the IDF. And he says, I don't care what people who support the starving of children have to say about my morality. So you have a guy who's going to go to prison because they're against the war that Israel is doing in Gaza, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you would think, I didn't even know this. Ben Burgess tweeted that out. So you would think that Noah Samson would be like applauding this, right? Because Noah Samson is really big on, talking about how horrible what Israel is doing. And this would be a way to galvanize or to kind of get Israel to stop doing that would be if all of the Israeli youth, decide to go to jail instead of serving in the military, right?
That conscientious objector is the name for this. So
yes. Well, I thought, do conscientious objectors, do they go to jail in America?
I think there have been various laws around the conscientious objector label, and I think the reasoning you're objecting has some bearing on it.
Right.
If you're objecting for religious reasons, like you don't really want to kill anyone, I think maybe you go free.
Right.
I think if you're objecting because you think your government is a murderous, genocidal maniac, I think maybe you go to jail. Then they throw you in the clink.
It's kind of funny how that works that way, but yeah.
Yeah. So they care why you're doing it.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So you think Noah Samson should be in favor of this? Well, he's not. He said, we must applaud the immense bravery of these Israelis that are saying no to baby killing, all 12 of them. So he's being sarcastic here.
He's saying there's not enough people doing this.
Right. And it's even crazier. His tweet, look, at least at the time of the screenshot was taken, it got 40,000 likes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because look, all of his fans just want to hate on these people. They don't give a fuck if they're going to do the right thing.
Yes.
Yeah. He's basically saying, this tweet is him saying, he's still a Jew.
Yeah.
That's basically what he's doing.
That's how I interpret it. I definitely, because they're so, not just, they're so anti-Israel. Like, Israelis just can't exist. Israel can't exist. Anyone, it doesn't matter even if you're against this sort of this war or the genocide or whatever you want to call it, that's not good enough if you support Israel existing and continuing to exist as a country.
Yeah.
I believe that was the argument that Noah made. So
yeah, the fucking Zionist.
Yes. Now,
which is just, we all know what he means by Zionist.
Of course. Now this is kind of funny too, as someone pointed out. Here's
Noah Samson even looks like a fucking Nazi.
He does. So let's see, where is it?
It's so weird that the frat boy is like adopted this.
I know. It's so insane. So this is what Noah Samson said about paying taxes. Okay. He says, everyone in the West is complicit in Israel's genocide in Gaza, but there are varying degrees of complicity. Our taxes being sent to Israel, yes, but that's being done against our will and against everything we're advocating for. So Noah Samson is such a pussy-ass bitch that he won't go to jail for not paying his taxes, but he's going to criticize an Israeli citizen for going to jail for not serving in the actual military.
Right.
So
interesting.
These
He's like,
people,
I still got to pay my taxes. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm
all
an
these
important
people,
streamer.
All these people are so full of shit. They all just cash in checks from their socialist audiences. Not a single fucking one of them has any principles that they actually live by. None of them are starting co-ops. None of them are refusing to pay taxes. Why is Hassan not refusing to pay taxes to go towards the genocide in Gaza? None of these people do fucking jack shit about it. They go on their Twitch pages, they make a bunch of money, or YouTube page, and they make a bunch of money talking to an audience, and then they pat themselves in the back and say, oh, the thing that makes me money is the moral thing that that's my moral work that I have to do. That's about it.
I'm articulating people's outrage. It's great.
It's just so crazy. It's so gross. It's so despicable to me.
Yeah. I just think it's so sad because there are meaningful problems that I think our system is equipped to deal with, but so many people just want to waste time on ridiculous proposals.
Yes.
Just so they can get the good feels.
Okay.
Very sad.
Kick Nastanza, thanks so much for the $5. Says, art of the Mufuggin deal. Well done, mine Donald. How quickly we went from you don't have the cards to neither do I. Master negotiator at work, folks.
Okay.
Okay.
You think Kick Nastanza is a Donald Trump supporter?
I was gonna say you kick Nastanza's on your side for once.
Yeah, normally he's hating on me, right?
Yes. Look at that. Furred Turgeson, thanks so much for $10. Says what the U.S. could do as leverage is offer all women under 30 asylum in order to make their demographic problems worse. I.e., 20% of women leave equals 20% lower future population. Oh, I see what you're saying. I thought you were saying that you would send American women to Russia to like annoy them. You're saying offer Russian women asylum. Interesting.
Oh, wow. That is I am in favor of that proposal. That's a great proposal.
That's you know what? Ferd Turgeson, even though you're saying that kind of jokingly, that is a quite fucking devious ploy.
That is some leverage that Trump could pull out immediately. If Trump could say, listen, if you're a woman under 30 and you can make it to America, we'll give you free asylum.
Oh my God.
Like, take that, Putin.
That's
what do you think of that?
That is genius. That is a genius fucking ploy. Somebody
we could pick him up. We could pick him up in Ukraine. We'll give him a ride over. We'll do regular flights.
That's amazing. Well, you know, because what they would do is Russia would stop. They wouldn't let them go. It'd be like a whole Berlin Wall situation again.
Yeah, but that would show the obvious fucking bullshit.
That's fast. That's a genius idea.
If you think Russia's free, Russia's building a wall to keep all their women in.
Keep the women in. Somebody get that idea to Trump. And look, with all the anti-immigration people that complain, like, listen, you got a bunch of white women coming.
Yeah, look.
That's what you want. A bunch of white women coming to the country.
All of our woke progressives are going to be going crazy. They importing white women everywhere.
Yes. Reporting as many white women as we can. Oh my God. That's
Bring
hilarious.
in the fertile white women.
Yes. That's so funny.
They're fighting back.
It will backfire. A lot of new husbands will side with their new wives and simp. That's insane. Though I would think that if you're a Russian girl and you're fleeing to have asylum in America, you're probably not in the best mood about the Russia situation.
There was some story that there was a Ukrainian refugee that some progressive man and wife invited to stay with them, and the husband started banging the.
Oh yeah, I heard. Yeah,
do you remember that?
I do. Yeah,
we covered it.
Right.
That's pretty fucked up, right?
That's a horrible situation.
The home wrecker.
It's a horrible situation. Yeah.
Right.
Like this Lucy Lemonbug, that's sexist. She says only if they're 8 or higher. So she wants only the hot Russian women to come in. No uggos allowed.
Instead of the death panels, it's the hot panels.
There you go.
The government hot. How do we get that job, right? How are we on the panel that determines if they're 8 or higher?
You have to have you have a panel.
Can you imagine?
Who sit there and they're like, they judge the women as they come in. They're like, no one under a 8's too high. Was like no one under a 5 or a 6. You want to kick up the average a little bit. 6. No one under a 6 is allowed.
Let them all in, even the uggos. Come on, we got uggo guys here that will be happy to have a new
there you
Russian wife.
The Uggo guys need Uggo Russian girls.
Yeah, come on. We got a birth crisis going on here.
We do.
A birth rate crisis.
This is the best for tourism. You know, I wish I'd read the super chat earlier. This is the best leverage I've ever heard be mentioned on this topic. This is
remember what I said? Trump just needs to get 20 guys who are like, bring me leverage. Show me leverage.
We have them in our audience. Their name is Ferd Turgeson. Okay.
Exactly.
Yes.
Get this guy in, coach. He knows.
Get him in. He knows.
And that's creative. It's just as creative as the no tax on tips.
And it doesn't cost anything.
Yeah, it's free.
Right.
Well,
Look at
I
this.
guess if we're gonna fly him over, it's gonna cost something, but
that's true. Not that much. It's
just
worth
think, and Trump can hold weekly press conferences where he introduces the new Russian American citizens.
He would love that. He used to do all the Miss America stuff, you know?
Right.
He could have like he could have the hottest Russian ladies come on stage with him, and he could be like, "Look what look at my MAGA base. This is who I'm bringing to America."
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God.
He could say this woman is single and available, guys. Here's her.
Someone needs to get this idea.
Here's her Instagram page.
Immediately. This is such a good idea. This is an insanely good. This is like a perfect. It's a troll, but also like genius.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I think this could work.
I'm on board.
This could be powerful.
Yes.
And it would stop everyone from talking about Epstein.
That's true. They'd be like, listen. Well, I don't know. He'd be like,
it might be more Epstein, right?
Well, I was gonna say
and that one's 14. Holy shit!
I was gonna say, yeah, you're saying under 30, but is it like 18 to 30? Like you had to put it. There has to be a minimum age too.
I know. Okay,
that's a good point. I did think
18,
about that.
18 to 30.
18 to 30.
We can't abduct the children.
Right.
Russian moms will be telling their daughters, "You'll be 18 next year. You can go to America."
Just lie about it. Yeah. Right. Cameraman 502 for $2 says no good personalities. Exactly. Are you saying no, good personalities? Or are you saying no good personalities? I'm not. Those mean different things.
Stop being so mean, man.
Wow.
Uggos are people too.
Yeah. And lives in Deswall specifically for $2 says auction off hotness judge position for more government revenue. Look at that.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Very smart. Got to pay the debt
big
down.
balls
right?
back on the payroll.
Exactly. The Good White for $5 says people have made the exact same argument about Biden's chin and how he has a body double. It's called getting old and having plastic surgery.
So you're not buying the body double?
I'm not buying the body double. No.
No,
people say I feel
the
like people say
super
about
chatter's
everything.
not buying the body double.
It's the same thing. People
You
be like,
guys are
"Oh,
so skeptical."
Look at Biden or look at Hillary. He's like a lizard person. His mask is slipping. Like all this like crazy shit."
Stop being such contrarians. Obviously, it's a body double. Okay.
Okay. The Oceanist for $5 says the talks didn't seem to do much, but that B-2 flyover was pretty cool. Yes, they did have a little B-2, little plane flew over.
It would have been better if they had a laser sight pointed at Putin's forehead the whole time. That would have fucking.
It should have flown over like so super low that like Putin like dropped down because he was like scared. Like it was so startling, and Trump just like standing there smiling, like, "What's wrong?"
What if Putin the whole time had a red laser sight on his forehead, like there was some sniper always within shooting distance? What do you think? You think the meeting would have gone better?
I think the meeting would have gone better. I think Putin's body double would have been a lot more willing to capitulate on that one.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Don't shoot him, just the body double.
He like takes off a wig. He has like a bald cap on. He actually has like a full head of hair underneath.
His dreadlocks drop down.
Turns out he starts rubbing his face black. It's just for some reason his just facial shape
He's
was like
Jamaican.
very much like Putin's for some strange reason.
Oh, that would be great.
Yes. Lives in Deswall specifically for $2 says stop the war, just have the body doubles fight. Look at that. I like it.
Wow. I found
Zelensky's
the
body
perfect
double
system
versus
here.
Putin's body double. Winner takes all.
I finally figured out how to deal with you reading the chats as they come in.
What?
Well, I have the super chats up on one screen and then the regular chat up on a different screen, so I can see the new ones coming in.
Oh,
yeah.
Look at you figuring
I
out.
happened upon the solution here.
So smart and clever. Yes. Well, I like to read the ones that come in if they're relevant to what we're talking about.
Oh, of course. Yeah, it's great.
Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says, I bet Putin is terrified of Ukrainian drones. That's why, you know what? That would have been fun. What if Trump should have had like it looked like a drone coming in, but then it just exploded into confetti and it said, welcome, Putin, or something?
Oh my
God. If we have Putin like pissing his
good.
pants, the drone's like, and then it just blows up and it's like, da, 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 da.
That would be great. Welcome, Putin.
That's the power move.
He's got a big piss stain down the front of his drawers.
Right. I like it. Look at Lucy. Lucy Lemling's horny in the chat so much. She says AOC body double versus the Boobert body double. I mean, I can't disagree with that.
Versus how, though?
Oh, you know how.
In naked wrestling?
I wasn't good. I was going to go to people's imagination. All right.
Mm-hmm.
You have to spell it out for everybody.
My imagination would never go there.
Yes. Kick in a stanza for Jar says Trump rolling out a red carpet for Putin is cringe. You know, I saw, it was funny because I didn't, it was in the beginning of that body double video. He complains about the rolling of the red carpet. I don't like having a physical red carpet. I don't care. I think that's silly if people care about that. I do agree that there was a picture that showed like military people in like fatigues rolling it out, and I agree that optically that looks bad. They should have had like they should have flown in some Mexican help, not in military outfits.
Oh my God.
You know, to go roll out the red carpet for Putin just to optically look better, but it's not a good picture.
That's hilarious.
Right.
It's still bad, but whatever.
Well, there you go. Trump is like, listen, you don't want to get deported. Here's your chance. Okay. I'll give you amnesty. You got to roll the red carpet out for Putin. They're like, oh, si, senor. Mr. President. You don't think that's like a good trade?
Trump probably wanted to put a bunch of Zelensky body doubles down there rolling out the carpet.
Oh, okay. Michael the Dober Dad for $2 Canadian says A-Team reigns supreme.
You sound demoralized by that.
I'm so demoralized, yes.
So sad.
Cause we're not for $5 says we already have a Coke and Moose in Alaska.
Really?
Oh, we already have Coke and Mooses in Alaska. There you go.
Sweet.
Yes.
There's nothing else to do in Alaska but cocaine, right?
I would assume, yeah. I've been to Alaska. I took years ago.
There's a lot of snow.
You know, years ago I went on like an Alaskan cruise with my family during summer.
Oh,
it was very
beautiful.
Nice.
Yeah.
It was very nice, yeah.
Beautiful.
It was really cool. The sun like didn't set. It was fucking really bizarre. When you like walk out, I remember like we walked outside at like 10 o'clock at night. It's fucking high noon, and we're like, well, this is so strange.
I have two good friends that are from Alaska, and they always said, oh, it's amazing. It's like National Geographic all the time. You just walk out of your front door, and it's like crazy fucking.
Yeah, it's got all these beautiful mountain landscapes and everything. Yes.
He said ultimately there was no women there, though, so he had to fucking leave.
Well, that's the important. Well, listen, okay, here it is. Trump should build a land bridge that connects Alaska to Russia for the women. Only the women get to cross the land bridge.
The women only land bridge. I love it.
Yes, we need more women in Alaska, obviously.
Yeah, it's perfect. It's perfect. That's their entry into the United States. They have to do 1 year in Alaska. All right. Sitch decided to go home. Should I read a super chat? Lethal Strain for $2 says Stanley Kubrick. Oh, you're back again.
Punishment. You have to do 1 year in Alaska. What?
I didn't even get to read one super chat.
Sorry. That's good. Fuck you.
Lethal Strain for $2. Stanley Kubrick faked the Putin landing.
That's pretty good.
That is good, huh?
I like that one. That's good.
Is that true?
That is true. They brought Stanley Kubrick back to life.
Poor Stanley.
Now he is dead. I know that is, unlike Michael J. Fox. Mike Hillier for 22 months says Melania designed the nuclear football. True. Double back, yeah.
Can you imagine? That seems like something Melania would want to do.
Yes. Yes.
Let me help you out. This looks so drab. We can't carry this around with us.
I'm trying to remember. There was someone who said, you know how like Trump is rebuilding, like he's like rebuilding lots of the White House to make it nicer.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, he puts like a whole new story on it. Can you imagine?
Exactly. Yeah, it was like a third story.
It's like a 20-story building when he's done. Look,
right.
It's a White House tower.
Yes. Says his plans include a $200 million ballroom.
Wow.
So he's gonna spend 200.
They don't even have a ballroom.
What happened to these Doge cuts? We were cutting the budget just to spend $200 million on a White House ballroom.
Was he doing it with his own money?
No.
He's doing it with Trump coin money. Come
no, he's
on.
not. What
Let
the
him
fuck
do
doing
it.
it with? Of course not. So,
he's not?
No.
He's like, I'm not going to take a salary.
Right.
I'm going to spend 10 times that.
Yes. Look at what they're paving over the Rose Garden. That's interesting.
What? They can't do that.
That's
the Rose Garden.
It's the Rose Garden. Apparently, no more. They're getting rid of the Rose Garden. Okay.
What are they putting a parking lot in?
Let's see. President Donald Trump claims he's hearing great reviews. He always says that about his controversial overhaul of the White House Rose Garden, which turned the garden's famous lawn into a stone patio. Okay, so they're still having it. They just put stone down.
Melania is redecorating the entire White House?
I guess. I think Trump is.
I saw a documentary, evidently at the White House. There's a giant museum below the White House that is full of all the presidential memorabilia.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And they give a big, long list to the president that's moving in and ask them if they would like any of these items put inside the residency. Yeah, exactly. So there's a whole staff of, I think, 100 people that do the move where they move the one first family out and the new first family in all in one day. That's why they have to do it with 100 people, is because it's just like fucking all kinds of garbage has to move around, right?
I want that service. Jeez.
So they go through the checklist and they're like, yeah, I want Andrew Jackson's fucking cane. I want the TV that Kennedy watched.
I want the vial of Indian tears Andrew Jackson kept around his neck.
Yeah, exactly. They got this giant checklist of things that they're like, deliver this to the residents.
Yes.
And they say, yes, sir. Of course. We'll do that right away. So,
Mm-hmm.
so it is pretty interesting. And then Trump is like, nah, I don't want any of that old fucking garbage. I want stone pavers that custom delivered to the Rose Garden, the complete redo.
I like that look. The whole, like the new driveways where they put the stone pavers with like the little grass in between.
Oh yeah, that's a nice look.
That's a nice look. Yeah, Trump should do that.
Classy.
Yeah,
I'm glad they did that.
No, they didn't do that. It's just like a floor. They still have the bushes on the side, but they put like a big stone floor.
Can you imagine who planted that rose? Like what first lady?
Well, I think they left
planted
the
that?
roses. The roses are still there.
Yeah. But can you imagine ripping out a rose bush that like Teddy Kennedy's wife fucking well, I guess it's not Teddy Roosevelt's wife planted or something, right?
Yeah.
Andrew Jackson's wife planted this rose bush. Well, rip that fucker out.
That broad. Okay, so I have to make a correction. I was incorrect. It says the cost of the ballroom is expected to be covered by private donations, with also Trump saying that he will contribute. So it's not coming from.
It is. I told you.
Okay.
It's Melania coin money.
Right.
You just. Oh man.
Though some critics now have complained because I think that'd be like an easy way to essentially bribe Trump is they're donating to this $200 million ballroom.
All
which
these
this is
people are
interesting.
TDS right
This is going to. So the question is, where's the ballroom going to be? So the ballroom is supposed to be placed in the East Wing. Now the East Wing is traditionally where the first lady is, like offices and area is. So it's like they're getting rid of like all the first lady stuff and replacing it with this giant ballroom, 90,000 square foot.
What do we do with all
ballroom.
this Hillary Clinton memorabilia?
Well, what about? I guess Melania doesn't give a shit. Like, she doesn't want to be there. She's just not in there. She doesn't care.
Is she?
Trump's like, we got all this empty space. Melania doesn't want to be here near me.
I don't even think Melania is staying in D.C. I think she's in New York.
Oh, right.
She's like, all my friends are in New York. Are you kidding me?
There you go.
Why do I want to be in D.C.? D.C. is fucking boring.
Mm-hmm.
She's a party girl, man. I mean, she's 50, but she's still a party girl.
Liz does well specifically for $5 says woke is not dead. Woke is not dead. Unfortunately, apparently you can't say the word legato now because it's a slur. Legato, like the musical term.
You said
legato?
it twice.
That's a musical
I can't believe
term.
you're slurring.
Doesn't it? It means like
legs.
music that flows nicely together, I believe is what it means. Also, the villain name of the villain in Trigun, which is the only reason why I know what that word means.
That can't be real.
How is that a slur?
I don't know.
It doesn't even sound like any other words I can think of that people would confuse as a slur. Like,
Legato.
You said the L word.
Oh, yeah. I'm not saying L word. People will not even know what you're talking about. They're like, L word? There is no L slur. Lesbian? That's a slur now?
Yes. Is that real? That lives in as well, or just memeing? I don't know what you kids are now saying nowadays.
I don't either.
Oh, he said he was making a pun. I don't get it. Nobody got it. What's the pun? Nobody got it. I'm sorry.
In music, legato and slurring both indicate smooth transitions between
notes.
Okay,
I get it.
Legato is
That's terrible.
A general concept of smooth playing, while slurring is a specific notation that instructs a musician to perform notes with one continuous breath or blow stroke.
Gotcha. Okay, listen, I feel like you gotta be a real music nerd to get that pun.
Well, thank you for the $5. That was very generous of you. You baffled us for a period of time.
Kayleen Cohn for $10 says Putin needs to justify this war to his country. Is talking land swap. My guess, trade the land Ukraine invaded up near Kiev for the east. Do a deal for Ukrainian mineral rights in the east. Well, at the end of the day, I mean, all the land swaps will be all fine, dandy, and good, but none of it's going to mean shit if there isn't some security guarantee. And I don't know. It would be very interesting. It would be very interesting. It would go against my preconceived notions. I think yours, of Putin, if he was like, yes, give me Donetsk and the other region, and you can sign some military agreement that says Europe will or America will fucking come in and protect you if we invade again. That would mean that Putin really does want to get the fuck out. He just wants something as a reward. But
he could do it as just a weird ploy, as a weird stall tactic.
Maybe. Lucy Lumbuck, thanks so much for the 5 gifted memberships.
Welcome, new members.
Listen to us also for $2 says he's going to get them to throw in a foil Charizard. Ooh, okay.
That's a good deal.
That's how you get Putin. At the foil hollow Charizard. Fast and Bulbous for $5 says Russia has $300 billion in frozen assets. We have all the cards, but no one will use them.
Yeah, he could threaten to take that money, and I'm sure Putin wants that money.
Yeah, why don't they start doing that?
take it and give it to Ukraine.
Yeah. Maybe that's where is that where he's getting the 300 million again?
The con against doing that is that it weakens the American financial system because people are like, look, anyone can confiscate your assets.
I mean, I don't know.
I mean, if you're not
I feel
planning
like
on
it's kind
invading
of an
a
extreme
neighbor,
situation, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I said, look, I said it was a counter argument. I didn't say it was a
Right.
good argument.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, if you're a war criminal, okay, we're going to confiscate your shit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we confiscate people's shit when they're like regular criminals, right?
Right.
All
Thanks so
kinds
much,
of
Osaka
fines
Far,
and
Daddy
stuff.
J-Mac, for the 50 gifted memberships. Look at
Look
that.
at that.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
It's very nice.
Painting
Yeah.
the chat green, baby. Beautiful. Andrew Bear for $5 says, let's face facts. A European security guarantee only functions with U.S. backing. Only meaningful security for Ukraine has U.S. backing. S-class is the best class.
Oh,
Well,
you
thank
got
you.
one. You finally got one.
I get them all the time. But what is this? We're trying to gaslight me. I don't know enough about other European armies to know what kind of military might they could scrap together to go after Russia. I have no clue what's going on in Europe's armies. So,
Well, they're getting a real reality check out of all this. So,
yeah.
and they've obviously, a lot of those European nations have upped their military spending. And I think they are trying to do better with recruiting and fostering some kind of military culture. So,
yeah, that is true. This does a wake up call for them to get their shit together. Which, how ironic is it going to be 100 years from now if we get into like another Europe versus Europe war because of it. That's part of why the European countries don't have fucking armies, is because they were tired of fighting each other. So,
can you imagine
how
France
fucking,
and Germany going to war with one another?
yeah, 100 years from now. I mean, no one thinks it's possible now because EU and the way everything's structured, but who's to say that's going to maintain itself?
They've opted into, I mean, they are the West. They're the
Right.
same as us. They're in bed with us philosophically.
They should stop buying Russian oil and gas, didn't they? I thought it was China and India and Brazil. Are there any European countries still doing that? Because if there are, that's fucking crazy. We should sanction them. Lives in Des Wall specifically for $5 says holding the Parkinson's cure for ransom is quite the shaky down tactic.
Look at this.
Yeah,
Well, that
got
pun
that
I
one.
recognize. That was great.
That was a good one. Yeah. Thank you. Brian for $5 says Putin is using this conference as PR to bring back to Russia. That's why he brings up World War II. You can say we must bring peace for Ukraine. That makes perfect sense. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why everyone thinks Putin got what he wanted.
Right.
Because that's all he wanted.
Furid Turgeson for 3 months. Thank you, Furid Turgeson. Says, I can't take Trump's obvious lies on the shitty tariffs. They're doing so great, you have to fire everyone who honestly tallies them. Gonna get TDS. Yeah. Listen,
Yeah,
sometimes
that was not a good move.
Sometimes you just, you look at the person who gets the numbers and you say, I don't like these numbers, and you just fire them, right? That's how you get good information.
I don't like it when people accuse me of TDS when I so obviously. I think of a person with TDS as they can't even look at Trump without getting a visceral disgust, right?
Right.
They're going looking for things that are just innocuous things that Trump does. I don't have any of that.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm happy as can be if Trump succeeds. The people with TDS, I mean, they're wishing against America because they want Trump to fail so badly. But some of the things Trump is doing now, it's demoralizing.
Yeah, you remind me, there was a clip, I had a time code, but I guess you skipped it, it's kind of interesting, of Asmongold saying that, like, yes, he supports the president because he supports America. And someone said, would you have said the same thing of Biden? And he claims that he did say the same thing of Biden. Says that, yeah, of course, you should always support the president and hope that they do good things. So, regardless of whether it's a Republican or Democrat. So that's
just think if Putin would have waited a year to invade, he might have not got the information out of Biden. Because Biden, this all happened relatively quickly.
Mm-hmm.
I look,
it might the information out of Biden.
Well, Biden might not have got the information to Zelensky. Biden might not have stepped in, and supposedly our intelligence services were the ones that knew something was going on, right? And they informed Zelensky and the Ukrainian national services immediately. Maybe Biden was already cooked at that point, and that's why Putin decided to move when he did, right? That's got to be a big influence, right?
Right.
You want to take over Ukraine, and the incoming president is his brain is spaghetti. You're like, oh man, it's free lunch. No one's at the wheel in America. Let's go for it. But somebody was at the wheel enough to get Zelensky out of there and get to the point where we could actually fight, or they could fight the Russians.
That was the thought process. If that was a thought process, obviously it backfired because Biden, or the Biden administration, I should say, is the only administration that was very anti-Putin from day one. That never had this we can change him and then flip flop when they realized they couldn't.
It would be interesting to know if the Biden being so enfeebled was part of the calculus of Putin, and also if the people who helped Zelensky survive were, Biden administration people, or it was actually Biden. Like if Biden gave the word, or somebody just used the auto pen, as
I'm sure saying. We'd have to go back and look at, because I remember Biden giving speeches at that time against Russia, but I don't remember, what he was like health wise. So this article says that while trade between Russia and the U.S. has fallen by about 90% since the invasion, last year the U.S. still imported $3 billion worth of goods from Russia. I don't know why. And it says the EU has imported about $41 billion of goods from Russia.
I saw those numbers. It's way, way, way down. But
yeah, it says that's 90% less. But still, why it should be zero, right?
Well, I think it's the energy though, that it's like, okay, well, it's do or die. We need this, or we're all gonna fucking freeze.
It says the U.S. What's what the U.S. says? It says the U.S. imported $927 million worth of fertilizer.
Yeah, see, we're gonna starve.
Okay.
Our wine vineyards are gonna dry up, Sitch.
What of all of our corn? All our corn and soy. Okay.
We need that soy to go to China. They're paying a hefty tariff.
It says the U.S. particularly relies on Russia for the import of 3 types of chemical fertilizers. Unless the U.S. sanctions Russian fertilizer endpoints as it does with, I can't even read this, other fertilizer, it's likely to continue, said head of fertilizer analysis at S&P Global Commodity Insight. That's a job, right? Russia remains one of the most important global fertilizer suppliers, and the influence of it has not diminished since 2022. Do you have to make that, or you get it? Those, what they put in the fertilizer? Did you make that in a lab, or is it something that you have to get out of the ground? I have no fucking clue what makes ammonia nitrate.
I think potash is a big component of the fertilizer, and potash is something they mine for.
Oh, okay. It says it's urea, ammonium nitrate, and potassium chloride muriate of potash. Oh, potash.
Potash.
I've never seen the word written. It's like one word. It's not pot space ash. It's potash.
Potass.
Potass. Interesting. I don't know anything about fertilizer. Except it smells.
Well, now you
not
do.
Great.
They use it
urea,
for making food, right?
Yes, I know that. Urea and potash could be readily sourced from elsewhere, although with potash, it would further increase the U.S. dependence on Canada, which currently has an interesting trade dynamic. The Trump administration recently hiked tariffs on Canada to a minimum of 35%, unless goods are compliant with the terms of the U.S. Mexico-Canada Free Trade Agreement, escalating ongoing trade tensions with its northern neighbor. Well, I would rather we rely on Canada than Russia for our pot. Okay. I mean, do you really trust? I feel like Russia's going to put a lot of baking soda in their pot or some other nefarious substances.
Baking soda? You mean oregano?
Yeah. Oregano, whatever. I don't know. I don't know the drug. They put baking soda in the fake Coke, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. They put oregano in the pot.
I mean, it would be obvious if they put baking soda in the pot.
That's a good point.
What the fuck is this? Why is there all this white powder on my pot?
Yes, exactly.
Did
That's
you
a good
cut
point.
this with baking soda?
That's a good point.
Are you a dumbass? Somewhere,
is that what you're supposed to do?
There's a whole kilo of cocaine with oregano mixed in it.
It's spicy Coke. Okay. You don't want the spicy Coke? We also get says we also get palladium. We imported palladium from Russia. We also imported uranium and plutonium from Russia.
We get our plutonium from Russia. Fucking incredible.
Yes. Says that was with us. Says with Europe, Russia is the largest supplier of petroleum to the EU prior to the invasion. Okay, but what about now? It says top European importers of Russian fuels in July of this year were Hungary, France, Slovenia, Belgium, and Spain. We'll put some fucking secondary sanctions on those motherfuckers, okay? It says Hungary and Slovakia were the majority, though.
What if they buy the gas with a credit card and then they do a chargeback? So they get the gas and Putin doesn't get any of the money.
That's a good idea. I like that.
Could they do
That's
that consistently?
That's fine. We should do that. They should do that. Yeah. They just keep applying for new cards.
Look,
Russia never figures it out.
They never
right?
delivered the gas.
They never figure it out. Mm-hmm. Pretty soon, Russia's going to be like, okay, if you want this gas,
this could work.
If you want this gas, you're going to have to get the worker at the top to open the little gas slot for you because we don't trust you.
I heard that they were paying in gold because already they've done too many chargebacks. They're like, fuck you. Pay us in gold bullion.
That's funny.
We need something that we can use. Every time someone gives us American money, it freezes. Our assets get frozen in some bank.
Mm-hmm. Says India imported $67 billion worth of goods from Russia. And on top of that, $53 billion worth of oil.
I mean, if you're running a gas station, what are you going to do?
Before the war,
you're running
India,
a refinery?
What'd you say?
You're running a refinery. I mean, there's not much you can do. You gotta get in there and get that oil.
Get it from somewhere else. Pump the oil. More fracking in America, right?
Yeah.
Because India's imports of Russian oil have skyrocketed since before the war. And so before the war, India only imported $8.7 billion worth of goods. So it's increased dramatically. What the fuck? I thought India was our friend. India, what the fuck are you doing? Fuck you. And then obviously China's increased. So we all knew that. China's not our friend. Okay. Andrew Bear for $2 says, just to trigger Paul Tucker, C is a BOP for Putin.
I don't know what any of that means.
I don't know what that means. But yes. Zero for $5 says, is there a better way to end a weekend listening to Sitch and Adam and going for a run? I'm coming out of the closet as A-Team.
Nice.
There you go.
Look at that. Everyone's A-Team now.
Oh, I guess that is true. They are in bricks. Oh, fuck brick. Here for $5 says, now that I'm out of the closet, I would like to ask Supreme Dictator Adam for promotion to E4 so I can join the mafia.
E4? You're a brigadier general. What are you talking about?
Wow, look at the zero. You've now been promoted
Brigadier
to Brigadier
General Zero. Welcome to A-Team.
Now, I don't know how useful that title is because I think every person in A-Team is a Brigadier General.
Still sounds good.
So,
Sounds way better than E4. That's for
yeah,
sure.
That's true. That's a good point. Cake in a stanza for $2 says, why give Trump the benefit of the doubt on this?
Well, we don't know what this is, so.
Yes.
Unless you remember what this is.
Not at 7 o'clock at night.
Salty
socks for. That's when the super chat came in.
Oh, okay.
Salty socks for $15. Thanks so much. Says, bro tied himself too heavily to Russia. This is kind of true for the whole Republican Party. For some reason, they thought Russia was their friend. LOL. Like the Republican Party was actively sabotaging Ukrainian efforts for the last 2 years. Do we really expect any better?
Yeah, it's sad that that's the case. And it's just, it seems like so much of it is just in response to the Democrats doing this meme war with Russiagate. So,
well, and also because the Democrats, like the left was so, because of Russiagate, the left became so anti-Russian. And so the left became so pro-Zelensky that I think there are so many people on the right were just like reflexively against Ukraine and against Zelensky. Lives in Des Walls for $2 says, horse-sized Putin or 100 duck-sized Trumps? That's easy.
I mean, 100 duck-sized Trumps.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
You take
that's
the 100
duck-sized Trumps. To be reckoned
Trumps.
with.
Yeah. I think I'd take a horse-sized Trump over 100 duck-sized Putin.
Mm-hmm.
Was it Putin like did he take like martial arts and stuff? I have no clue what kind of physical activity Trump does outside of golfing.
A horse-sized duck is just so much more terrifying than a horse-sized horse. I think you're the only one that thinks, oh my God, you can get in there.
You would rather fight
the hollow bones.
Horse. Okay, hold on. Hold the phone a second. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You have to fight a horse or a horse-sized duck, and you would fight the horse?
That beak just seems proportionally far more dangerous than any weapon a horse
kick you in the fucking head and insta-kill you. Insta-gib you.
Well, the duck could eat your whole head with the beak. How is hooves are hard, right? They're like the nails of horses. A beak is harder than hooves.
Yeah, but okay, well, wait, think of it this way. It's a horse-sized duck. Its beak is going to be like the size of a horse mouth. I don't think it's big enough to get your head to eat you. Like you're thinking it's some like giant, like it's a giant duck that can like swallow you whole or something.
Proportionally.
Yeah.
How big is the beak? Is it 5% of the duck? Is it 10%
I have no clue.
of the duck?
That's a good question. How would it be
like
the size of a horse?
A horse mouth.
Yes.
Is like 2% of the fucking size of the horse. 1%. I mean, it's tiny by comparison to the whole structure of the horse.
No, but even if
you're talking, I mean, it's going to be massive.
Wait. Even
that
if
bill is just going to fuck you up.
Think about it this way. Even if you were to conceptualize that the horse-sized duck, like the size of a horse's entire head, was the duck bill. Okay.
The bill's going to be 30 feet long.
Okay. I think this is what we need to do. We need to get some virtual reality for Adam. And he needs to stand in front of a horse-sized duck so he can like experience it. And he'll be like, nah.
You have to admit that the bill is going to be at least as big as a whole horse's head.
I don't know if that's the case. Even if it is, it wouldn't be big enough to like for your head to fit in it. It's narrow.
Horses have massive eyes. You've seen a horse eye, right? It's like huge. It's like it's as big as your fist. You're like, oh my God, this horse eye is looking at me.
Mm-hmm.
Now, imagine the duck blowing up to the same size as the horse eye. That bill is going to be fucking gigantic. That bill is going to be a weapon that you're way, way overestimating your ability to deal with that bill.
Here. Wait, hold on. I have a picture. Okay. Someone did a picture. Oh, I'll send it to you.
That bill's like a guillotine.
J-Mac is right, as I've always said. Yes, they have hollow bones, Adam.
You always I hate
kick the hollow bones.
I hate the fact that you guys
You
always go to the
eat the hollow
always go to the hollow
animal.
bones.
Horses do not have hollow bones. They have big, strong bones.
Humans have hollow bones. They're filled with marrow.
That's not no. That's not what it means when you say that the bones are hollow.
Just because they're hollow bones doesn't mean. Well, first of all, the hole inside the bone is gonna get bigger, but obviously, I mean, okay, ostriches have hollow bones too, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, an ostrich is basically as big as a horse, right? Is an ostrich just a horse-sized duck?
Yeah, but ostriches are like really strong though, because they evolved to run around and like
that's the
eat shit out of
point.
things. Yeah, but that's different. That's
Those
completely
ostriches
different.
are scary. Would you take an ostrich out?
No.
Okay, you don't think you could beat an ostrich, but you could beat an ostrich with a bill.
It's a duck though.
Of a
It
fucking
didn't evolve.
car.
The ostrich evolved to be a terror on the ground that could kick things. Okay, the duck did not evolve for this gigantic size. It's gonna be unwieldy. It's not gonna know how to fight, Adam.
Who did this?
Doesn't have the
illustration?
cards. Bird bones
is it
contain air spaces called
First of
pneumatic
all-
spaces.
First
This
of all,
structure.
I'm gonna have to fix this illustration. I don't know who did this illustration, but it was done incorrectly.
Uh-huh. They
Who
just
did
took the
this?
little size tool and they just like upscaled the duck to a horse size.
Yeah, I see that, but the
We see the
problem
bill
is-
isn't like as you're thinking the bill is going to be this like fucking
Well,
gigantic
hold
like
on a second.
dragon maw or something.
Hold on a second, because this
Right.
thing was done completely incorrectly.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because it's not the height of the duck; it's the fucking width. It's got to be the same width as a horse.
Well, who says who?
Here it is. I've made it. I corrected the
Well,
thing.
you
now.
couldn't wait. You made it the same. That doesn't even make sense. Make it the same width?
Look, you have to make it the same volume, or you have to make it the same weight.
Well, I mean, they're different
Preferably-
shaped animals. I don't know.
Preferably, you'd go with weight, right?
Yes.
Because obviously, ducks are designed to be lightweight because they can fly, right?
Right.
So if you go by weight, if you upscale it
Well,
to
they
the
would be
size
bigger.
where it
It
weighs
would
as
have to
much
be
as
a
a
lot
horse,
bigger.
yeah, this thing would be 3 stories high, right?
Well, okay. Well, that's different though. I don't know if I
Here
could
you
be a
go.
3-story size duck, Adam. That was never part of the conversation.
Right. Well, I just don't think it's fair to just go on height, because obviously,
Well, that's what we're.
a duck
that's
is
what we're
shaped
talking about.
completely different.
Okay. Well,
You're-
maybe
one duck would be the same size as 2 horses. Then
maybe this
Or
is wait.
two,
Maybe this is
2 horse-sized ducks. would
maybe
be
this
one
is
horse.
the entire crux of the conversation. Okay. Would you, in a fight, if the duck was the height of a horse, okay, and then the rest of it
Oh,
was
easy.
proportional?
Oh, fucking easy.
So you do think you
Totally
could
easy.
fight that?
Oh yeah, that's no problem.
Okay, so so this whole time, for
No
all the years
problem.
we've been arguing about this, you actually, it was Sitch's law the whole time.
Well,
You
it's
were
it's
defining
basically
a horse-sized duck just differently.
this duck is like basically a two-legged horse,
Yes.
which who wouldn't be able to beat a two-legged horse in a fight?
Well, that was I don't think people were like, listen, if we take the weight of a horse and then you upscale it to a duck, so it's a 3-story giant duck. Yeah, that's a different story. Okay. That's a completely different
I think
story.
that's more compelling, though.
Well, yeah, but who thinks they can take out the 3-story duck?
Well, you did.
I didn't. That was never the argument.
Wait, we need Sitch in the model here. How big is Sitch compared to this 3-story duck?
Uh-huh.
I guess
Well,
his bill is proportionally smaller than I was remembering.
As I said, duckbills are used. I don't know what you're thinking. Like duckbills are like ibises or egrets or something. They don't have big bills.
Giant bills. All right, look, it's been solved.
Okay, wait. Let's ask. Wait. How much does the average horse weigh?
Yeah, there you go. It's got to be. I'm gonna go 800 pounds.
Says the average horse weighs 1,000 pounds, so half a ton.
Okay.
If you upscaled a duck,
how much does the average duck weigh?
Be 1,000 pounds. How tall would it be proportionally?
Okay, that's a good question. Are you asking ChatGPT?
I am asking, yes.
That's a complex problem. Look, if it gets this problem right,
it's analyzing it actually gave me that. It's like we got to think about this.
We've achieved artificial superintelligence if it can actually answer this correctly.
So I don't know if this makes sense. It says if you scale the typical mallard duck, which is 3 pounds, they're fucking Jesus, they're so light. 3 pounds. A duck weighs 3 pounds? I've never picked up a duck before.
They have those hollow bones, so they're lightweight.
I know, but I think it was 3 pounds. If you scaled a typical mallard duck 3 pounds and 2 feet tall to weigh 1,000 pounds, the proportions would work out like this. Scale factor would be equivalent to 6.9 times larger in each dimension. Wait, how does that make sense? How do you, if you go from 3 pounds to 1,000, how is that only 6.9 times?
What is the height of the duck?
So they say it would be 13.9 feet tall.
I mean, that's not too bad.
They said it would be a 2-story size of a 2-story building.
13.9 feet. Okay. I mean, isn't a story at least 10 feet?
It's
it's
different. So
like
story
16 feet.
For residential buildings, stories are 8 to 10 feet. In commercial buildings, it's 10 to 14.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So it's a little bit different.
But 13 feet is not 2 stories. It's like 1 story and a quarter.
Does that calculation even make sense to me? I feel like how do you get if the duck weighs 3 pounds and it's got to weigh 1,000 pounds? Wouldn't it be taller? Right?
I'm not sure.
If
I'll ask Grok.
You ask Grok.
If a 3-pound duck weighed 1,000 pounds, how big would it be?
This is why AI was invented.
It's
These
true.
questions. Okay.
Determining how. Look, Grok is so smart. It didn't even have to fucking analyze. To determine how big a 3-pound duck would be if it weighed 1,000 pounds, we need to consider how size, scale, and weight in biology. The size of the organism often scale with the cube root of the mass when assuming similar density and shape. Oh, and then it did. Oh, holy shit! It did a bunch of complex math here. Final answer. If a 3-pound duck weighed 1,000 pounds, its linear dimensions, height, width, or length, width, and height would be approximately 6.93 times larger. Where have we heard that before?
It got the same answer.
For a typical duck about 24 inches long and 12 inches tall, the new duck would be roughly 13.86 feet long and 6.39 feet tall. What?
Interesting.
So it would be a 7-foot duck.
I thought you said it was 13.
Well, it's saying it would be 14 feet long.
Oh. So it's not. So wait. So it's a different answer than ChatGPT.
Yeah, because it's saying it figured out the length and width of an actual duck. Yeah.
So I asked the Google AI, and it gave me another different answer. It said the average Mao duck weighs 1.5 pounds. The average Mao duck is about 23 inches tall. And then it did a bunch of math. The square cube law relates changes in volume and weight to changes in linear dimension. This one, I feel like I should trust this one because it's giving me the most math.
Well, look, I got
didn't
the
give me any math.
I got the square cube law too. That went into calculating Y.
Well, this one says according to the square cube law, it says they did a bunch of calculations. So the Google AI gave a different one. It said it would be 16.7 feet tall. So that's the tallest yet.
How long though?
It doesn't say. It just says tall. I asked it how tall. How tall and long would it be?
Well, my question was how big it would be. So it definitely went like length, width, height.
The fuck? It gave me the answer in inches. That's terrible.
Would a duck this size kill my friend?
Okay, I asked the same. Okay, now I don't trust the Google AI because I asked the same question and now it gave me a completely different answer. Now it's saying it's only 12 feet tall and 14 feet long. So now I don't trust the math on any of this stuff. This all seems like bullshit.
A duck scaled up to weigh 1,000 pounds with dimensions approximately 6.9 times larger than a 3-pound duck, roughly 13 feet long and 7 feet tall as calculated previously, would be an enormous and potentially dangerous creature. Whether it could kill your friend depends on several factors, including the duck's behavior, physical capabilities, and the circumstances of the encounter.
Of course. Is it bloodlusted duck or is it like a duck?
Right, exactly.
They're important questions.
Let's reason through this step by step.
Yes.
Step by step analysis, size and strength. The duck's beak scaled up to a factor of 6.3 or 6.9 would be massive, potentially over a foot long and capable of exerting significant force. A bite or peck would cause severe injury. It's over.
No, I could dodge. I'd roll
Sitch
out of the way.
Dead.
Kick
Sitch
its
is
legs.
Fucking dead. Obviously,
break its legs.
You can't mess with
over.
AI.
Okay. Once it falls over, you jump on its back.
Its legs and feet also scaled up, could deliver powerful kicks or crush under its weight.
A duck foot is not doing shit.
For example, if a 3-pound duck's web foot is about 4 inches long, the new foot would be approximately 27 inches, over 2 feet across, with much greater muscular mass behind it. Look at this. A 2-foot webbed foot is just going to fucking suffocate you. This thing's going to squash you like a bug. Behavior. Ducks are generally non-aggressive animals, but they can become defensive if threatened or provoked. Look, you're trying to kick the legs out from under it, Sitch. Isn't that always the move that you're claiming?
Yes, 100%.
A scaled up duck might remain this temperament, meaning it wouldn't attack unprovoked, but could react aggressively if startled or cornered, or someone was kicking their legs out from under them. If this hypothetical duck were to act aggressively, its size and strength could easily cause fatal injuries. For comparison, large animals like ostriches, which weigh a measly 200 to 300 pounds and are 7 to 9 feet tall, have been known to kill humans with kicks in rare cases. Context of the encounter. If your friend is particularly fetishistic and is into ducks, tries to rape the duck.
Hmm.
No, it doesn't say that.
I was saying with other people in chat, if anyone else had any other calculations. Saw 6.5 feet high. I saw 2 stories high. I think I saw 16 feet high. I think I saw 14 feet. It doesn't, I don't know. There's no agreement. Someone's got to have an answer to this. I don't know. Listen, I think we can agree, Adam. I think we can agree. If it's by height, okay, so the duck has to be the same height as a horse. We both agree you could beat that duck. Right. You agree
The
with
same
that?
height as a horse?
Yes.
Well, I mean, a horse is like 7 feet tall.
No, what? No. What? What kind of horses have you been around? There's 7 feet tall horses?
Well, I mean, if it's a Clydesdale, obviously it's a much bigger horse, but a Clydesdale probably weighs 2,000 pounds.
Average horse height.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, the average horse height is like 4.8 to 5 feet tall.
Oh, really?
Then there's some horses that are
short fucking
5.7.
horses. Holy shit.
When I was riding, when I was like, I went to a Boy Scout summer camp, we rode horses. I don't remember the horse being taller than me.
The Grok says final answer that the duck would definitely kill you if provoked.
Well, hold on. Okay. So if it's the height of an average horse, okay, no giant Clydesdales or whatever, right?
Right, 5-foot horse.
Yeah, so let's just say it's a 5-foot horse, okay, or 5.5 foot horse.
Yeah, you wring its fucking neck.
Okay, and we have a 5.5 foot duck. You agree you could take that out, right?
Sure.
Okay, if it has to be as long as a horse, so it would be taller because it's got to be as long as the horse is. I don't know how much taller it would be.
Yeah.
I still think we could take the duck.
It's 1,000 pounds and it has 2-foot webbed feet.
If the duck has to weigh 1,000 pounds, and it's gonna be as tall as it takes to weigh 1,000 pounds, I don't think I could take the 1,000-pound duck.
Right. Okay.
Assuming its body could maintain its own weight.
Finally, some humility.
Right.
In the face of this terrible.
Well, no, this was Sitch's law. We were defining it differently. I didn't realize you meant it's 1,000 pound. It's a half a ton animal that I'm fighting here.
1,000-pound duck would be comparable to the mass of a large grizzly bear, which could be 700 to 1,000 pounds, or a small elephant. Its sheer size and weight could make it dangerous, even unintentionally. Yeah, I just think you're.
You think what?
I'm going to ask if the duck might try to sexually assault you.
J-Mac, I saw you got far. Thanks so much, Dad. J-Mac for $20. Says, I missed the show today because I was spending time with the family and had a fun day with my wife and member friends. It's important to unplug sometimes and focus on the now. I did miss you guys, though. Well, thank you. Look at that.
Well, thanks so much. Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Thanks for the members. That was nice of you. And glad to see you had some fun with your family.
Yes. And J-Mac for another $20. Thank you so much. Says, terror birds are scary birds, Adam. Ducks are pathetic. Unless you're a female duck, you're fine. I don't care if it's a bus-sized duck. I can take it. They don't have strong legs. They're designed to float. Look. There you go.
Yeah.
They're just floaters. Take them out.
Just
J-Mac's a big guy. You could probably just pick up the duck and like body slam it.
Yeah. I don't think 1,000-pound duck is flying, but then again, how much do those big jets weigh? Seems
well,
like
I think
I'm
guessing.
Pounds.
I don't know this, but I'm guessing that the way a jet flies and the way a duck flies is different.
Is it?
I think so. I don't know if the jet flaps its wings.
maybe the duck could get some jet propulsion going if it ate
I guess actually I should take that back. I think like with physics they fly similarly, but I mean, that's why they have to have like giant jet, and engines and all this other stuff to make it work. So I don't think the 1,000-pound duck is going to be able to fly unless it had jet engines strapped to its butt. Yeah. Okay. Solodoj for 2 hours says Samus Aran has hollow bones. You'd still lose to her. Yeah, but she has power armor and a gun. Okay. So And she's also hot. So I want her to beat me. J-Mac says that he worked on jets and it's identical. There you go. Listen does well specifically for $2 says, do the number of tiny horses scale for Godzilla duck? Yes.
Nice.
Andrew Bear for $2 says, Sitch, what about a horse-sized pelican? Ooh, now that's more dangerous. A horse-sized pelican. That's a little scarier. Because they had that big creepy mouth that they just try to like see, then you would be worried because they just try to swallow you whole. But here's the thing. If a horse-sized pelican, even if it could, even a horse, if it had have to be the 1,000-pound one, so it'd be like a 2-3 story pelican. I don't know how the inside of a pelican works. Like once it gets you in the little mouth, how does it like swallow you? I mean, they don't have like teeth or anything, right?
A pelican?
Yeah, like if you got stuck in the little pelican mouth, could you like?
You'd be doomed.
Well, yeah, but like if
have you seen the
just...
giant fishes those pelicans eat?
I know it's creepy as shit, right? Yeah, I don't know if you could hold on and not get sucked into its little stomach area or whatever.
And its gullet, you'd be sucked down.
Right.
So Grok says a 1,000-pound duck would almost certainly not be able to fly in any practical sense. Its high wing load, insufficient muscle power, and structural limitations would prevent sustained flapping, flight, or efficient gliding. At best, it might manage a brief glide from a height in strong winds, but taking off from the ground or maintaining flight would be physically infeasible under realistic biological and
you have to push it off a
constraints.
Cliff. Maybe it could float for a little bit, glide for a little bit.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
So shooing it away, trying to get it to fly away is not an option. I think it's more dangerous now. And it's, it's pissed off it can't fly anymore.
Okay, here's a question. If it can't fly, could its wing flap with it like create a gust powerful enough to knock you over?
Oh, I'm sure it could just...
I don't know. I don't think so.
I'm sure it could just fucking backhand you with that wing.
Look at this guy. I don't know. The pelican's more sketchy. That's a more sketchy answer. I'm not sure on that one.
Is it a horse-sized pelican? Is that the...
Yes.
Is that the proposal?
Yes. Pelican's definitely more threatening than a duck.
And the bill would be, oh man.
That's what I'm saying, because then you have to worry about getting swallowed.
The super bill.
The super bill, yeah.
Can you imagine being in a pelican's gullet?
That's pretty terrible.
You'd be all stuck in there. Oh,
right.
Let me out. The battery acid's getting me.
I don't think they have acid in the beak part, but J-Mac for $10 says, now a giant chicken. That's a different story. Chickens are vicious. A horse-sized chicken would tear you up. That would be more dangerous because they're, they got claws and shit. And their beaks are sharp.
Chickens are scary.
Yeah, chickens are vicious. So that would be the chicken would be much more dangerous than a duck.
There's like cockfighting and shit.
Yes. Listen does Waltz Willie for $2 says, Sitch claims he would win. I'm calling foul.
Excellent.
And listen does Waltz Willie for another $5 says, always talking about the hollow bones, never mentioning the now horse-sized flexible corkscrew shaped terror. That's what Adam was talking about. So Michael the Doorbat for 5 Canadian says, Dan to Dan is almost as bad as Evangelion. Holy, what a terrible take. Overlord is much better. You know I'm right. That is the worst take I've ever. Overlord is such a terrible anime. How do you have such trash taste in anime, Lucifer? Oh my god. Overlord? That is one of the worst isekais ever. There's nothing interesting about it whatsoever. You just like the hot succubus chick, right? Tell me the truth. Tell me the truth, Michael. You just like the hot succubus chick. That's all you like about it. Which, listen, she's hot. That's fine, but it's a bad show. It's a bad show. Dan to Dan's so much better. Reincarnated as a slime.
What's the name of the hot succubus chick?
I don't remember the character.
What show is it from?
Overlord. You have to look up what the Overlord character lady name is.
Oh, she's got that weird anime face.
Well, it's an anime. What? Yes, she's got an anime face. No,
I mean, they don't have to make her look so
derpy.
Yeah, the derpy look.
She does have a little derpy face. That's fair.
I know how to draw.
I'm saying that's the only redeeming quality about Overlord.
She does seem to be significantly stacked, I think.
That's true. Oh, he says he's just trolling. Yeah, okay. That's fair. That makes sense.
Okay. He got you.
You got me.
He fooled you.
He did fool me. He did fool me. I thought it was a sincere take. J-Mac for $10. Thanks so much for $5. J-Mac for $10 says one of the most badass metal birds is also one of the most unassuming. Look up the shrike, the only carnivorous songbird.
Shrike. I'm on it. Shrike. Oh, wow. This guy looks like a killer.
Looks cute. I like him. Where do they live?
Oh my goodness.
I don't think I've seen one of those guys. No. Oh no, it says so. It says they.
Here's one carrying a giant rat.
Maybe I have seen one of these. It says I don't know. I don't look familiar.
They are obviously known for killing because half these pictures are carrying something.
Oh, look at there's a picture that they have like they impale. Sometimes they impale the prey on like trees for later. That's crazy. Ooh. There's a picture of like
dangerous.
Oh, that's so horrible. There's a picture of a shrike on a tree and it's like skewered a mouse on the tree.
Is that a mouse or another bird?
Oh, I don't know. There's one with another bird, yeah. That's crazy.
Deadly.
There was in my parents' backyard once, they had a little bird feeder. And I saw a hawk snatch up one of the cardinals on the bird feeder.
Scary.
And it just ate it. It just ate it like right in the middle of the backyard. Those fucking red feathers from the cardinal everywhere. Just ripped it up.
Nature's brutal.
Yep. Cardinals didn't give a fuck though. They came back the next day. They didn't seem too concerned.
Free food, they're like.
They're like, whatever.
Dig in.
Yes. I'm surprised though, because the Cardinals are the most skittish. I would have assumed it would have been the mourning doves are like so slow to react. They're also like way bigger. I would have thought the hawk would have grabbed one of the mourning doves. Andrew Barefoot says, Sitch, getting Sammy G a puppy when?
Yeah, when's that happening?
Look at this. Look at this.
Everyone knows Sammy G wants a puppy.
One of these days. One of these days. Pig Venus for $10 says, thank you, Sitch and Adam, for breaking up with my girlfriend for me. Adam in particular is very racist and hateful. 10 out of 10 service. I'm now maidenless while she and her balls are homeless. You're welcome. If you guys did not follow, last Sunday, me and Adam started a business where we will break up with your significant others for you if you don't want to do it yourself. So
yeah, we'll be as mean as you want us to be.
Right, right. Yeah, you tell us on a scale from 1 to 10 how mean and how racist you want us to be, and we'll do it. So I'm glad that you appreciated our service, Pig Venus. And thank you for the $10 tip.
Yeah. That's great. Hope the bitch is homeless. Oh, she is. Look, perfect.
There you go. And her balls. Remember? She had balls. So it's very sus. Andrew Bear for $2 says, horse-sized raven with commensurate, I think he spelled it wrong, but commensurate brain size. Well, wouldn't it be super smart then? Because aren't ravens like really smart already? So if it's like giant, it's like smart. Wouldn't it be like a human intelligence or smarter? That's a problem. You got some Planet of the Apes going on, Planet of the Ravens going on. J-Mac or Sugar 5, thanks so much, Daddy. J-Mac for $10 says it's a bald eagle that killed my parents' ducks and geese. Last time I was there, we saw him swoop and grab one, pulling up into a tree and chopping down dudes in American Badass. Yeah, but see, I feel like that, you see that, you just have to salute, right? That's like, that's just you farming for America at that point.
Ducks. That horse-sized duck is going to get even. Where's that bald eagle at?
Your parents do they like raise ducks and geese, or they just have like random ducks and geese that just fly around?
Probably just ducks and geese on the property.
Right. You know, well, he said my parents like it was theirs, like not just there are ducks and geese. I mean, I know ducks and geese are free at the park. You know, you can just take them. I'm aware that that's a thing.
We had a pair of ducks, mallard duck, that would come and hang out in our swimming pool every winter time for a little bit as they were heading south. So there'd be a few days they'd all be just kicking.
You had it's like a episode of Sopranos. You had a panic attack about the ducks leaving.
No, I never did. I never saw Sopranos, but
it's the first episode.
It was always nice. A few years in a row, the ducks came.
That is cool. That's nice.
And hung out in the swimming pool.
That's neat.
For a few days, and then they're gone. You're thinking, look, I bet those two mallards are going to fuck. Probably going to make some mallard babies somewhere in South America.
I think
I'm assuming they were flying south for the winter.
I would assume.
We're in Southern California, so.
Right. Why do they come back north? Is it like better eating or something? What's the point of coming all the way back? Why don't they just stay in the
They're
south?
following the good weather, the nice weather.
Oh, it's too hot? Is that the issue?
Too hot or too cold.
Right.
They fly south for the winter because...
They can.
Well, no, it's warmer down there.
That is true.
They fly wherever it's 70 degrees, right?
Mm-hmm.
They were coming through Southern California because they're like, we have super mild winters here. It's great.
Right. The Mongolian leper concert man from Saturn for $10 says, hey, Sitch, I thought of a way to make Beetlejuice even more of a dumpster fire. How about if it was directed by Tommy Wiseau, Neil Breen, and Rian Johnson as a director team? Wow, that's interesting.
Imagine. They should make a documentary about that.
The clashing styles would be very crazy. I would pay good money though to see a Tommy Wiseau, Neil Breen team up for a movie. That'd be an incredible flick right there.
Neil Breen is the filmmaker that did the Fantastic Four abortion, right?
No. Neil Breen does these very trippy, insanely low budget, artsy nonsense movies. You can watch Red Letter Media. Red Letter Media has covered some of the Neil Breen movies. They're hilarious, but they're so insane. They're like fever dreams.
I don't know that I've ever seen a Neil Breen movie.
You would not have. No, it's not.
Because they're horrible.
They're horrible and weird.
Not something anyone enjoys.
Yes. It's like imagine. You've seen The Room. Imagine The Room, but like psychedelic, and the guy is way more pompous about it. He stars in all his own films too, which I guess Tommy Wiseau starred in The Room. J-Mac or Sugar Fire, thanks so much, J-Mac, for the $20. Thank you. Says they raised the ducks and geese. They had swans, but an otter got one, and the other got by coyotes. One of the benefits of their property is all the wildlife, but nature doesn't take no prisoners. The otters were especially vicious. Otters kill and eat swans?
They got to eat something, right?
Yeah, but swans are big. I didn't even know
what otters eat. Don't they eat fish?
I thought they ate like little fish and shit, and like shellfish and stuff. That's crazy. I didn't know they could snatch up birds. Fascinating. Otters are so tiny and cute. Well, I guess there's the big ones, right?
Baby birds are adorable.
Is it
I've never seen a baby? No, I guess I have seen baby ducks, obviously. following the mom around.
Yeah, you see the little shit. You were thinking like you never
That's
saw like
amazing.
a tiny duck, eh?
Well, I've never seen anyone raise ducks other than
Right.
the mama duck.
I did see the other day. It's very interesting. I saw something you rarely see. I saw like a baby squirrel running around, teeny tiny baby squirrel.
Wow.
Because usually you don't see them. River
I've
otters
seen
get
'em.
big. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's sea otters and river otters. I think sea otters are the cute ones, right? That's still crazy. Eric Cecil for $5 says because Biden looked incredibly weak after the fall of Afghanistan, Russia invaded. Ergo, if Trump was in office, the war wouldn't have happened. Yeah, I think that's the argument. I guess you're right. That would be the argument Trump would give. Well, first of all, I don't even know if Trump would have managed to pull out better than Biden in the first place. And then even if he did, I'm skeptical Russia wouldn't have invaded anyway. I think it was just a timing issue. I don't know why the pulling out of Afghanistan would be the key there. I don't know if you have a take on that, but the Mongolian leprechaun man from Saturn for $10 says, also, Sitch Adam, have you guys seen Miami Connection or Samurai Cop? I think those movies are actually amazing and entertaining. You guys should watch the movie sometime and maybe review them. I have seen Samurai Cop through Red Letter Media. I haven't seen it on its own. So
Looks good.
I don't
1991 action crime.
I mean it's like a silly movie.
Oh, you didn't like it?
I mean it's like a silly, like goofy, like kind of bad movie, but
Okay.
I don't think I saw Miami Connection, so
Has the same energy as Turbo Kid.
Well,
just from the pictures, I haven't seen the movie, so.
Well, Turbo Kid was aping these movies because obviously those were like the real thing.
Oh, okay.
From the 80s.
Interesting.
Michael Doberman Dad for 2 Canadians says A-Team reigns supreme again. Look at that.
Yeah, of course. Look at this.
The Good Wife for $2 says
not one of them is mine.
There you go. The Good Wife for $2 says thank you. You're welcome.
What are we covering on Thursday? People want us to cover Superman, and we have an excuse to cover Superman because it's coming out on video now.
If you want, we can cover Superman. I thought you want to cover Alien.
Video.
We can do Superman.
It's coming out on streaming. Oh, I'm a creature of the past.
You are. Got to return some videotapes.
Yeah, exactly. It's coming out on streaming, but I noticed everyone is going to town how Superman is a big flop because it's going to streaming in 3 weeks. And I was thinking, it's $25 on streaming, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they probably, when they split the price of a ticket sale with the movie theater, right? I don't know what the split is on streaming, but it's probably better than that, right? They're probably fucking cleaning house if people are renting the movie for $25. Jesus.
Probably.
It was $25 to rent and $30 to buy. So it makes sense they would go to streaming as soon as possible. Get all the lazy people who don't want to go out to the movie theater who will spend $25.
I think you should just cut off that stream that we talked about Superman for an hour and you just like upload it and don't tell anyone. They think it's like a new conversation.
I mean, what stream was that though?
I don't remember. It's whatever Superman came out.
Well, we could also cover Alien Earth. Alien Earth is
Right.
like everyone's talking about, but I think we might have to. I already watched the first hour.
I haven't seen it.
And part of the second hour. And I think the third hour comes out on Tuesday, maybe even a fourth hour. So,
oh, okay.
I mean, that's a 4-hour investment. Not sure.
We'll see. We'll be here for Tuesday and Thursday. I'm not going to be here next Sunday.
It's either that or Samurai Cop.
Well, we can talk about Superman or we can talk about Alien.
On Tuesday, we're talking about
we'll see
the meeting on Monday, right?
Yeah, something crazy happens. There's another, you're welcome. Have you ever said thank you yet? Okay. Where was
Jinx?
No. And thank you, the good white, for actually saying thank you. How appropriate. Yeah. Oh, he does have the fat JD Vance avatar. Kiki Lee for 4 months says Trump went into this saying he wanted only to see if peace was possible. And what happens? Can I call and say, neener, 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 eat a bag of wieners? You can. You 100% can. And I hope you remember, I hope you say it exactly like that too.
Well, at least he figured out that peace is not possible. So he accomplished his goal.
Equal shit Oxford $2 says John Schmake up Jingle Schmeimer Schmidt. That's very funny. Michael Doberman Dafford, True Canadian, says Dave Smith said NATO invaded Russia. Checkmate.
Yeah, exactly. He did say that.
Exactly.
He was the one that went on and on about NATO.
Right. Jim Prime for Jossie Bucks says, what amount of dollar in aid to Ukraine is both of your limits? It's a good question.
Well, I mean, if it's me that actually pays a dollar amount, it's pretty low. Yeah.
Right.
Well, I mean, I'll go a couple $100. Sure. Right. I give a couple $100 to aid in Ukraine.
I don't know. I'd have to look at how much money the government gets in and spends every year.
If it's my tax dollars,
that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, look. I spend thousands of dollars in taxes. I'd say, what else is my tax dollars going towards? I feel like nothing.
ICE.
Oh yeah. Never mind. I want all my tax dollars to go to ICE. Forget it.
There you go.
You heard it here first. I want all my tax dollars to go to the ICE people that mess up and deport the wrong people. That's what I want.
Right. So zero fucks.
So many people we were talking about bad situations with ICE, and so many people in the comments were like, these are criminals. God, no fucking empathy at all.
I know.
I think we brought up the guy who immigrated here 18 years ago illegally and has a family, and his kids are being like, nobody can pay the mortgage. He's supporting a family of 4. And people were just so cruel about that situation. They painted him as a thief who came in and stole someone's job 18 years ago.
Right.
If someone robbed a bank 18 years ago, would you be like, oh, okay, we didn't do anything? Like, let him go.
It's a weird way to conceptualize it.
Do you conceptualize it? I mean, would you ever conceptualize it that way? Illegally immigrating to a country is the same as stealing someone's home.
No, not the same. Zero Fox for 35 months. Thanks so much. Says off topic. Do you guys agree with your placements on my Grok political compass? I did see your Grok political compass. I don't know if Adam saw it. I did not agree with the placement, but my understanding was it was based on like tweets, right? It was or X posts. Now it was based on the post. So, which I mean, I've criticized Trump and the right, I think fairly, not, probably not in the average, but I think because if it's based off of that stuff, it makes sense. Me and Adam probably spend most of our time dunking on the far left on X. So it put both me and Adam as firmly right wing.
Yeah, if you dunk on, I mean, the assumption is that the only people dunking on the left would be right wingers, right?
Right. Well, it was weird because so I don't know if you want to bring it up, but it has me as I'm further right than Fabian Liberty. I'm slightly to the left of Dave Smith. It has, you're to the right of me, but I'm more authoritarian than you. Asmongold is,
I'm right next to Zero Fox.
yeah, there you go. Asmongold is
hilarious.
to the left of me. I'm
That's because
almost
me
as
and
right
Zero
wing
Fox
as
are trolling everyone.
right. I'm almost as right wing as Aiden Paladin and V and Connor.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way that I'm as right. How does this calculate? Like, this doesn't make sense. So yeah, I don't support my placement on the chart. It doesn't make sense to me.
How was this chart even made?
Well, I think you asked, I believe Zero Fox asked Grok to like do some sort of calculations based on posts or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he says, yeah, it's based off your posts weighted towards more recent posts. It got Dev wrong at first. It put him further right than academic agent. I saw that. Yeah, that was kind of funny too. Dev was like super far right wing in the original thing. So
I saw you having a great time with it, and I loved that. I love that
Right.
everyone was like, "Oh my God, look at do me." I want to see what's going on. What's my political?
I feel like just by eyeballing it, I would probably be one box to the right of Wick.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I'd be in the same ballpark as Wick, probably.
Where's Wick at?
He's like 2 squares to the left.
Yeah, isn't Vosh all the way over here on the left just because he spends all of his time ripping on Republicans?
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
What was the question? How did this, based on your tweets?
Yeah, it's based on tweets.
Mm-hmm.
The prompt is in the top left of the page. Hey Grok, on a complex scale of -1 to 100, I'm sorry, to -100 to 100i, what are my political leanings based on my posts and comments? -100 is far left, 100 is far right. -100i is total libertarian, 100i is total authoritarian. Oh, interesting. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, but so we don't, it's a black box. We don't know how they're defining left and right, but I'm assuming that they're
Right.
defining left and right. And like, how much does this person rip on the right? Or how much does this person rip on the left?
Mm-hmm.
Because look, Kyle Kalinski's all the way over here on the left, right?
Right. That makes sense.
All Kyle Kalinski does all day long is rip on the right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
Look, Sankey, Cenk Uygur, same thing. Crystal Ball, same thing.
Right.
Rip, 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 rip. Rip, 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 rip. Do I rip on the right? Never. Do I rip on the left? Occasionally.
Occasionally, huh?
Do I post pictures of the paintings I'm working on? All the time.
There you go. There you go.
It would be interesting to ask Grok, point out my 5 most political tweets. Because then
yeah, right.
Because then we could see, okay, well, what is it latching onto and saying these are I mean, I guess I could do that. I have Super Grok, so
Mm-hmm.
let me ask. See what
Hey,
see
Dev.
what
Dev's
Super
in the
Grok
chat.
says.
Michael Doberman Dad for 2 Canadians says Sitch is Asmongold. Prove me wrong. Well, I mean, we do sound different, but you've never seen us in the same room at the same time, so who can say? Righteous Indifference for 27 months says, well, it's been a great birthday, a good stream to help distract me while taking care of the newborn baby my wife gave me the past week. Pretty good. Wow. Well, again, congratulations to that. And happy birthday. Happy birthday. That's cool. Your birthday and your kid's birthday is like super close. Their kid's probably not gonna like that, but that's neat. Hamman 502 for $2 says no good personalities. Yes, there you go. I read that. I think I read that one. Lives in Des Walls for $2. Says auction off hotness judge position for more ad rep. No, yeah, I read that one. Okay, we're in the auctioning off the Russian women phase of the super chats.
What are the 5 most political tweets from this account? Rank them most political first. Okay. Thinking. The request is to find 5 most political X posts. Politically likely means about politics, elections, parties. Let's search the recent posts to get enough content. First, confirm the user's existence by checking the account. Look at this. I didn't see any thinking when Zero Fucks just asked Grok on Twitter, right? It's just like fucking fetching 50 posts. Wow. Should cover recent activity.
Michael the Dober Dad for 2 Canadians says, Adam, you know I raised ducks, silly pants. What the fuck?
Oh, really?
What the fuck?
It's late and I forgot. So.
As the dark horse for 15 Australian. Thank you. Says, I'm transitioning to A-team until Sitch gets Sammy a dog.
Oh, good.
Well, see, she always goes about it wrong. She always goes about it wrong because she's like, oh, when I get a dog, I can cuddle the dog instead of you. And I'm like, well, then why would I want you to get a dog like that? How does that make any sense? She's using like the wrong method. Okay. Hig Venus for $2 says, Sitch always struggles to read my name. It's true. It's true.
Pig Venus.
Pig Venus, yeah. JMac for $5 says, yes, I'm more left leaning than Adam and Sitch. There you go. Obviously, it all makes sense.
I don't know if I buy that.
No, I don't buy that. Colton Air for $2 says, want to see a funny clip of Dev being taken completely out of context. He's talking about food shops, a streamer, but it's too fucking funny. Dev, what is this clip? You got clipped out of context, Dev. What's going on here? Oh, we can't watch it and watch together.
What's the matter
This
with
video is age restricted, and so YouTube does not allow it to be embedded on any other site. Wow. Interesting. Oh, no, it says the video doesn't exist anymore. Dev, why'd you get rid of the video? Come on, Dev. I want to know. I want to see the clip. Show me the clip, fucker. Soto for $2 says, Adam, what's the matter? You seem so negative about dear leader Trump. You even titled the last stream as Putin kisses the ring, and now all you do is attack Trump. Did you catch a case of TDS like you accused Dev and I of?
Who's that?
Solidosh.
No way. Holy shit.
Solidosh. Rub it in your face.
Fucking. I knew it had to be Solidosh.
Look at that.
Look, at least Solidosh is admitting that he has TDS now. That's
Wait
a
a
step
minute.
in the right direction.
Where the fuck was Alex? This was the stream for Alex, and he missed it.
Oh, yeah. Totally.
Oh, my God. We could have made $100 off of Alex. What the fuck, Alex? Of all the streams for you to miss, you missed this one. Terrible. Terrible, Alex.
The Friended Forever account on X leans right wing based on its posts. Several tweets critique progressive figures and policies, such as calling out left-leaning pundits like Hassan and Vosh, or alienating conservative voters needed for policy change like universal health care. Well, I'm literally advocating for universal health care, but it's like, nope, you're right-leaning. Another post argues that Biden poses a greater threat to the U.S. than Trump due to the government's design to restrain figures like Trump. The account also criticizes progressives for inconsistent stances on democracy and voting. I'm calling them out because I'm in favor of democracy and voting and saying that they're, see, this is a bad analysis right here. While it occasionally critiques both political extremes, the sharper focus on progressives' contradictions and defense of conservative perspectives suggests a right-leaning bias. However, the account doesn't align strictly with traditional right-wing talking points, showing some independent or contrarian tendencies. So I was exactly correct that Grok is just going, how much does this person rip on the left or the right? And that is the extent of my political analysis.
Right.
But look, if someone is on the left or the right and they feel their team is completely fucking shitting the bed,
mm-hmm.
I would argue that person is morally obligated to try to get their team in line. If I was critiquing the right all day long, I mean, the reason why Kyle Kalinske critiques the right all day is because he wants to destroy their reputation. He wants you to believe that the right has nothing to offer anyone. And I don't believe that, and I don't think I could critique the right from that kind of framework. So even though you would win points on, Grok would call you left-leaning for doing that. So it is what it is. Are we done? Good. All
Fondue
right.
for $2 says, Adam, a man was famously killed by a horse schlong. That's true. You're worried about the duck dick, but a horse dick actually killed a man.
Was he trying to have the horse have sex with him or something?
He was, yes.
That's terrible.
Wasn't that Mr. Hand? Is that what the name comes from for South Park? Yeah. Sodoge for $2 says, tried to fight a domestic goose on a farm when I was 7 years old. It did not go well. But I've learned from my mistakes, and now I know that I can defeat a horse-sized duck. It's all about tactics. Grapple the skinny neck and win. There you go. Sodo's for $2 says, you guys need to check out Natural Habitat Shorts on YouTube. They do a good job of highlighting the darker and more disturbing parts of animals, like male sea otters holding pups for ransom to get food for moms. Yeah, I remember reading about that, and I thought like, oh, that was the way it was. But then I read another article that was claiming that that's really not been replicated, that there was someone that said that they witnessed this or they observed this like once. Is that a behavior that people see repeated constantly in the wild? Because sea otters are so adorable. It would be so sad to think that the male sea otters are pieces of shit like that. They use their cuteness to get us.
To sucker you in.
Arithmas for $2 says, Adam, can you explain your painting method? It looks like you paint on small pieces of paper that you paste together. I've never seen that before.
Yes. Well, I kind of adopted it from Photoshop because obviously when you paint digitally, you can do layers, which is amazing and completely amazing. So I often do drawings on paper and then I paint that paper and then I will put the paper down on canvas. Sometimes canvas, a lot of times wood panel. But yeah, it's my own technique.
Okay, cool. Legal Train for $5 says Putin retreats, ends the war completely, and doesn't keep the land, but the U.S. has to drop all sanctions. Would Congress let Trump do it? Oh, of course. Why would they not? That would be like amazing, right? Putin gives up everything, and America drops the sanctions. Yeah, why would they not do that?
Yeah, look, a full-scale retreat would be great.
Mm-hmm. Anyways.
All right. I'm exhausted.
Yeah, I know Congress would sign off on that. If they didn't, it'd look really dumb. Anyways, thank you all for coming. What was that? You faked me out. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for incredibly generous donations. You that made it to the end of the stream, you are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true isekai anime protagonists that would never, ever, ever capitulate to a dirty, degenerate loser like Putin. And in fact, you would send the mechanical robot moose to gore him to death. Maybe even use its mechanical moose dick for some other nefarious purposes beforehand. And we'll see you all next time. Tuesday.
Bye-bye.